This kid sat down for the written adventurer exam, and he bombed it. Absolutely bombed every single question. The proctors glanced at his paper and scoffed. Just another brainless farm boy, they figured. For the practical test, they dumped everyone straight into a dense forest. Archers, mercenaries, seasoned warriors. Everyone stuck to what they knew. Then this kid strolled back in, dragging an entire red bear behind him. Not a severed claw, not a harvested bile sac. The whole massive beast. Why? Because he had no clue how to carve out the right parts. The other recruits swore they saw him draw his blade, and in a flash, the monster just dropped. Nobody even registered the strike. A dead silence washed over the room, yet somehow they still brushed him off. Just a lucky peasant, they muttered. Then came the final hurdle. The examiner set up a brutal brawl, 7 unranked nobodies against 2 ranked elites. On one side stood Eddie Markman, a prodigy from the world's most legendary archer bloodline, a ranked fighter since he was just 5. Beside him loomed Ul Darkus, a ruthless mercenary, who single-handedly crushed a crime syndicate, slaughtering 7 bosses and their kingpin with his bare hands. They glared at the boy, deeply insulted that they even had to double-team him. The bell rang. Eddie let the first arrow fly. The kid dodged effortlessly and blitzed toward Ul at a blinding speed the crowd could barely track. Fists flew, blows were parried, strikes traded. It was an absolute blur. The boy shattered Ul's defense, winding up for the finishing blow. Eddie seized the opening and fired a lethal shot right at the kid's back. Without even breaking his stride, the boy sliced the speeding arrow clean in half. The whole arena gasped, holding their breath. And right then, it hit them. Everyone felt it. A suffocating heavy green aura flooded the entire room. Proctor Luke, a man who had spent his entire life analyzing ranked elites without ever batting an eye, stared in pure shock. Only one thought crossed his mind. This kid is an absolute monster. Yet no one had a clue why he was even there. In this brutal world, your rank dictates your worth and fuels every human desire. Power, connections, wealth, and status are everything. And this is where the epic journey of a boy from Tory village truly begins. 16-year-old Leo is gathering firewood when a villager casually barks at him for help. Out of nowhere, a girl charges in and shoves the guy into the dirt, screaming at him to stop treating Leo like a personal servant. That's Yuna, also 16, the fierce protector of Leo's peace and quiet. She rants about how the locals use him like a doormat, just because he acts completely laid back. But deep down, he is just too damn nice, which is exactly his biggest flaw. Desperate Yuna begs him to run away from the village with her, through a hidden escape route. Suddenly, an old woman cuts them off, harshly reminding them about the strict village laws that forbid anyone from leaving. The elder scolds Yuna fiercely. Her own grandmother demands she be locked away for daring to attempt an escape. Another grown-up immediately asks Leo to fetch some water, and the boy agrees without a second thought. Leo and Yuna might be the only kids their age around here, but they are polar opposites. People often tell Leo to catch a break, reminding him that he has his own life to live. Yet he always honors his word and helps out. For Leo, it's all about repaying a massive debt. After his parents vanished, leaving him utterly alone, these villagers took him in as their own blood. They made sure he never felt the sting of isolation. He just wants to give back to the people he loves so deeply. Overwhelmed with emotion, the man bursts into tears and offers to let the boy live under his roof. But Leo softly declines, insisting the village is his top priority and the outside world doesn't interest him at all. Meanwhile, Yuna is locked up tight, enduring another brutal scolding from her grandmother for trying to sneak out. The frustrated girl screams out, demanding to know why they are trapped here, while traveling merchants come and go freely. Why rot in this cage when the world out there is so massive? The old woman coldly replies that they are simply outcasts, refusing to offer a single shred of explanation. She just mutters that one day everything will miraculously sort itself out. While Leo is busy filling heavy water buckets, Yuna calls out to him. She easily slipped out of her makeshift prison, a piece of cake after being locked up so many times before. She practically begs him to run away with her right then and there. But Leo hesitates, terrified of her grandma's wrath. Yuna pushes harder, eager to show her best friend something incredibly important. They squeeze through a rusted hole in the fence and step foot into the dense, untamed forest for the very first time. Leo's eyes widen as he takes in the outside world, realizing it's infinitely larger than his tiny home. Yuna asks if he knows how the real world operates. She pulls out a stolen merchant's book, revealing that society runs on a strict ranking system. Adventurers, couriers, doctors, musicians, and countless other trades, all neatly categorized. If you make the list, you are officially a ranked elite. She breaks it down. Weapons, food, raw power, even cold, hard cash. Everything gets a rank. It's a brutal system designed to breed relentless competition. Leo finally grasps that the world outside runs on its own ruthless rules. That's when Yuna reveals her burning ambition. She wants to become a ranked adventurer, roaming the lands, crushing fierce rivals, and forging a legacy as a deeply respected warrior. She has carved out her own destiny, but Leo stubbornly pushes back. Yuna begs him to dive into this wild journey by her side, leaving Leo completely torn. To sway him, she brings up a chilling memory from when they were just 5. A monstrous bird had swooped down to attack her, and Leo? He saved her life using nothing but a crude. He barely recalls the frantic blur of that day, but Yuna fiercely. That was the exact moment she knew the truth. Even if he acts clueless when Leo finally gets serious, his raw strength absolutely eclipses anyone else's. She insists he is destined for absolute greatness beyond their tiny borders, pleading with him to conquer the vast world together. Yet Leo shoots the idea down. He just loves his cozy home way too much. Fed up, Yuna declares she is setting off alone, dropping a harsh warning that he will rot in this isolated village forever. Years later, as a grown man, Leo suddenly realizes a bitter truth. He never actually believed she would walk away. That fateful day, he lingered outside under the open sky, haunted by the brutal ranking system and the heavy weight of her parting words. Heading back, a massive floating island suddenly loomed in the sky. Without warning, it blasted a blinding, pure beam of light right in front of him, before vanishing into thin air. Panic gripping his chest, he sprinted back home, only to find an empty wasteland. The entire village was wiped off. Every single face he cherished, his beloved grandmother and even Yuna, they were all violently erased without a single trace. A flood of memories crashed into his mind, echoing the warm voices of Yuna and the kind townsfolk. They used to pull him into tight, comforting hugs, whispering that he was never alone, promising they would always be his real family. Crushed by the devastating loss, Leo collapsed to his knees, breaking down in uncontrollable sobs. Through his tears, a gruff warrior's voice suddenly pierced the eerie silence, bitterly cursing himself for showing up way too late. The rugged stranger stepped closer, asking if the kid belonged to Torii Village, muttering darkly about the grim reality of this absolute disaster. Hauling Leo to his feet, the warrior coldly confirmed that the sinister island was gone. Frantic, Leo bombarded the man with a desperate barrage of questions, but the veteran shut him down instantly. Shoving a crumpled piece of paper with coordinates into Leo's chest, he barked at him to completely forget his home and head to the marked location. When Leo stubbornly pushed back, the warrior roared that the entire village was reduced to dust, and he needed to bury the past forever. He gave a chilling warning. Moving forward was his only option to survive. Otherwise, he would just become another pathetic casualty in this mess. But those harsh words triggered something. A burning absolute certainty ignited in Leo. He would forge himself into the strongest warrior alive. Flashbacks hit him hard, witnessing his own parents being swallowed by a brutal, unforgiving landslide, leaving him completely orphaned in this cruel world. It was the humble villager, and especially Yuna, who stepped up to raise him. They were pure-hearted souls who never turned a blind eye to someone in agonizing pain. He absolutely refused to let their precious memory fade. Fueled by blinding rage, Leo viciously vowed to hunt down that floating island and drag every single person back home, no matter the bloody cost. Without warning, a monstrous surge of raw energy erupted from Leo's body, leaving the seasoned warrior completely paralyzed. This intense crackling aura, known as prana, is the manifested willpower of all living things. It is a dormant force, sleeping inside literally everyone. Yet very few even realize it exists, and only true prodigies can weaponize it at will. Usually prana remains utterly invisible and completely colorless, but those overflowing with massive amounts can actually manifest it into reality. Legends say certain ancient bloodlines wield a uniquely devastating breed of prana. The warrior's eyes widened as the shocking truth clicked. This kid was the lost survivor of the exact VIP he was sworn. So he casually tossed his heavy broadsword right at Leo's feet, issuing a deadly, unspoken challenge. If the boy actually wanted to storm that cursed island, he had to prove his worth in blood. The veteran made a firm deal. Show some real, undeniable drawing his own gleaming blade, he ordered the kid to strike with the pure, ruthless intent to kill. Channeling a swirling torrent of green, flameless prana, Leo launched a furious, blinding assault. Since Leo was totally green, his wild swing was predictably easy to block. However, the sheer bone-crushing pressure and the absurd shockwaves of prana radiating from the clash left the veteran warrior deeply rattled. Staring at the boy's monstrous physical strength, he realized he was dealing with an absolute. The protagonist's overwhelming power output was so insanely destructive that their brief clash instantly carved deep, jagged craters into the earth. Once the blinding dust settled, the man finally dropped the heavy lore. The floating fortress was known as the Island of the Gods. It endlessly drifts across the vast ocean, rarely ever showing itself anywhere near the mainland. Its sole, terrifying purpose is to systematically wipe out entire civilizations and landscapes, and he was on a desperate, bloody crusade. He pitched a wild, chilling theory. Anyone swallowed by that blinding beam of light might have been abducted directly into the island itself. Desperate for a shred of hope, Leo, if stepping into the beam would have taken him there too. The seasoned warrior quickly grounded. The villagers might actually still be breathing, but it was absolutely impossible to fathom the twisted horrors being inflicted upon them right now. To reach that floating nightmare, there was only one brutal, dominating the adventurer rankings. Leo would have to, because only these top-tier legendary badasses possess the ultimate authority to plunge into the abyss and uncover the darkest secrets of uncharted, forbidden lands. Adol broke it down out of every single ranking system out there. The adventurer bracket is completely packed with contenders. And the guys sitting at the top, absolute freaks of nature. If Leo actually wanted to set foot on the Island of the Gods, the deadliest #1 danger zone on the map, he'd have to claw his way straight into the top 10. The seasoned knight locked eyes with the kid, asking if he was seriously ready to throw his life away, laying out the grim reality that almost nobody ever makes it back alive. But Leo, he didn't even blink. He was all in. That settled it. Adol declared the boy's hellish training would start immediately. The Master Knight made a vow for exactly 1 year. He would personally forge Leo into a lethal swordsman. Once that grueling year was up, the kid would be entirely on his own, forced to use those fresh skills to conquer the adventurer ranks, solo. Then he formally dropped his name. Adol, the reign crafted by humanity's absolute strongest warrior. Adol gave him a chilling warning. There would be zero mercy. Why? Because Leo was the only soul alive who had ever managed to draw his blood, leaving a jagged scar branded across his chest. What followed was pure, unadulterated torture. The blisters on Leo's hands and feet burst open, his muscles ripped, his bones cracked under the pressure, and crimson lifeblood poured from every single orifice. After that intense conversation, Adol completely shut his mouth about the Island of the Gods, making it obvious he wanted the boy to dig up the terrifying truth all on his own. But this total silence only fueled the fire in Leo's gut, hardening his belief that the lost villagers of Toki were somehow still breathing. He pushed through the agonizing workouts, desperately clinging to that glimmer of hope. The haunting mystery of why his entire hometown just vanished kept him wide awake. To rip the lid off that dark secret, he absolutely had to dominate the adventurer ranks. Fast forward exactly 1 year. After enduring absolute hell on earth, he finally felt the power coursing through his veins. He was ready. Leo's mind flashed back to Yuna's old words, her burning desire to become a highly ranked adventurer. Yuna, the girl who always stared longingly at the outside world. She was gone now. He never in a million years thought he'd be the one stepping out into the unknown first. But right here, right now, he was carrying her wild dream on his own shoulders. Leo had physically and mentally transformed over those 12 months, molded perfectly by the hands of humanity's deadliest knight. And just like that, his brutal march toward the Island of the Gods kicked off. Smash cut to the massive kingdom of Valtor, deep inside the bustling capital city of Trokista. Inside a dimly lit branch of the Evaluation Bureau, a stressed assistant shakes awake a young guy named Luke. He's been pulling an all-nighter obsessing over the leaderboards. She immediately scolds him, snapping that, as an official appraiser, he seriously needs to manage his own health. After all, she's just a regular desk jockey, shuffling papers, but him. He literally holds the power to make or break people's careers on the boards. Appraisers aren't just pencil pushers. They are the absolute elite, deployed across the globe to brutally analyze the raw power of ranked fighters. They need incredibly sharp instincts, vast combat knowledge, and stone-cold impartiality to properly judge exactly where a warrior belongs in the hierarchy. It's a grueling gig that forces them to survive a gauntlet of punishing exams. We are talking about one of the most high-stakes, stressful jobs in the world, handed only to the cream of the crop. But honestly, even with that shiny title, Luke is scraping the bottom of the barrel. He's a rookie, forced to grind his way up his own corporate ladder just to hit his personal goals. He knows the ultimate cheat code in his industry. The absolute fastest way to the top is to scout a monster talent and become their exclusive agent. There's just one massive problem. Luke hasn't spotted a single fighter impressive enough to bet his entire career on. He swears he isn't just being picky, but the current leaderboards are putting him to sleep. Back in the golden days, the bloodlust and competition were completely off the charts. But today the top tiers are totally stagnant, heavily guarded by the same old faces. And as a hardcore leaderboard junkie, Luke firmly believes that the real thrill comes from chaotic, non-stop shakeups. That's exactly why he's desperately hunting for a wild card, a rising supernova who can kick down the door and shatter the entire system. His assistant smirks, pointing out that his golden goose might actually be sitting right in the auditorium they're currently monitoring. This is already the third time this year they've had to host the massive entry exam to break into the official adventurer rankings. The applicant pool has completely exploded lately, all because the deadly Azaban forest just officially leveled up into a major danger zone. Barely 2 months ago, she drops a few names, noting a solid lineup of heavy hitters in the room. Take the grizzled veteran Ark, for example. Sure, he's currently sitting at a pathetic rank, down in the mercenary brackets. But the guy is the ruthless shot caller of the Red Wolf Syndicate. They are the nation's most vicious, up-and-coming dark horses. And right across from him, you've got Ed Markman, straight off the elite archer leaderboards, the famous family. Markman's archery skills are absolutely legendary. His old man locked down the number 2 spot, while his brother currently sits at rank 7. Rumor has it that despite his young age, Ed's arrow velocity is already hitting double digits. But they aren't the only heavy hitters in the room. A top-tier merchant and a seasoned sailor also stand out. As a veteran appraiser, Luke instantly recognizes most of these promising faces with just a single glance. He completely understands why the adventurer rankings have skyrocketed in popularity, drawing in swarms of eager rookies, thanks to the sudden emergence of highly dangerous and take the newly classified forest, for example. Suddenly, a sharp bell chime cuts their conversation short, prompting the assistant to peek over and see what the commotion is about. She spots Leo casually signing up for the adventurer rankings, taking this perfect opportunity to explain that the entire system is tightly run by the evaluation department. This elite branch dispatches strict appraisers nationwide to verify every single achievement claimed by ranked members. While hunters can update their ranks literally anywhere, that crucial first registration strictly requires a visit to an official guild branch. Our clueless hero steps up for his exam. He hands over the cash and slumps into a waiting room chair, clutching his registration ticket. But catching Luke and the receptionist completely off guard, the kid is totally clueless about what the evaluation department actually does. Shrugging it off, Luke dives in to help. The secretary set up the test, violently shuffling through stacks of paperwork. Moments later, the highly anticipated adventurer ranking exam officially kicks off. The gauntlet involves a mysterious final surprise trial. Your total combined score decides your fate. But here is the kicker, even if you bomb. One specific section crushing the others can totally save your grade, so quitting is not an option. With the rules laid out, the anxious rookies immediately tackle the written nightmare. The material is ridiculously dense and covers way too much ground, leaving absolutely everyone sweating bullets. Exactly 2 hours later, the proctor calls time, announcing that the practical exam will start in another 2 hours. While the drained candidates catch their breath, Myth, the secretary, gathers up the test papers, begging Luke to help her grade this massive pile. Her face instantly drops as she scans the protagonist's answer sheet, realizing he got literally everything dead wrong. Meanwhile, Luke is absolutely fuming over the painfully stupid answers written by these clueless rookies. 2 hours flash by, and the practical test begins basically a high-stakes scavenger hunt. Participants have to scavenge specific items listed on their sheets, with each target holding a different point value. They are highly encouraged to hunt down top-tier loot, but any player-versus-player combat is strictly forbidden, since everyone specializes in tracking different things the horn blows, and the crowd violently scatters into the dense woods. Watching from a distance, Luke and the secretary bet that only half of these rookies will actually survive the cut. Judging by their swift movements, he notes that this batch definitely looks way more prepared than usual. Still, absolutely no one catches Luke's critical eye until their chat gets completely derailed. A cocky kid suddenly bursts out of the woods, clutching a chunk of royal ore, becoming the very first one to score. Looking smug, he tries to call it quits, arrogantly assuming that single rare drop guarantees him a pass. But the staff quickly reminds him that scoring higher would skyrocket his starting rank. Right on cue, another applicant stomps in, looking visibly pissed off, completely convinced he had claimed first place. He proudly holds up a griffin bird feather, a legendary drop worth a whopping 180 points. A scarred mercenary standing nearby just scoffs, mocking the kid for flexing over a measly feather. Fired up, the boy immediately fires back, hyping up how these beasts fly at a blistering 500 kilometers per hour and are practically invisible to the naked eye. In seconds, they are just barking at each other for no reason, blindly fueled by pure, unchecked arrogance. But their petty screaming match instantly dies. The second our overpowered protagonist casually strolls out of the bushes, effortlessly dragging an entire massive bear behind him. Dropping everyone's jaws to the floor, purely because he had absolutely no clue how to extract its gallbladder. A premium loot drop worth a staggering 300 points. The entire camp is absolutely paralyzed with shock, refusing to believe this random nobody just soloed a terrifying red bear. Pushing through the crowd, Luke intensely grills him, demanding to know how he even recognized a red bear after completely bombing the written exam. The protagonist just flashes a dumb smile, casually mentioning that these giant monsters raid his rural hometown all the time, so he knows them inside out. A few trembling candidates who secretly watch the fight step up to verify his crazy story. Still, they nervously swearing that the second he drew his rusted blade, the monstrous bear was already lying dead in a pool of its own blood. 1 hour later, the crowd packs into the underground training arena for the ultimate phase. Luke steps up to the recruits, demanding to know exactly who adventurers should constantly watch out for. He doesn't wait for an answer, declaring that their deadliest threats are savage beasts and other humans. After all, an adventurer's entire purpose is plunging into uncharted territories and completely isolated wastelands, where the real danger usually comes from cutthroat bandits or ruthless pirates. Because of this harsh reality, the final trial is a brutal mock battle where candidates will clash head-to-head. Luke tells them to shake off the nerves, claiming it's just a simple skill assessment. He explains he kept the rules a total secret until now, to absolutely crush any chance of cheating during the practical exam. Right on cue, some massive brute starts running his mouth at the mercenary, mocking him for only grabbing a rock during the earlier test. He sneers that mercenaries are nothing but brainless thugs. The giant lunges, but the merc casually whips out his sword and smashes the hilt straight into him, knocking the massive guy out cold in a single lightning-fast strike. The secretary immediately confirms the win. Looking at his flaw, trying to bounce back from that humiliation would be pure. Holding a third-class rank basically makes this guy an absolute monster. Luke pitches a highly specific matchup, and the woman totally agrees. Fast forward through a handful of brawls, and she calls out match number 8. Eddie the Archer and Owl the Merc are teaming up to take down our main guy. The duo feels completely insulted by Luke's setup, but the examiner doubles down. His eyes never lie, and this absolute rookie is a total beast. Our hero steps into the arena. The mercenary proudly introduces himself as Owl Darkus, leader of the Red Wolf Squad. Just last year, his crew skyrocketed to fame after wiping out the notorious Acmer Syndicate right off the leaderboards. Rumor has it this young boss slaughtered 7 top executives and their kingpin completely solo. The other guy, that's Eddie Markman. He's the golden heir to the elite Markman archery clan. His own father, the former number 2 archer in the world, drilled him relentlessly since he was a toddler. Eddie actually hit the rankings at just 5 years old. A genuine prodigy, And right now, this powerhouse duo is facing down an unknown, yet terrifyingly strong kid. The second the bell rings, Markman unleashes a lethal arrow. Our hero effortlessly sidesteps it and launches himself straight at Owl Darkus, sparking an intense clash. They trade furious high-speed strikes, moving so insanely fast the audience can barely track their shadows. With a violent shove, our protagonist deflects Owl's weapon arm, shattering his guard completely to deliver a devastating blow right to the chest. Spotting the perfect opening, Eddie fires off another deadly shot. But in a mind-blowing twist, the kid simply slices the speeding arrow right out of thin air, violently shutting down the sneak attack and leaving the entire arena completely paralyzed with shock. Nobody knows who this kid is, but they're all thinking the exact same thing. He has to be one of the absolute greatest knights alive. Right in the heat of battle, our hero suddenly realizes his opponents actually hold global rankings in entirely different combat categories. Markman sits proudly at rank 402 for archers, while Owl Darkus claims spot 753 among the world's mercenaries. Connecting the dots, the kid confidently smirks, realizing that crushing them both right here and now will instantly launch him straight into a triple-digit rank. Without warning, he detonates an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that floods the entire dueling chamber. Luke starts sweating, realizing the kid's prana is so insanely dense you can literally see the raging colors of his energy with the naked eye. Markman desperately tries to act tough, fiercely barking that rankings aren't just limited to basic professions. He brags that on the elite sniper leaderboard, the ultimate test of precision, he sits comfortably at rank 78. Yet, right as he draws his bowstring to back up his trash talk, his eyes roll back and he just crumples to the floor, instantly defeated. Owl is absolutely mortified, because he didn't even catch the terrifyingly fast movement that wiped out his partner. The mysterious swordsman slowly turns, walking menacingly toward the mercenary leader, dripping with explosive green prana. In a violent flash, our hero vanishes completely, only to instantly materialize right behind him, the moment he feels the icy bite of the deadly steel pressing against his throat. Owl desperately throws in the towel. He frantically stammers that he still has a job to do later today, and really doesn't feel like waking up with a massive concussion like Eddie. He openly admits this kid is a total freak of nature, sweating over who this monster actually is. The whole room is dead silent, entirely paralyzed by the fact that he just humiliated two elite, triple-digit rankers completely solo. The secretary stammers into the mic, officially declaring the winner candidate, number 3, Low. The very second she speaks, Luke sprints over to his terminal, frantically pulling up the exclusive evaluator database. He grabs Low's file. 17 years old, and absolutely zero background history. It perfectly lines up with his crazy story about coming from some remote village, completely proving he isn't some wanted criminal or a brainwashed member of some dark cult. Luke feels like he just hit the absolute jackpot, stumbling onto an unbelievably raw, hidden talent. He instantly rushes over, desperately trying to lock him down, offering his services as his very own exclusive evaluator. He practically begs Low to sign with him, but his heart sinks when he realizes that every other evaluator in the room is rushing in with the exact same greedy idea, and were already swarming the swordsmen, pitching their services. Panic spiked in Luke's chest. He cursed himself for not digging into the guy's background before throwing an offer on the table. But get this. Our hero stared back blankly. He had zero clue what an exclusive appraiser even was. Seizing the opening, Luke stepped right up to break it down. He explained that an exclusive appraiser dedicates their entire life to a single ranked fighter. Their sole purpose, constantly updating that warrior's rank in real time. Normally you'd be stuck waiting for the evaluation board to dispatch some random official. But with a personal appraiser, boom, instant updates right there on the battlefield, no matter where you are. It's a massive game changer for hardcore adventurers who live life constantly on the road. On top of that, these dedicated agents always hold the absolute latest intel in the palm of their hands. If Low wanted to skyrocket through the ranks, locking down a personal appraiser was his golden ticket. But our hero dropped one heavy condition. He demanded to know if any of them could actually drag him straight into the top 10 of the adventurer rankings. Instantly, the rival agents backed off. They scoffed, claiming that swinging a sword well wasn't nearly enough to breach that tier. Without a second thought, our hero turned his back and walked away. But Luke wasn't letting him go. He sprinted after the swordsman, desperately shouting Lo's name. Panting, the young appraiser demanded to know why he was so obsessed with hitting the top 10. Ice cold, our hero shot back that it was none of his damn business. But Luke dug his heels in. He looked Lo dead in the eye and swore he would become his exclusive appraiser, pledging to push him all the way to his ultimate goal. Lo instantly rejected the offer, refusing to drag a mere kid into a deadly crossfire. Fired up, Luke snapped back that before being just some kid, he was a fully licensed official. Lo wouldn't budge an inch. He made it crystal clear he had zero plans to hire anybody, and he absolutely wouldn't involve innocent bystanders in his personal bloodbath. That's when Luke exploded. He screamed that he had his own high-stakes mission to crush, even if it meant putting his life on the line. That raw drive was exactly why he needed to team up with Lo. The fierce intensity burning in the kid's eyes hit the swordsman hard. It mirrored his own desperate ambition from a year ago, back when he first swore to breach the island and save absolutely everything. Seeing that unbreakable resolve blazing in the boy, Lo finally caved. He admitted that he too carried a massive burden. Thrilled, Luke formally introduced himself, swearing to guide the warrior to the absolute peak. Fully sold. Lo Tully gripped his hand, locking in their contract. The new duo headed straight to a luxurious suite Luke had already rented out as their base of operations. Our hero actually praised Luke's crazy hustle. The kid just smirked, brushing it off as a total breeze. The young genius boldly declared he would prove his true worth within a single week. And this time, Lo would be the one begging him to stay on as his exclusive agent. But secretly, Luke noticed something wild. This god-tier fighter was utterly clueless the second he stepped off the battlefield. Moments later, the official test scores finally dropped. Lo's starting rank locked in at position 2,728. Luke hyped him up for crushing the brutal registration exam, hyping up that cracking the 2,000 bracket was a solid foundation. But Lo looked visibly crushed. He fully expected to land securely in the triple digits. After all, he had just mercilessly wrecked 2 fighters from that exact tier. Reading his frustration, Luke broke down how the adventurer rankings actually worked. The player pool was massive, the competition was totally ruthless, and raw power alone wouldn't cut it. There was a hard cap on how high any rookie could place right out of the gate. But then the kid dropped a bombshell. Lo had absolutely smashed several other hidden categories, like hitting an insane 58th place in pure explosive top speed. To the elite evaluation board, that metric proved his terrifying true potential. Luke explained that the 2 guys Lo had just humbled were also dominating multiple niche leaderboards. Take VL Arcs, for example. He ranked high in sweeping operations, intelligence gathering, and even cooking. Meanwhile, Eddie Markman held top spots as a lethal sniper, a master scout, and wait for it, an expert in cultivating mushrooms. Stacking up ranks across different fields made locking down lucrative quests a total breeze. That's exactly why Luke urged Lo to diversify his portfolio. But the swordsman shut it down instantly. He wasn't out here hunting for basic quests. It clicked for Luke. He finally realized Lo's one and only obsession was to blitz into the top 10 so he could storm the legendary island of the gods. He connected the dots perfectly. Accessing that realm was the ultimate exclusive privilege, granted strictly to the 10 highest-ranked adventurers in the world. Lo agreed to spill his true motives after their 1-week trial, and Luke promised to drop his own massive secret in return, keeping the stakes dead even. Taking a deep breath, the kid admitted it was a crazy concept to dump on a complete rookie, but he was actively hunting down the twisted, dark underbelly of the entire ranking system. He questioned the origins of Lo's staggering power and swordsmanship, knowing full well you don't just master lethal skills like that overnight. Lo casually dropped the backstory, explaining that exactly 1 year ago, he apprenticed under a knight named Adol. Rook's jaw practically hit the floor. Adol wasn't just some guy. He was the undisputed #1 knight in the world. Lo nodded, adding that despite being his student, they had only trained together for a single 12-month stretch. Rook processed this massive bombshell. After all, the legendary Adol was notoriously famous for refusing to take on a single apprentice, constantly rejecting countless desperate requests. Everyone assumed the master would eventually pass his godly techniques down to the absolute best knight of the incoming generation. Thousands had hopelessly clawed their way up the leaderboards, just begging for his mentorship. Rook muttered that the entire knight community would totally lose their minds if they ever found out some rookie like Lo inherited Adol's lethal swordplay. Lo just shrugged, admitting he never actually bought into his master's constant bragging about being the strongest man alive. Rook firmly reminded him that holding the #1 spot literally meant you ruled the world. But right then, Lo dropped an even crazier revelation. He had actually bested Adol in a duel, and the legendary knight openly confessed that Lo was the first person to ever land a solid strike on him. Rook stared at him in pure disbelief, completely stunned by his deadpan delivery. She scrambled to double-check the database, since the name Tully had never once popped up on the leaderboards. She suspiciously asked if he was using a fake alias. Lo clarified that where he came from, people didn't really use last names. It was Adol who pushed him to adopt the surname Tully before marching into the Island of Gods. His master warned him the stakes were insanely high, but surviving meant critical answers would finally reveal themselves. The swordsman firmly stated it wasn't some cheap cover-up, but his true family title. Wrapping up her official appraisal duties, Rook finally pulled off her bulky hat. In that split second, Lo finally registered that his assessor was actually a woman. She instantly flared up, annoyed he was so completely oblivious, forcing him into a clumsy apology. Mollified, Rook casually invited him out for coffee, officially kicking off their massive journey together. With their brand new partnership locked in, they began hashing out a ruthless strategy to rocket Lo straight into the top 10 global rankings. To skyrocket up that ladder, he desperately needed solid achievements, while expanding territory and clearing uncharted zones were standard playbook moves. Rook strongly pushed him to dive headfirst into bounty missions. Tons of clients were desperately hunting for mercenaries to handle intense gathering and scouting operations. These specific bounties dropped the perfect loot for a rising rookie. He could snag these quests directly through the appraisal board or any local guild. To make things smoother, she flashed him a rank cell, a seriously overpowered little gadget. Rook dangled unlimited access to the device right in front of him if he officially hired her as his exclusive manager. Lo chewed on the tempting offer, before bluntly asking if there was a single, high-stakes mission that could power level his rank overnight. Rook tapped the screen, pulling up the board's most brutal suicidal quests, pointing out exactly how much they'd warped the leaderboards. Without even blinking, Lo slammed his finger down on the very first 6-skull bounty, a Tier 7 death zone requiring him to snatch a holy artifact from the Luciana Temple. His manager immediately snapped that at his current rookie status, he'd be absolute monster chow. She begged him to just trust her professional judgment. She wildly insisted the raid was pure suicide, guaranteeing he'd be a bloody stain on the floor long before seeing a rank up. But meeting her panicked gaze with dead serious eyes, our hero flatly stated he was going in anyway. His ultimate endgame, the legendary Island of Gods, was literally the deadliest zone on the planet. If he chickened out now, he'd never survive the real deal. Realizing Lo was hopelessly stubborn, Rook frantically searched for a way to talk him off the ledge. Right on cue, a sharp-dressed guy strolled into the room, smoothly asking if there was a problem. Rook's eyes lit up immediately, introducing the towering figure as Lothbrok. This guy wasn't just any mercenary. He was a pure powerhouse, sitting comfortably at rank 11 globally. Lo instantly sensed the monstrous aura radiating off him. Just like Adol warned, this dude was a prime elite. If he managed to just climb one single rank, he'd actually qualify to raid the dreaded Island of Gods. Spotting a golden opportunity, Rook desperately asked Lothbrok to beat some sense into her hard-headed rookie. A brutal duel was set. Moments later, they marched straight into the arena pit. The veteran brawler snatched up a random training weapon, scoffing at how ridiculously light it felt in his grip. Our boy confidently announced his name, but the heavyweight champion rudely cut him off. In the ruthless world of the top tiers, polite introductions mean absolute garbage. Smirking, Lo simply shot back that Rook had officially updated his rank. He pointed out that beyond her massive wealth of knowledge, she possessed a fierce dedication to dead-on accurate rankings. That kind of fiery passion was incredibly rare among the assessors, and since she personally requested this, he was fully prepared to go all out and teach the rookie a harsh lesson. Just by locking eyes with the guy, our hero could practically taste Loda's overwhelming power. He hesitated, sensing he'd get completely skewered by that spear from miles away. Luke figured this was the perfect opportunity for Loda to show the kid just how massive the world truly was. But the boy was already well aware, flashing back to his village, getting violently snatched away by the Island of the God. Rank 228, charged straight at rank 11. He swung his blade viciously, but Loda casually blocked it with his makeshift spear. Lu instantly unleashed a massive aura slash, yet his opponent effortlessly sidestepped the blast. Loda instantly noticed the kid funneling raw prana into his blade, blasting it out in a single explosive strike. He was also pumping that exact same energy into his hands and feet to drastically boost his speed. That was the legendary Sword Saint style, a heavily guarded technique passed down to one single heir, and he couldn't wrap his head around a mere child mastering it. Snapping out of his thoughts, Loda locked back into the brawl, just in the nick of time to catch the hero lunging from behind. Lu drove a brutal strike toward the adventurer's back, but Loda narrowly slipped away by thrusting his spear backward. Without breaking a sweat, Loda shifted into the offensive, realizing that Lu's prana pool actually dwarfed his own, despite being so incredibly young. Bathed in a blinding flash of energy, the rank 11 adventurer straight up demanded to know Lu's race. Lu was completely thrown off by the question. Loda pointed out that a prana glow like his wasn't something you just earned over time. He coldly added that if push came to shove, he would beat the kid's origins out of him by force. Seeing that the young man was also capable of casting enchantments, Loda slammed his spear into the dirt and started chanting. The furious rocky steed tears through the mountains. Breathless, the sun forces the tree to bloom, the raging waters violently crash together, and all peace shatters. Leaping into the air, he triggered the Wind Tribe's powerful enchantment, warning Lu that he was about to die, completely defenseless. A massive barrage of spirit spears homed in right on our hero. He desperately tried to guard himself, using his blade and prana, but his enemy flat out warned him that a basic blade could never deflect this kind of magic. Our boy barely managed to weave through most of the barrage, but took a few brutal phantom strikes straight to the gut. Suddenly, Adol's words echoed in his head, reminding him that his prana control was still incredibly raw, and that only through relentless practice would he master the true techniques. That's when the very first, most fundamental move clicked in his mind. The shimmering blade. Perfectly mirroring the #1 knight's stance, our hero unleashed a ridiculously fast, overwhelming shockwave of prana right at his enemy. Loda effortlessly spun his spear like a windmill, completely canceling out the blast. Spotting a tiny opening, the protagonist dashed in for a vicious low sweep. Moving so fast, he literally vanished from the naked eye. Even so, Loda gracefully dodged and instantly countered, hurling a massive energy spear that sent the kid rocketing backward. He openly admitted the kid's raw talent was mind-blowing, but pointed out the massive, undeniable gap in power between them. With a single sharp snap of his fingers, Loda conjured thousands of glowing magic spears, hovering menacingly right above the hero's head. He sternly warned Lu to never disrespect the adventurer rankings again, before dropping the devastating payload. Staring up at thousands of spears raining down on him, our boy finally realized he was totally outmatched. The hero lay crushed in defeat, as Loda Broard was officially declared the victor. Luke muttered that Lu should finally understand the massive difference in sheer strength. Loda turned and asked if she seriously believed in the kid up until the bitter end. She shrugged, admitting she kind of did, especially knowing he was personally trained by Adol. Loda confessed that the moment he witnessed that blindingly fast slash, he instantly recognized the signature Sword Saint style. He was totally baffled as to how that was even possible. The Sword Saint style is a ridiculously overpowering swordsmanship passed strictly to one successor, usually inherited by top-tier elite knights. The fact that some random adventurer like this kid was wielding it was absolutely mind-blowing. From any knight's perspective, it looked like the boy had straight up stolen a sacred treasure. That's exactly why Luke figured the kid really needed to lay low and avoid clashing with other knights from here on out. It would be the smartest play if he didn't want to end up getting violently wiped out. Although if he just stepped up and acted like a true knight, this whole mess would just magically disappear. Giving up was completely off the table. The real reason Luke bought into the idea that Leo had actually evolved past the Sword Saint's legendary techniques boiled down to one simple fact. He claimed he landed a clean strike, and she trusted his word. Now Lode brushed this off as utter nonsense, convinced there was zero chance a rookie at his current skill level could actually land a hit. But Luke Avon, with her own nagging suspicions, she refused to rule it out. She knew deep down that Leo simply did not have a deceitful bone in his body. The warrior firmly believed this had to be the missing puzzle piece. After all, setting aside his jaw-dropping combat style, The sheer wave of prana radiating off the kid was downright suffocating. Luke chimed in, pointing out that he also had ancient enchantments coursing through his veins, leaving Leo to realize that if he had actually unleashed them in battle, he could have effortlessly secured the victory. Right in the middle of their heavy discussion, a jagged memory, a gentle woman was softly humming a melody inside his childhood home, completely unaware until an elderly woman barged in, viciously screaming at him over a forbidden poem. The hag spat out that his pathetic situation was entirely his own fault. The gentle woman then turned and tearfully apologized to Leo. Just as the vision faded, his eyes snapped open. He found himself staring at an unfamiliar hospital ceiling, completely disoriented. Shaking off the ghosts of his hidden past, he noticed Luke sitting nearby. She gently explained that he had passed out in the evaluation department's infirmary, sleeping completely through the entire day. The doctor's official diagnosis: severe accumulated mental burnout, still struggling to piece the real world back together. Luke softly asked if he had been pushing his body past the breaking point during his brutal training sessions. Flashing back to the sheer hell he had endured, our protagonist let out a sigh and admitted she was dead right. Shifting gears, Luke leaned in with a dead serious expression. She had something critical to discuss, kicking things off by asking if he actually understood the true nature of enchantments. Our boy shook his head cluelessly, prompting her to dive straight into a fascinating breakdown. Enchantments aren't just magic. They are an incredibly rare, highly specialized method of manipulating prana. It's an innate gift that only a tiny handful of elite races can pull off naturally. Even though plenty of veteran adventurers from Oran had painstakingly mastered this art, our curious hero narrowed his eyes, wondering out loud if Lode fell into that exclusive category. Luke nodded in agreement, shedding light on the fact that Lode is a battle-hardened warrior from the ferocious Broard tribe. They are a hardcore, combat-obsessed race of apex hunters, lurking deep within the treacherous marshlands. Because their deadly techniques are passed down through spoken word in the form of rhythmic poems, the world eventually dubbed these abilities enchantments. On top of that, since the power is literally baked into their DNA, hearing the truth behind Lode's insane power completely blew the kid's mind. But then Luke dropped an absolute bombshell that eclipsed everything else. He too had these ancient enchantments lying dormant deep within his own body. She stared into his eyes and asked if he had any clue about the terrifying potential he was carrying. Taking a wild shot in the dark, the boy figured. It had to be a game-changing trump card, something explosive enough to secure him a massive edge as a ranked adventurer. Brimming with absolute confidence, Luke boldly declared that his raw potential was completely off the charts, easily enough to propel him straight to the top rank. And that raw power was the exact reason she had handpicked a tailor-made, high-stakes mission exclusively for him, loaded straight into his ranking device. The job: a perilous investigation plunging straight into the heart of the deadly Azabon forest. On paper, they called it a standard ecological survey, but this gig was light years away from simply tracking wild animals. The grim reality was that several unfortunate souls had recently vanished into thin air out there. Even worse, the seasoned adventurers who previously took on this exact same bounty had been completely wiped off the map, leaving absolutely zero trace behind. Luke laid out the chilling facts. At first, the dark woods were only swallowing up low-tier amateur adventurers, but things escalated to a terrifying new level when a seriously heavy hitter, an adventurer holding rank 800, suddenly went missing, like a ghost in the night. She leaned in closer, revealing that if Leo could hunt down whatever twisted mastermind was pulling the strings behind these kidnappings, he would instantly skyrocket an insane 200 spots up the global leaderboards in one massive. But make no mistake, the deadly risks involved were just as massive as the golden payoff. Without a single second of hesitation, Leo snatched up the deadly mission. Seeing his fire, Luke made it crystal clear she was only throwing him into this meat grinder because she firmly believed in his monstrous potential. With a few quick taps, she officially locked the mission into his rank tracker, but not before dropping a dead serious warning about the treacherous Azabon forest. The territory was fiercely guarded, crawling with highly protected species and strictly off-limits restricted zones. Luke reassured the kid that as long as she had his back, things would pan out fine, though he still needed to stay hyper-vigilant. Raising an eyebrow, the boy curiously asked what the penalty would be if he ended up breaking any of these strict rules. Luke didn't sugarcoat it. His hard-earned rank would absolutely plummet. She broke it down. explaining that trashing the local ecosystem or totally botching the mission would obliterate an adventurer's reputation. After all, the entire ranking system is fueled entirely by a person's street credibility. Our boy was absolutely buzzing with raw excitement. She knew right then this mission wasn't just another job. It was the explosive start to a brand new chapter in their epic journey. It was their golden ticket to skyrocket up the adventurer leaderboards. Hyping him up to take the plunge, she promised that together they'd be completely unstoppable. Without wasting a single second, the duo headed straight for the Azaban forest. But deep within those shadowy woods, a mysterious figure just brutally wiping his blade, he scoffed, muttering that the evaluation brass couldn't care less about pathetic weaklings like the guy he just crushed. Playing by the rules and climbing the ranks the boring way. Total garbage to him. Stepping out of the shadows, the rogue stalked toward a majestic horned Uniasur. This legendary beast possessed an incredibly rare horn. He smirked, knowing just one of those prizes would instantly catapult him. After all, raw muscle alone doesn't buy you a high rank in this twisted world. The whole system is completely rigged, feeding off the tears of the weak. This ruthless predator was none other than Rasa Cruel, the infamous seventh smuggler. He wasn't about to walk away from a hunting ground dripping with this much potential. His ultimate endgame, crystal clear, crashed the top 100 leaderboard. And his next unfortunate victim was Dalkin Iris, the guy currently sitting pretty at rank 672. Cut back to Lewis arriving at the gloomy forest entrance, where a heavily armored knight immediately scanned his credentials. The guard identified him as Adventurer number 2728. Cleared for entry, Lewis casually asked how many ranked fighters were actually out there. The sentry broke it down: roughly 30,000 names on the board, but only 20,000 still breathing and active. Glancing over his profile, Lucy couldn't hide her confusion. His insane stats just didn't line up with such a garbage rank. She broke down the reality of the system. Your adventurer title rarely reflects your actual raw power in other categories. For instance, a low-tier 4-digit rookie could easily dominate as a 3-digit master in a completely different skill set. Essentially, as your main rank skyrockets, everything else levels up too. This got Lewis thinking back to Krim, who was already flexing a massive 2-digit rank. That kind of power easily eclipsed the punks they faced during the exam. But for our boy, good wasn't enough. He craved absolute power. Getting insanely strong was the only thing burning in his mind right now. Snapping him back to reality, Lucy declared it was time to dive into the wild. They crossed the threshold into the Azaban forest, officially classed. Taking one look at the twisted trees, the heavy, suffocating aura. It was that gut-wrenching survival instinct only hardcore veterans ever unlock. A regular civilian would wander in completely blind to the death trap. That's exactly why these lethal zones get ranked. Lucy whispered that this specific forest was a brand new addition to the blacklist. The cause: a massive, out-of-control outbreak of demonic beasts, discovered just 2 months ago. The words barely left her mouth before a pack of grotesque, mutated freaks burst from the bushes, charging right at them. Smirking, Lucy stepped back and told him it was his job to play bodyguard. Not even blinking, our guy unleashed a devastating strike, tearing through the horrific pack like a hot knife through butter. Rocketing into the air, he grabbed a massive screeching bird right by its beak and violently slammed it into the dirt. Without missing a beat, he ripped out a howling storm slash. His brilliant green aura exploded outward, completely wiping the rest of the beasts off the map. In that badass moment, flashes of Adol, the legendary master of the storm arts, crossed his mind. Our boy had definitely absorbed a few killer moves from his training, but fully unlocking the entire arsenal was still out of his reach. But his blood was pumping, and he felt primed to finally unleash the second form. Out of nowhere, the ground shook as a terrifying blood orc, one of the most lethal nightmares in the realm, crashed right into their path. Grinning fiercely, Lewis realized this hulking monster was the absolute perfect punching bag to test run Adol's second technique. Channeling an absolutely suffocating wave of power through the half-lotus stance, he launched a vicious, glowing, X-shaped slash straight at the blood orc. The devastating hit connected perfectly, but did absolutely zero damage. The tanky beast just shrugged it off and wound up for a brutal counterattack. Eyes going wide, Lewis instantly noped out of there. Screaming his lungs out that his ultimate move totally flopped, he completely ditched Lucy. She just stood there, completely dumbfounded that her so-called bodyguard was running for the hills. Sprinting for dear life, with the monster hot on their heels, they suddenly hit a dead end at a massive sheer cliff. With zero time to think, Lewis just sent it, launching himself into the abyss. Snatching up Lucy like a football mid-air, they plummeted down the drop, miraculously touching down without a scratch. But Lucy, she was absolutely losing her mind. Hyperventilating, she chewed him out, screaming that he really needed to drop a warning. Shrugging it off, Lewis casually explained his psycho master had literally beaten that survival reflex into him. Catching their breath, the duo finally breached the dark heart of the forest. This was ground zero for their quest. Lucy revealed that ever since Azaban got slapped with the danger label, she had personally mapped out 80% of the deadly terrain. But that remaining 20%, the exact spot they were standing right now, it was a totally uncharted, swarming nightmare nest of monsters. Staring wide-eyed at the glowing mystical beasts and highly toxic, exotic plants, Lewis was totally blown away, admitting he had never seen anything this crazy in his life. In that awe-inspiring moment, the raw, unfiltered reality of being a true adventurer, it brought a warm, bittersweet smile to his face as he vividly remembered the grand dreams but the nostalgia was cut short. A shadow violently shifted in the brush, and in a flash of steel, Lewis ripped his blade from its sheath, ready to draw first blood. But Rook threw her arm out to stop him. The creature bleeding out in front of them was hurt. She racked her brain for a way to get closer, instantly recognizing the majestic beast. It was a royal horn, ranked number 4 on the list of the most critically endangered and legendary species. Seeing the majestic animal in such agony, Rook couldn't just walk away. She dusted off her emergency hunter first aid skills. As for Lo, still nursing his pride after the beast had totally wrecked him, Rook laid down the law. They were setting up camp right there for the day. As an official assessment agent, leaving it to die simply wasn't an option. She made it crystal clear that nursing a royal horn back to health was strictly for ecological research purposes. She quickly defended herself, telling Lo not to get the wrong idea and think she was picking the animal's side over his. They pitched their camp deep in the woods to catch their breath, but while Rook crashed hard Lo seized the moment to grind his aura blade skills. He unleashed the 2000 Lotus technique against a massive oak. The blast of energy shot off into the distance, but didn't even leave a scratch on the bark. Groaning in frustration, he collapsed in a sweaty heap. Total failure. He hadn't progressed an inch. If he kept moving at this snail's pace, the island of the gods would remain a pipe dream. He needed to level up. Now. Mr. Loud's cryptic advice about his enchantments echoed in his mind. Lo dropped into a deep meditation, desperate to crack the code, before totally passing out. Morning sunlight blasting his eyelids finally jolted him awake. Rook was already up and moving. The beast had spent the entire night thrashing around. Now pacing restlessly in the distance, the royal horn let out low, threatening growls. Thanks to Rook's expert care, its healing speed was absolutely insane. She explained that if it were a baby, it would imprint on them instantly. But this adult was terrified, because some scumbag had butchered it on purpose. As hard proof, she pointed straight at the beast's shattered horn, the messy cut screaming illegal poachers. She revealed the dark truth that horn was basically a legendary cure-all. That's exactly why greedy hunters hunted them to the brink of extinction, pushing them onto the ultra-rare species list. Despite the strict hunting ban, the insane demand kept the black market booming. Poachers moved in the shadows, slinging the horn for crazy cash like it was ground-up unicorn bone. Suddenly the royal horn lunged right at Rook, but our boy Lo stepped up instantly, parrying the deadly horn with a massive clang of his blade. Spooked by the clash, the massive creature bolted into the brush. Rook instantly chased after it, her heart pounding since its wounds were still fresh. She threw over her shoulder that absolutely zero sightings of a royal horn had ever been recorded anywhere near the deadly Azaban forest. Tracking its migration pattern was pure gold for her research. Lo didn't hesitate. He was going after it too. Bagging an exotic monster like this would instantly skyrocket the entire zone's danger rating. Rook ordered him to stick to the shadows and track it silently. The lightning-fast beast vanished into the thicket, but Lo locked onto its trail. He was dodging through the dense trees when a sudden ambush forced him to slam the brakes. A shady figure stepped out of the bushes, smirking that today was a hunter's lucky day. Lo didn't flinch. He swung back, steel grinding against steel. Our hero ripped out a nasty aura wave that shaved within an inch of the ambusher's neck. Seeing the terrifying glow of that energy, the guy completely froze, throwing his hands up in surrender. Wait a minute. Lo recognized that arrogant voice, and then spotted a tiny kid perched on a branch, aiming an arrow right at him. It suddenly clicked. It was Ed and Howl, the very same guys he had completely humiliated back at the Academy duel. Flashing back to just yesterday, Lo was at the guild officially, locking in his adventurer registration. Purely by chance, Ed was loitering in the same hall, hunting for a quest, and the two bitter rivals crossed paths. The air turned incredibly thick as they glared daggers, playing a tense game of chicken. Finally, Ed snapped first, demanding to know if Lo had dug up any dirt on the mystery swordsman who had crushed them. Lo played it cool, dropping a vague maybe without giving away his secret. But he did let slip one mind-blowing detail. That absolute monster of a swordsman was entirely unranked. Ed looked sick to his stomach. He was a recognized archery prodigy, getting wiped out that badly by some nameless, unranked rookie had completely shattered his massive ego. Meanwhile, Captain Howl was getting hyped up by his loyal mercenary crew. He bragged about officially tossing his name into the adventurer rankings, and the whole tavern erupted in cheers. His boys swore up and down that he must have totally mopped the floor with the competition. But when Howl gritted his teeth and confessed he actually lost, his crew straight up laughed in his face. They were convinced he was just going easy on the kids. There was simply no way a hardcore 3-digit ranked mercenary would ever bow to some scrub. Boiling over with pure rage, Olaf slammed his massive fist down, splintering the wooden table in half. He was losing his mind over that arrogant rookie, who completely ignored his existence. That punk had brushed him off like trash, treating a veteran fighter like a mere stepping stone. Roaring at his crew, he vowed to triple their hellish training starting tomorrow morning, leaving everyone absolutely horrified. Meanwhile, one of the girls just sighed, already bored and begging for a new quest. But Owl wasn't satisfied. The world was massive, and he promised he and Ed would dive into some hardcore training soon. Owl confessed that Leo had seriously bruised his ego. He never really cared about climbing the adventurer leaderboards before, but there was no way he'd let anyone look down on him. They already held top-tier status elsewhere, making this whole ordeal a massive slap in the face. They checked out their current standings. Ed sat at rank 680, while Owl claimed 631. But then their jaws dropped. Leo, the absolute beast, who had just wiped the floor with them, was ranked 4,788. The guy was dragging nearly 4,000 spots behind them, surpassing him. Yeah, they figured that would be an absolute walk in the park. Fueled by that shared rivalry, the duo teamed up and snagged a joint quest. Their destination? The Azaban Fort, a brutal territory recently flagged as a red zone. It was the ultimate grinding spot to rack up experience. That's exactly why they marched in, only to stumble right into Leo deeper in the woods. But Leo completely blew them off, tossing a quick, "We'll talk later," as he bolted past them, slamming his blade back into its scabbard. He shouted back that the royal horn was badly wounded. It clicked instantly for Ed, and Owl he was trying to save the ambushed beast. They sprinted after him, matching his blistering pace, step for step through the thicket. The archer barked out tactical advice, explaining that to navigate this dense jungle, they needed to exploit the jagged terrain, using boulders as launch pads to build momentum, catching on to the slick parkour. Our hero mirrored the movement perfectly, kicking his speed into overdrive. Then, out of nowhere, they spotted a terrifying new predator that already had the royal horn trapped, suffocating the poor creature in a massive fleshy tongue. Without skipping a beat, the trio drew their weapons to rescue it. Leo launched himself forward, delivering a razor-sharp slash across the monster's tongue, drawing immediate blood. Blocked from going in for a follow-up combo, he anchored his feet and braced for a ranged assault. But Leo scrapped the idea the royal horn would get caught in the crossfire. Instead, he commanded Ed to carve out an opening, screaming at him to snipe the beast's eyes. Never breaking his stride, Ed locked on and let 2 arrows fly dead, centering both of the monster's eyes. The creature shrieked in absolute agony. Leo immediately ordered Owl to cripple its legs. Meanwhile, our hero slid into a low stance, channeling his raw energy. He wound up for a devastating strike, unleashing a massive prana-infused shockwave right off his blade. Just as the strike flew, all sliced clean through a towering tree trunk. The colossal timber crashed down hard onto the massive purple beast, dealing the fatal blow, and finally freeing the captive royal horn. Once the dust settled, the mercenary captain smirked, mentioning he was just naturally wired to bark orders, a comment that seriously pissed Ed off. But annoyance aside, they had to admit Leo's blade work was next level, though still not quite enough to crack the top 10. Just slaughtering monsters wouldn't magically skyrocket his rank. Leo needed to master a broader skill set if he wanted to stand out. Sometime later, Luce rushed onto the scene profusely apologizing, desperately asking what the hell had just gone down. She confessed that she had actually mistaken them for poachers, but thankfully, that massive mix-up was cleared up fast. Luce let out a huge sigh of relief that Leo had used his words to de-escalate things, instead of just swinging his sword, flashing a teasing grin that she might just have to tank their adventurer scores. But she quickly waved it off as a prank. Her tone shifted, warning them that if they ever pulled their punches again, she'd demote them for real. Suitably intimidated, the boys swore they'd watch their step. Ed then questioned why Leo even bothered dragging an appraiser along. Our hero casually replied it was basically a fast track to leveling up. Owl completely scoffed at the idea. To him, having a babysitter breathing down your neck 24/7 sounded like a nightmare. It just meant piling a mountain of extra chores onto Leo, from doing their dirty work to putting his neck on the line daily. Owl laid it out bluntly. Leo was just a pawn being used to serve someone else's greedy agenda. Frowning, Leo asked what an appraiser could possibly gain from pushing him to grind so insanely hard. Owl didn't hesitate, revealing that piggybacking on adventurers was the only way they literally farmed their own ranks by updating leaderboards. Sponsoring a prodigy who shot up the charts was basically a free ride for these appraisers to get a cushy executive title. He warned Leo to watch his back, insisting Luce was just using him as a stepping stone. Leo hesitated, feeling a sudden wave of doubt. Would she really manipulate him like that? Deep down, he just couldn't see her being that totally cold-blooded. Right then, Luce wraps up her scouting and gives the all clear, cutting their chatter short. But out of nowhere, the massive royal horn beast trots over and nuzzles right up against her. It's acting like a giant puppy, completely ignoring any sense of personal space. Ed and Howl aren't buying the cute act, muttering about what an ungrateful mutt the creature really is. Luce defends the beast, pointing out that their intense glaring is totally freaking it out. She whispers that Leo radiates this terrifying, heavy vibe, even when he's just standing there. Brushing it off, Luce pivots the conversation, bringing up the massive headache that defeated Magic Beast left behind. She drops a bombshell: they should never have crossed paths with that apex predator. Its natural hunting grounds are way up in the freezing tundras, and there's absolutely zero record of it living anywhere near the Azabane forest. That unsettled hauled themselves all the way out here to scout the area. Tilting her head, Luce asks what brings Ed and Howl out to the wild, and Howl casually explains that their own guild slapped them with the exact same tracking gig. Luce blinks, totally taken aback. She never figured this lethal zone would be a playground for a hardcore mercenary and a sniper archer. Then it hits her own presence must have lit a fire under them, pushing them to snatch up this deadly quest just to climb the ranks. Wanting to lift the heavy mood, she beams and drops some massive news right into Leo's lap. She's been holding on to something huge for him. His official speed ranking just got a major overhaul. His blade work was so insanely fast during the last brawl that she personally submitted his combat logs to the guild. Thanks to those blinding strikes, Leo skyrocketed straight to 26th place on the Master Speed tier. That list stacks up against the absolute best of the best. He humbly admits that his footwork is practically invisible to the untrained eye. He plays it down, shrugging off the praise, claiming his body just moved on pure, raw instinct. Staring at his own hands, he turns to Luce and asks how she manages to be so ridiculously awesome. She puffs out her chest, playfully bragging about carrying him to the top. But then Leo's expression hardens as he turns to face Ed and Howl, getting uncomfortably real, which immediately rubs Howl the wrong way. The young Blade Master drops his guard and makes a raw confession. He bluntly admits that without a hilt in his hand, he's practically useless. His entire existence has been carved out by the blade, leaving him blind to everything else. He explains that back in the chaos of battle, Ed literally dragged him from the jaws of death, because Leo had zero clue how to sync up with a squad. Hearing this, Howl steps up explaining that barking orders is just carved into his DNA. After years of running a cutthroat mercenary crew, churn out tactical strategies to keep his boys breathing. He breaks down the grim reality locking down formations, reading the terrain, holding the line, and knowing exactly when to deliver the kill shot are what separates the living from the dead. Smirking Howl asks if the sword freak actually wants to learn. After all, with blade skills that lethal, maybe he doesn't need a lecture from a brute. But Leo isn't backing down, practically begging them to pour out every ounce of their battlefield wisdom. If he wants to survive the horrors ahead, swinging a sword isn't enough. Reluctantly, the veterans agree to show him the ropes of jungle warfare, drilling into him that true survival means weaponizing all 5 senses. Watching Leo, Luce can't hide her glowing pride, thrilled to watch him grow. But beneath that warm moment, a dark dread gnaws at her, the lingering stench of illegal poachers prowling around, mixed with the chilling howl of a demonic beast. Every instinct screams that the Azabane forest is hiding something rotten, and she's terrified they just walked into a meat grinder. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadow, tracking the escaped monster lock their sights right on Leo's squad. A wicked grin stretches across Iris's face as she mutters how fresh their organs will fetch. An absolute fortune on the black market, even if these kids look weak. Watching them like prey, she sneers that any idiot, dumb enough to wander into a monster's den, deserves to be ripped to bloody shreds. Back at the camp, Ed kicks off the crash course, warning that syncing up your senses is a brutal mental grind. He explains that juggling your sight, picking up faint whispers, tracking scents, and even tasting the metallic tension in the air during combat takes grueling practice. But this thick, overgrown jungle is the ultimate training ground. The rich stink of rotting moss and wild beasts overloads the senses completely. Howl scoffs, totally lost on the concept, so Ed fires back a smug jab, joking that a meathead mercenary only knows the smell of fresh blood. To back up his talk, Ed casually drops that he can pinpoint every single breathing creature in a 1-mile radius, all while keeping his prana flow practically invisible. Prana is that electric fluid energy running through their veins, letting them laser focus their awareness. Pushing it into a specific sense turns you into a human radar, channels every drop of his prana outwards, trying to map the terrain. But suddenly, boom, a terrifying shockwave of pure energy explodes from his body, leaving the veterans utterly speechless. That violent surge of power floods the forest, hypercharging all 5 of his senses to godlike levels. The canopy, the wind, the hidden, breathing, he feels it all. And directly in his mental crosshairs, a rogue poacher hiding nearby. Leo's hands to spill blood, barking at Luce that they've got hostile company. But the very second he yells that an enemy is closing in, a bone-crushing impact slams into him out of nowhere. The force is so absolutely devastating, it launches Leo through the air like a rag doll, smashing straight through solid tree trunks before he finally craters into the dirt, knocked out completely cold. The poacher steps out of the shadows, groaning about the massive trail of prana leaking everywhere. Absolutely pathetic, he scoffs, disgusted by. He sneers that their reckless, untamed energy made tracking them an absolute. The mercenary and the archer instantly draw their weapons, locking into combat stances. But Luke throws out an arm, halting them in their tracks. He recognizes this guy. It's Dalkin Iris, rank 672 on the official adventure. Facing a triple-digit ranker means almost certain death. Luke swallows hard, admitting he knows all about Dalkin's dark past. The guy is infamous. He was practically clawing his way in until a brutal crime shattered his reputation and tanked his score. Suddenly, Rosso slithers into view. The shady merchant claps, mocking Dalkin's terrifying speed. Dalkin glances at the appraiser, clueless about who she is, but her eyes widen. She instantly pegs Rosso as the underground black market dealer, sitting right at rank 776. Dalkin raises an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by her sharp intel. Keeping tabs on the underworld ladder takes serious guts. He smirks, explaining how the villain boards strictly rank the absolute worst scum by the sheer brutality of their crimes. He casually lists off the assassin and thief brackets, chuckling that the top dogs are usually just hyped up on hardcore narcotics. He points out that the underworld tier list is just a massive, unofficial fan-made system. After all, in this twisted world, not every leaderboard gets a shiny government stamp. High-quality player charts are so valuable that paranoid governments will literally buy them up in secret, assuming they pass basic ethics checks. Others are just obsessively updated by hardcore fans. But then, his greedy eyes lock onto his true prize. The royal horn Luke violently shoves himself between Dalkin and the sacred beast. Why the hell is a high ranker slumming it with a filthy rat like Rosso? He roars. Cold hard cash. Dalkin shrugs, not even blinking. Luke is completely floored. A powerhouse of Dalkin's caliber could easily swim in clean money, but Dalkin flashes a wicked grin. Cash is just a bonus. He has two specific reasons for running with the black market. First, to offload some extremely shady merchandise. Second, to buy some rare, illegal goods. He shoots a mocking glare at the appraiser. Did you know you can literally bribe your way up the leaderboards? That dirty implication makes Luke's blood boil. Dalkin just laughs at his fury. Utterly enraged, Luke grips his heavy blade and lunges for the kill. Clash. The poacher casually catches the lethal strike. With just 2 fingers, Eddie instantly fires a whistling arrow, screaming that they are the forest patrol. Scum like you don't get to walk out of here alive, the archer snaps. Seeing these pests won't back down, Dalkin loses his temper. A terrifying toxic purple prana erupts from his body, twisting and bulging his muscles with absolute, overwhelming, monstrous power. He pulls back a mountain-crushing fist, aiming right for the mercenary's skull. Luke freezes, completely paralyzed by the looming shadow of death. Bam! Out of nowhere, Loa crashes into the battlefield, radiating a blinding aura of energy. Our hero slams his glowing blade straight into the poacher's fist, stopping the deadly haymaker dead in its tracks. They lock a furious gaze, silently sizing each other up, but Loa's aura is on a completely different level, violently swallowing up Dalkin's purple energy. The air screams as their magical shockwaves violently collide. Channeling his raw power, Loa viciously shoves his opponent back, forcing the giant to stagger away. Luke frantically asks if the kid is all right. "I'm good," Loa shouts back, demanding to know if this giant freak is the poacher. The appraiser frantically nods, screaming that he's after the royal horn. Hearing that, Loa unleashes a roaring hurricane skill. A massive tornado of emerald prana tears across the dirt, blasting straight into the villain. Dalkin crosses his massive arms, wrapping himself in a thick purple shield to tank the hit. He smirks, genuinely amazed that some random punk can wield prana. That is insanely rare. Meanwhile, Loa grits his teeth. His brutal magic storm barely even scratched this absolute tank of a man. A chilling warning from Aldo echoes in his mind. Never underestimate a prana user. Aldo always said Loa was a total anomaly. Usually a warrior has to reach absolute peak mastery in a specific discipline, like swordsmanship or archery, dedicating their entire life to it before awakening this dormant spiritual power. Loa remembers the old man's exact words. Prana isn't just magic, kid. It's an absolute flesh-tearing obsession. So if this giant can wield it, he must be a terrifying grand master at something. A quick flashback hits Loa. He remembers dragging himself up a brutal, freezing mountain alongside Doug, his muscles screaming in pure agony. But that memory fires him up. He grips his sword, completely ready to brawl. Suddenly, Luke screams a terrifying warning. Dalkin Iris ranks 12th worldwide in underground boxing, 40th in beast taming, 19th in crushing grip strength, and an absolute monster at rank 7 in raw Olympic powerlifting. Recognizing his world-class power, she screams at him to stay back and keep the fight strictly long range. Pissed off that his stats just got leaked, Dalkin Iris sneers, vowing to crush the girl first. He casually rests a hand against a massive tree, and without even breaking a sweat, rips it straight out of the earth. Pulsing with pure prana, he hoists the colossal trunk with just one arm. He winds up and hurls the entire damn tree right at Luke. But Lethuli doesn't hesitate. He dashes in to save her, cleaving the massive timber clean in half with a blade, blazing with an overwhelming aura. Luke's heart drops, realizing that putting up such an insane defense is draining his energy dry. Watching from the sidelines, the old man Rosso squints. He notices something incredibly bizarre about the boy's prana. Greed flashing in his eyes, he barks at Dalkaniris to capture the kid alive, claiming he's a walking gold mine. Dalkaniris smirks, firing back that he'll bag the brat if he even survives the brawl. Right on cue, Eddie snipes 2 deadly arrows straight at the bruiser, but the rogue hunter barely flinches. He swats the projectiles away like bugs, using a single prana-coated arm, mocking them for being so pathetically weak that he doesn't even need to hold back. In a split second, Captain Howl slams a bomb onto the dirt. It detonates instantly, erupting into a massive, choking cloud of smoke that completely blindsides the enemy. Unfazed, the villain taunts them to stop playing hide-and-seek, winding up for a devastating punch. He smashes his fist right into the earth. A terrifying shockwave violently rips through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. As the dust finally clears, Dalkaneris realizes he's been played. The entire crew vanished while he was charging up. Rosso snaps at him furiously, warning that his reckless stunt was basically a death wish capable of wiping out Dalkaneris himself. Meanwhile, miles away, the crew had completely milked that smokescreen to sneak off with the royal wolf. They knew damn well that trading blows with that monster was pure suicide. Running for their lives was literally their only play. That absolute beast of a man was horrifyingly strong, sitting pretty in the top 600 adventurers globally, a harsh reality that shook our protagonists to the core. In the middle of their frantic escape, the royal wolf wriggles right out of his grip, driving him absolutely crazy. Catching their breath later, Luke sighs, guessing they've bought enough distance to be safe for now. But she adds, bitterly, their workload just skyrocketed. She lays it out straight that sick bastard Rosso is a walking hazard and needs to be locked up immediately. Hearing this, it finally clicks for our hero. The bearded geezer is actually Rosso. He turns to Luke, pressing her on why she's so dead set on hunting him down. Her eyes darken as she admits it's a deeply personal vendetta, totally throwing Howl and Eddie off guard. They have zero clue what her baggage is, but they seriously need to figure out their next move right now. Taking a deep breath, Luke apologizes to Lothuli for losing her cool. She quickly grounds the team, reminding everyone that their actual, official job is to patrol the Azaban forest, meaning they've got no choice but to keep stalking those two psycho hunters from the shadows. Wearing her official agent badge, she shuts down any reckless ideas. A head-on clash is a guaranteed death sentence for all of them. Captain Howl completely backs her up, voting to strictly play the surveillance game. He figures if they can just dig up enough dirt to expose the duo's crimes, they can just dump the intel on the higher-ups and let the department clean up the mess. Luke is still sweating bullets over this risky play, but Howl and Eddie are utterly fired up, sitting pathetically around the 6,000th rank among adventurers. They're desperate to use this high-stakes mission as a golden ticket to level up. They plan to fully flex their top-tier stealth and tracking abilities to tail these monsters completely unseen. They run the math, since this forest is literally the 48th most deadly hellscape on the danger rankings. Pulling this off could violently catapult them at least 1,000 spots up the ladder, assuming their intel is bulletproof. Sensing a major red flag, Luke aggressively begs them not to pull any stupid suicidal stunt. But Captain Howl flashes a confident smirk, instantly cooling her nerves. He swears on his life they won't throw a single punch. With nobody eager to die today, the squad decides to split up. Luke and Lothuli are on escort duty, tasked with smuggling the royal wolf to a secure safe house, since having a wild beast tagging along in a fight is just asking for disaster. Their biggest nightmare is that Dalkaneris is actively hunting the wolf cubs, making a bloody ambush highly likely. On top of that, our hero refuses to let the majestic royal wolf get dragged any deeper into this messy bloodbath, especially after Luke pointed out the sheer paralyzing terror in its eyes earlier, all thanks to that monster. The game plan is simple: stash the wolf, then immediately regroup under a massive landmark tree. To stay alive, they'll be running a strict overnight watch rotation. No sleeping on the job. Anticipating the brutal road ahead, Eddie kept drilling the squad before they packed up to leave. He demonstrated exactly how the massive ostrich should maneuver. Knowing that slippery bastard Dalkanis might vanish if they dragged their feet, our guy urged the rest of the crew to push ahead without him. But he desperately needed an edge. Even with the clock ticking down, he begged Eddie to squeeze in one last crash course on combat tactics. Following a lightning-fast sparring round with the sharpshooter Old, since the warrior's sword was completely shattered, he had to settle for a dagger. Stepping up, our hero tossed him his own hunting blade, to pay the toll for the mercenary's hardcore lesson. Right before parting ways, the vet dropped one final tip: run mental simulations before crashing out, every single night, to boost his survival odds. He visualized every strike day, in and day out. Meanwhile, Lucy and Uhl poured all their energy into getting the royal horn to a safe haven, all while diving right back into their intense ecological field study. Even though the looming shadow of Dalcanis still hung heavy over their heads, they had to finish the mission, sharing a quiet look of mutual respect. Our guy voiced his absolute faith in the duo. He knew damn well that Eddie and Uhl were going to crush their objective. Admitting they entirely outclassed him in raw skill, Lucy just nodded in agreement. She openly praised their terrifying combat prowess, knowing they were solid allies you could absolutely bet your life on. Suddenly a light bulb went off. Why not track down the royal horn's actual den? As they studied the beast, he couldn't help but wonder where the heck it even came from. Were there a whole pack of them lurking out there? If they found a secure nest, they could stash the infant beast out of harm's way. Lucy totally backed the plan. She figured the easiest shortcut was just to straight up ask the creature itself. Gliding over, she gently rested her palm against the majestic beast's snout and softly whispered, asking where its home was. In a flash, the royal horn bolted down a bizarre, twisting forest trail, with the duo hot on its heels. They blindly trusted its primal instincts. Despite its intimidating size, it was highly intelligent, really just a terrified lost kid, desperately trying to find its way back home. Tearing through the brush, they nearly collided with another bizarre, undocumented monster. Lucy didn't miss a beat, furiously logging every single detail of the local wildlife, spotting a freaky, emerald green ape closely followed by some wildly mutated moose. Her pencil just flew across the pages, sketching out every bizarre anomaly they passed. Eventually, exhaustion kicked in, and they set up a crackling campfire to finally catch their breath. Our guy sat deep in meditation, feeling the raw surge of prana coursing through his veins, until Lucy suddenly called his name, completely shattering his deep focus. He brushed it off, explaining he was just mentally running through Eddie's combat drills. Meanwhile, the wide-awake appraiser was ruthlessly critiquing his field notes, bluntly stating his sketches looked like absolute garbage and needed serious work. She didn't pull any punches, demanding he cut the useless fluff and keep his monster profiles razor-sharp and dead objective. Staring at her burning, undeniable drive, our hero finally popped the big question. Why was she so insanely obsessed with hunting down Rosso Cruel? Was catching that psycho really a do-or-die? With a heavy gaze, she confessed that backing down just wasn't an option. She had to see this dark path to the bitter end. Feeling the immense weight of her words, he swore to have her back. It all suddenly clicked. Her endless sleepless nights weren't just dedication. It was crippling anxiety. He knew damn well that if she ever stopped moving, the crushing trauma she kept bottled up would violently tear her apart from the inside. It was a suffocating darkness he knew all too well himself. Lucy was completely caught off guard by how casually he read her pain. Then it hit her like a truck. He was grinding through those grueling midnight training sessions just to outrun his own personal demons. She poured out her gratitude for his daily support, even though he was still flying completely blind about her ultimate endgame. Sensing he could actually be the shield this stubborn appraiser needed, he locked in, hanging on to every single word. As Lucy finally decided to rip off, Lucy broke it down, standard adventurer rankings, showcased the elite placing the absolute best at the very top of the food chain. On those glamorous leaderboards, everyone chasing prestige and desperately trying to prove their worth. But then her tone dropped. She revealed the existence of the exact opposite, a twisted underground ladder, one that ranks the absolute scum of the earth from the bottom up. Essentially a master hit list of the most depraved criminals alive, and that pitch-black underbelly of the ranking system. That was her nightmare started exactly 5 years ago. Lucy had a fiercely loyal best friend named Miriella, a sweet girl who had been completely blind since birth. She had never laid eyes on the outside world. And maybe that innocence was exactly why she never once mocked Lucy's impossible dreams. Miriella constantly hyped her up, calling her amazing, and relentlessly pushing her to follow her destiny, to become a master appraiser. Luce would always declare her ultimate dream with absolute certainty, becoming the #1 evaluator in the world. She aimed to shatter the all-time ranking records. To her, there was zero greater honor than documenting the absolute legends of history. Everyone else brushed her off, insisting she'd never make it. But Miriella, she was the only person who truly believed in that dream. One afternoon, Miriella smiled and told her the school had simply gotten way. She revealed her dad had scored an invitation for a VIP cruise aboard a massive ship called the Good Solution. Luce practically exploded with excitement. This wasn't just any boat. It was a jaw-dropping, brand-new luxury liner, Muriella explained her dad snagged the invite through a wealthy relative. That was the extent of the details, but she figured sightseeing wouldn't exactly be a thrill, considering she was. But Luce instantly shot that down. She flat out refused to set foot on that deck unless her best friend came along. She promised to be Muriella's eyes for the entire trip. Touched by the gesture, the blind girl agreed to ask her dad. After a quick family chat, Muriella's mom gave up her own pass, allowing Luce to proudly board the Good Solution. Luce had always been a total outcast at school because of her wild ambitions, making Muriella her one and only true friend. The feeling was entirely mutual. In fact, Muriella's family couldn't have been more grateful for Luce's fierce loyalty. But exactly 2 days into the voyage, sheer disaster struck. A catastrophic engine failure ran the massive liner aground, and it started sinking rapidly. The brutal impact smashed more than half the lifeboats into splinters. Evacuating every single passenger would take at least 3 agonizingly long trips. With panic heavily setting in, the captain herded everyone onto the main deck. Left with 0 options, he pulled out a thick ledger to seal their fates. This single book would dictate exactly who got a seat on those surviving boats. Standing before his grim-faced crew, he began rattling off the first survival list. He ordered passengers to step forward the second their names echoed across the deck. Luce squeezed Muriella's hand super tight, keeping her protective promise. Suddenly the captain barked out Luce's name. A few more names followed, and just like that, the young girl froze in pure horror. She had been chosen to live, but Muriella was. Her blind best friend gently slipped her hand away, begging her to go. She insisted there was absolutely no time to argue, warning that delaying might kill them both. Muriella offered a brave smile, vowing she still believed Luce would become a legendary evaluator, and begged her to hold on to that. Heartbroken, Luce finally caved and boarded the small rescue vessel. The instant she hit dry land, she frantically hopped on a boat heading straight back to the sinking wreck. But by the time she clawed her way back, Muriella was completely gone. During that third and final rescue run, time had simply run out. Luce watched in sheer agony as the colossal ship exploded into a ball of fire, dropping to her knees in total devastation. Nearby, 2 shady crew members were whispering. They bragged about successfully evacuating the VIPs, casually mentioning that anyone dumped in the worst was deliberately left to die last. Hearing this, Luce completely snapped, furiously demanding to know what the hell that twisted ranking was. Catching their panicked looks over the leaked secret, she threatened to scream their filthy secrets to every single survivor on that beach. Terrified, the 2 crewmen finally cracked. They begged her to keep it hidden from the captain. Then they revealed the sickening truth. This hidden roster literally ranked human beings, based entirely on their so-called weakest traits. It brutally categorized anyone struggling socially, financially, physically, or mentally. Disgusted, Luce demanded to know how they could possibly. Our protagonist was absolutely floored by the horrifying realization this morbid list was designed specifically to decide who got thrown to the wolves. The second things went south. Corrupt captains, hospital directors, and slimy politicians playing God to dictate whose life actually mattered the most. From that bloody day forward, Luce made it her ultimate mission to wipe the worst ranking off the face of the earth. She would never, ever forgive the rotten system that murdered her best friend in cold blood. To her, any system engineered to toss innocent people into absolute despair simply had no right to exist. Fully grasping her intense, burning drive, our hero asked how the villain Luce confidently explained her master plan, weaponizing one piece of trash to completely obliterate another. Since the worst ranking operated entirely in the shadows, it mirrored Rasa Krul's own off-the-books criminal syndicate perfectly. By hunting him down and beating the truth out of him regarding his shadow rankings, they would inch dangerously close to the masterminds pulling the strings. That was exactly why she needed to crush Rasa Krul, no matter the cost. Curious, our main character asked if she had any solid leads on the real mastermind. Luce pointed out that with so many filthy rich elites and dirty politicians involved, she strongly suspected a massive shadow organization, likely an underground branch tied straight to the But for now, it was just a gut feeling. Looking into her eyes, he could finally see the crushing, agonizing weight she had been carrying all this time. Enduring that pain alone must have been pure agony, yet she absolutely refused to throw in the towel. When he called her incredible, a soft blush instantly painted her cheeks. Tears welled up in Lucy's eyes. Unwilling to weep by herself, She practically begged him to share his own backstory. Our boy agreed, though he swore he wouldn't shed a single tear. Bathed in the warm glow of the campfire, he spilled the dark secrets of his past. Fast forward to daybreak, and Lucy Meldia was still bawling her eyes out. She could barely wrap her head around the sheer hell Luthuni had survived. Suddenly, his desperate rush to reach the island of the gods and rescue his people made perfect sense. But Luthuni calmly reminded her that rushing in blindly wouldn't magically guarantee a victory. With their bond forged tighter than ever, he looked her dead in the eye and swore, officially crowning her as his personal, exclusive appraiser. Choking back sobs, she eagerly accepted, swearing up and down that he'd never regret this choice. A firm handshake locked the deal in stone. Hitting the trail once more, the duo began scouting for a safe route back home. Out of nowhere, our hero asked Lucy about the natural habitat of the royal horns. She broke it down, explaining that these majestic beasts mostly kicked back, deep inside rugged, heavily fortified caves. Suddenly their royal horn guide flipped out, spiraling into a total panic before darting off into the brush. Being so close to the finish line, they couldn't afford to lose their furry compass, and immediately bolted after it. The frantic sprint slammed them right into a massive, towering boulder. Lucy's sharp eyes instantly caught the deception. That wasn't just some random chunk of stone. It was a moss mimic, an incredibly rare monstrosity that supposedly didn't even exist in the Azabane forest. The hulking beast was already dead, and suddenly the pieces clicked together. While your garden variety mimic baits greedy humans with shiny loot, the moss mimic actually uses living monsters as its bait. It hoards ultra-rare creatures specifically to lure in arrogant poachers, forging a twisted symbiotic trap just to feast on their flesh. Dubbed a literal walking museum, this giant hauled around a massive collection of beasts. Their royal horn must have been trapped inside its rocky shell all along. Whenever a moss mimic hunts, it unleashes its captive beasts to swarm the prey. But this time around, looks like the big guy completely backfired and became the victim of its own deadly game. Lucy quickly deduced that the fearsome Dalcaneris was the one who butchered it, officially wrapping up their little ecological field study. The mimic's violent death totally explained why so many random monsters were suddenly swarming the forest. Its gruesome end popped the lock on its living cage, releasing all those captured creatures and throwing the local ecosystem into absolute chaos. As far as Lucy was concerned, she had plenty of juicy data for her report. Our hero stared at the grisly slaughterhouse in sheer disgust, assuming ruthless poachers caused those brutal wounds. But Lucy corrected him. The bite marks were definitely post-mortem. The giant rock monster had been utterly devoured by scavengers. Since the moss mimic actually formed strangely deep bonds with its captive pets, she theorized that the true killer had to be a vicious predator native to this very forest. Suddenly, the tiny royal horn trotted up to the massive, hollowed-out corpse and began affectionately nuzzling it. A wave of pure empathy washed over our hero. This poor little guy had just lost its home. Having walked through hell himself, Luthuni knew exactly how it felt. That agonizing, soul-crushing feeling of having your heart ripped straight out of your chest. As if understanding his unspoken sympathy, thick tears pooled in the creature's big eyes. Then, a bone-chilling roar ripped through the air, forcing them to whip around. Towering before them was another blood orc, the exact same breed of nightmare Lucy had nearly died facing before. The hulking brute instantly charged, shaking the very earth beneath its massive stomps. But our boy didn't even flinch. Moving like lightning, he scooped up Lucy and the furry critter, tossing them out of the danger zone. Luthuni stood his ground, locking eyes with the beast, acting as a human shield, while the grotesque blood orc dug its fangs straight into the mimic's rotting remains. That nailed their theory completely. This apex predator of the woods was the one snacking on the giant museum monster. Fueled by sheer rage, the tiny royal horn launched itself at the giant orc, leaping through the air to deliver a desperate headbutt. But the monster merely swatted the poor thing away like a pesky fly. Battered, bruised, and gasping for breath, the tiny beast refused to back down, glaring daggers at its massive attacker. Seeing that raw courage, Luthuni slowly unsheathed his blade, leveling the cold steel right at the blood orc's throat. "I'll handle this," he declared, his voice dripping with icy resolve. It was finally time to test out a combat technique that had completely failed him in the past. Even though Master Eddie was far from a legendary swordsman, he had dropped an absolute goldmine of advice regarding prana. Our hero had always assumed his biggest flaw was trying to micromanage his raw energy, but the fix was shockingly simple. Eddie had drilled the Markman family's top-secret prana control method directly into his skull. This was an ancient, highly guarded technique, passed down through bloodlines, and Eddie was dead set that this prodigy would master it in a heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, our hero squeezed his eyes shut and hyper-focused, letting his master's wisdom echo in his mind. Eddie had told him that sharpening his 5 senses was already child's play. The real next step was turning that radar inward, scanning his own soul as if watching himself from high above. Because Lothuni's core was practically overflowing with immense prana, Eddie promised that pulling off this our hero's eyes snapped open, blazing with a fierce emerald. His heightened senses pushed his awareness beyond his physical form, giving him a godlike, out-of-body view of the battlefield. Watching his raw prana surging, in a heartbeat, he realized his internal energy was completely chaotic. Without hesitation, he triggered a secret to force the wild power back into perfect balance. Gripping his blade tight, he locked his sights on the blood orc and unleashed a brutal slash straight down the middle, using the lotus flower strike, immediately followed by a devastating cross slash. Luke watched in absolute awe as the legendary skill actually worked. Knowing a single strike wouldn't put this beast down, our hero pressed the assault channeling, even more explosive power. Absorbed the sheer force of his strikes. He exploded forward, unleashing an endless barrage of lightning-fast blows. He mercilessly carved into the massive monster, finishing his lethal dance with a crisp flick before sheathing his blade. He confidently turned his back, knowing the beast was utterly destroyed, leaving Luke completely speechless at his raw strength. Once the dust settled, our guy gently approached the royal horn, softly whispering that it was safe now. He proved he wasn't a threat, and slowly offered his hand. The majestic wolf sniffed his palm, gently resting its paw against it in pure trust. Lutuli quickly realized they needed to stick close to the legendary beast, especially since this forest had just turned into a total death trap. Luke couldn't help but worry about Howl and Eddie, since they were completely missing in action. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, a ruthless poacher loomed over another trapped royal horn. He was struggling to slice off the horn cleanly, but the panicked creature thrashed around wildly. Frustrated, he asked Rosso Cruel if roughing up the carcass a bit was a big deal. The boss sharply warned him that mangling the goods would tank their profits. He explained that buyers would think pre-crushed powder was a cheap knockoff, even if they planned to grind it up later anyway. Watching from a safe distance, Howl and Eddie knew instantly that these guys were way out of their league, and silently agreed to call in backup. With the poachers almost done packing their filthy loot, the duo decided it was time to ghost. But Dalquin and Iris had already sensed them deciding to brutally crush, the little rats spying on their operation. The massive brute charged straight at their hiding tree, throwing a devastating, earth-shattering punch. The explosive impact obliterated the thick trunk, sending Howl and Eddie flying through the air. They barely managed to stick a superhero landing. Despite masking their aura perfectly, Dalquin had been tracking their scent from the very start. He'd been hunting a magical beast along their exact route, aggressively sweeping the area for any valuable loot, and effortlessly sniffing out everything. That a top-tier triple-digit adventurer isn't just a brainless wall of muscle. Their battlefield awareness is razor-sharp. Staring death in the face, Howl hurled a smoke bomb to blind him. But Dalquin just scoffed, claiming cheap tricks were useless, and snatched the explosive right out when Eddie sniped the bomb with a perfectly timed arrow, detonating it in his hand and blinding the area in thick, choking smoke. Realizing their usual hit-and-run tactics were completely useless, now the boys sprinted for their lives. Eddie yelled over the chaos that they needed to buy, even the smallest fraction of survival time. Wiping the fresh blood dripping down his bruised face, he furiously scribbled an SOS note on a scrap of paper, tied it to a single arrow, and launched it high into the sky. "That's it," he gasped. "We've done everything we can." Dalquin casually stepped out of the fading smoke, mocking them for giving up the chase so soon. He smirked, calling it a smart move, since he knew every inch of this deadly terrain like the back of his massive hand. He cockily promised to crush their skulls with a single but Howl fiercely glared back, daring the giant to try it, and dropped into a tight combat stance. Gripping his bow tightly, Eddie backed him up, shouting that a true sniper shows their real worth when they're protecting their crew. He boldly swore they wouldn't fold like Asami did, they were going down fighting. After all, Howl was an absolute beast in tag team battles, and fighting side by side was where he truly shined. Eddie wasn't about to die taking orders from a coward. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the duo flared up an intense wave of prana, ready to unleash hell. Far across the woods, our protagonist caught a sudden, chilling spike in the atmosphere, wondering if his senses were playing tricks on him. Back with the group, Luke anxiously asked Latuli what their next move was with the rescued wolf. He firmly stated they had to guard the creature with their lives and escort it to the guild's evaluation center. Sitting around waiting to die just wasn't an option. But smuggling this massive beast out of the woods meant violently bulldozing through Dalquin and Iris. Swallowing his fear, Luke nodded quickly, running through two desperate game plans. Plan A was making a mad dash for the guild hall and praying for heavy backup. Maybe a legendary fighter on Loda's level would show up to save their skin. Plan B was trickier, because gathering a full assault squad would take way too long. Weighing the grim odds, our hero realized that Dalquin's insane mastery over prana heavily outclassed his own, and that tricking him wouldn't work for long. This prompted Luke to pitch a second, much simpler strategy, just before their master plan unfolded. The camera cuts back to the battlefield, where Owl and Eddie are practically glowing with surging prana, catching Dalquin completely off guard. The crazy part, neither of them had a clue how to wield prana before this fight, but by pushing their natural talents to the absolute limit, that dormant energy finally woke up inside them. They just needed the right trigger to spark it. Surviving endless gang wars as a mercenary had sharpened Owl's instincts to a razor's edge, making him a dead-on expert at reading an enemy's true power. Honestly, he hadn't faced a real threat in years. And Eddie, well, he was a prodigy, born with a bow in his hand, backed by a ridiculously wealthy, elite family. Nobody ever dared to cross him. But sadly, that meant neither of these guys had ever tasted bitter defeat. Luckily for them, they finally crossed paths with the one guy who could smash their egos into pieces, Luke. A prana powerhouse operating on a completely different level. That crushing reality check was all it took to force their eyes wide open. Now, with their aura blazing, the duo launches a furious full-speed assault on Dalquin. All lunges in, slashing with his scavenged dagger. But Dalquin effortlessly parries the strike, swatting his arm away like a fly. Without missing a beat, Owl pivots, aiming a vicious slash with the custom blade Luke gave him. Yet Dalquin just tanks the hit using his bare forearm, thickly coated in an impenetrable layer of... It's a terrifying flex of his raw, unarmored defense. Meanwhile, Eddie, already an elite marksman in these dense woods, is suddenly seeing the swirling colors of prana for the very first time. Tapping into this new vision, he lets off a heat-seeking guided arrow, with absolute pinpoint accuracy locking dead onto the back of Dalquin's neck. The veteran hunter slips the shot instantly, pivoting to hunt down the sniper. But then, he completely flips his strategy, cranking his aura into overdrive. The shockwave forces the incoming projectile to slam into the dirt, triggering a massive smoke bomb explosion. But despite his frantic dodging, thwack, an arrow pierces straight through Dalquin's gut. The flawless snipe came raining down from the high canopy where Eddie was perched. It hits Dalquin Eris. Right then, he'd been totally played. The archer had scrambled up that tree the exact second the chaos erupted. The duo's teamwork, absolute perfection. Because the moment the sniper called out enemy coordinates, the rogue would dive in, ruthlessly exploiting every single blind spot to keep the pressure dialed up to 11. All closes the gap, brutally burying his dagger deep into the brute's thigh. Right through the agony, Dalquin spots All, flashing rapid hand signals. Boom. The mercenary is the mastermind orchestrating this entire dance. Dalquin knows he could crack their code with just a little breathing room. But he has to admit, the kid is a god-tier bluffer, seamlessly weaving fake-outs into their flawless strikes. Feeling the heat, Dalquin Eris decides to tactically fall back. He scoffs, complaining that smuggling demonic beasts is turning into way more of a headache than a paycheck. He arrogantly claims he was just toying with them this whole time to conserve stamina. Glaring down at them, he asks if they finally get it, taunting that 1,000 clever little tricks still won't bridge the massive, terrifying gap in their raw power. Not backing down an inch. Owl spits back, "Don't you ever underestimate us." Instantly, Eddie lets another lethal arrow fly. But sensing the killing intent, Dalquin Eris drops the act, locking entirely onto the fight, and flawlessly blocks both of their incoming strikes. He finally unleashes his true might, tapping into his rank 48. Domination skill to easily overpower, all snatching the kid's dagger right out of midair. Then with a sickening crunch, he shatters the blade bare-handed, flexing his rank 19 grip strength. In the blink of an eye, Dalkin delivers a bone-shattering roundhouse kick straight into Owl's chest. The mercenary is launched backward like a rag doll, smashing through a massive tree trunk before collapsing into the dirt, gasping in agonizing pain. Up in the canopy, panic flashes across Eddie's face. Without skipping a beat, Dalkin Eris literally rips an entire tree out of the ground and hurls it like a javelin, proving why he holds the rank 7 title in weightlifting. The devastating impact leaves Owl completely crushed in the wreckage, barely whispering Eddie's name. Dalkin stalks over, casually noting that with all his internal organs smashed to mush, the mercenary's ruined corpse isn't even worth selling on the black market. With a cold glare, he decides to end the kid's misery right here, right now. But right as the executioner's blow drops a blinding arc of emerald prana, slices out of nowhere, it rips straight into Dalkin's arm, completely shutting down the fatal strike. Our hero has officially entered the chat, making a dramatic nick-of-time entrance thanks to Eddie's frantic warning arrow. Sprawled in the dirt, Owl struggles to speak, coughing up blood before he can finish. The hero steps out of the shadows, smoothly, announcing that his method is dead simple. As the metallic ring of his sword leaving its scalp, with absolute ice in his veins, he vows to wipe this villain off the map. And just like that, the rank 2700 adventurer squares up to take down Dalkin Eris. Watching from afar, Rosso Cruel realized something was seriously off. Dalquin Iris, rank 672, was taking way too long. Not that he actually expected the brute to lose against a bunch of but he still had to factor in one annoying wild card. The hero. Realizing that the massive surge of prana on the battlefield belonged to the kid everyone watched, as the hero Lutuli finally squared off against Dalquin Iris. The two warriors locked eyes, massive waves of energy radiating from their bodies. The tension shattered the second Dalquin made his move, throwing a bone-crushing punch. He followed up with a ruthless barrage of strikes, but our hero skillfully deflected them with his blade. Scaling a nearby tree in a flash, Lo launched himself downward, unleashing a fierce spinning slash. But Dalquin blocked the initial blow. Pushing off the trunk, the hero bolted forward at breakneck speed. His massive enemy mirrored the charge, and their attacks violently collided. The impact triggered a massive shockwave of prana, physically distorting the air around them. Neither landed a clean hit. Smirking, Dalquin noted that the kid's moves had actually improved. Barely, he sneered, laughing that the boy was still leagues out of his depth. Suddenly the giant leaped back, flaring his aura even higher. His monstrous energy rampaged forward like a stampeding bull, slamming directly into the hero. But Lo held his ground, refusing to fall. Roaring Dalquin charged in with another devastating hook, obliterating a massive tree. He ripped the shattered trunk straight from the dirt, wielding it like a colossal club, and bellowed. Our hero narrowly dodged the heavy timber as it crashed down, nearly flattening him into the soil. Unrelenting, the illegal hunter vaulted into the air, winding up for another lethal swing. Lo quickly calculated the odds in his head. Dalquin Iris was only rank 672, and he had already survived absolute monsters like number 11, and even Adol, the number 1. Watching the brutal strike descend, all his fear vanished. He instantly cranked his own prana past its absolute limit. The raw power flared so brightly, it became a blinding flash of light, staggering the brute, and seizing the split-second opening, Lutuli drove his blade home, ripping a vicious gash across Dalquin's chest. Furious and bleeding, the giant spat that it was a cheap trick, accusing the kid of stealing his technique. Lo coldly shot back that a meathead like him didn't even have a technique. Enraged, Dalquin lunged. At that exact moment, the hero realized something crucial. Fighting this freak's raw strength head-on was suicide. He had to outsmart him. He flashed back to Howley's combat strategies. In a brutal world where tactics and knowledge decided who lived or died, the ultimate trump card was always the numbers advantage. That was exactly why Owen had drilled those basic formations into his head. Step 1, surprise attack. Step 2, bait the target. Step 3, coordinated strike. Right on cue, executing the plan flawlessly. Hawley dropped from the canopy above, exploiting the giant's blind spot. The gritty mercenary tackled Dalquin absolutely pissed that the big guy was still standing. Hale locked his limbs around the behemoth, pinning him down to buy our hero the perfect opening. But the humiliated Dalquin completely lost his mind. Screaming curses, he detonated an insane burst of prana, blasting everything away and shredding the forest. As the monster wound up for a lethal execution, a glowing homing arrow pierced the air, aimed dead at his pupil. It was Eddie's absolute final shot. The projectile sank deep into Dalquin's eye socket, dealing horrific damage. Barely clinging to life, the archer had somehow pulled off the miracle shot, leaving the rest to Latuli. Without hesitating, the young hero dashed in for the killing blow. His prana-infused blade savagely ripped through the enemy's stomach. Coughing blood, Dalquin stumbled, but, horrifyingly, he stayed on his feet. Suddenly, he let out an ear-shattering, guttural roar. Channeling his last ounce of vitality, the brute's arm grotesquely mutated, expanding in size before he violently swatted our hero skyward. Lo barely managed to block the colossal hand with his sword, but the sheer force of the impact was devastating. Suspended in midair, Lo heard the monster howling from below, swearing to crush his skull the second he landed. He mocked the kid, giving him credit for lasting this long, but then dropped a chilling warning. "No more friends to save you now," he barked, demanding the pest just roll over and die. Mid-flight, the hero suddenly remembered the exact moment he had soothed the wild-horned wolf, softly promising the beast he wasn't a threat. Right on cue, Luke burst from the bushes, screaming at Dalquin to stop and drawing his furious gaze. Capitalizing on that split-second distraction, the mighty horned wolf charged from the shadows, violently driving its horns straight through the giant's back. "Finish it, Latuli!" Luke screamed at the top of his lungs. Answering the call, our hero plummeted from the sky like a meteor, wrapped in crackling green. Prana roaring with everything he had, he unleashed a merciless overhead strike, obliterating the desperate villain's final. But the brutal gashes multiply. Every crushing blow grows heavier, driving Dalquin straight into the dirt under the overwhelming pressure. To end this nightmare, our hero unleashes the lotus flower technique at maximum overdrive. He completely overpowers the rogue hunter, slamming him down so hard it carves out a massive crater. Drained of all energy, Leo practically collapses, barely staying upright by leaning heavily on his sword. Seeing him push to the absolute limit, Lucy spots his gruesome wounds. She rushes over, praising him for his unbelievable strength in taking down the monstrous Dalquin Yaris. But our hero catches his breath, explaining he guarantees the brute won't be waking up anytime soon. But the nightmare isn't over. With his face horribly disfigured, the villain suddenly lunges. He violently grips Lucy's face, snarling that she's dead meat, and he's dragging her straight to hell. She screams at him to let go, but an unnatural, sickening wave of energy washes over her. She collapses to her knees, utterly paralyzed by the realization that Dalquin is a literal monster. Yet, Dalquin Yaris still can't manage to crush Leo's skull. Leo fiercely grips his blade, fully prepared for round two. In the thick of this razor-thin tension, the villain's mind violently flashes back. He remembers his old crew gossiping about his freakish power. But to climb the ladder, the system forced him to play nice and work in a team. He had to constantly slow down to match their pathetic pace, a fact that deeply enraged him, since he knew he was light years ahead of them. Snapping back to reality, he glares down at Leo and Lucy, absolutely disgusted by how pathetic they look. He snatches our hero by the throat, swearing he'll squeeze the life right out of him. Trapped in that suffocating death grip, Leo is completely paralyzed for a split second. But fighting through the blackout, he tells himself there is absolutely no way his story ends here, desperately clawing at his enemy's iron grip. The thought of his sister Yuna flashes before his eyes, fueling an undeniable refusal to die, as a montage of his life floods his mind. His body erupts with a mind-bending amount of prana. The sheer, terrifying volume of energy genuinely shocks the villain. A gentle breeze and scattered clouds draw up water, softly caressing the earth below. Those who feast on life within a sunlit, sacred sanctuary catch a fleeting glimpse of eternity. The invader must witness with his very own eyes as his most precious days stand utterly unbreakable. In that blinding instant, Leo aggressively grabs both of Dalquin's arms and brutally rips them straight from his torso, with jaw-dropping, terrifying force. Completely stunned, Dalquin screams, demanding to know what the kid just did. Shocking everyone, our hero actually triggered the ancient arts of the Tool tribe. It was the legendary water technique descent of the celestial spirit. This incredibly powerful incantation left every single bystander completely baffled, as it operated on a completely different level from standard skills. Radiating a suffocating aura of prana, Leo chanted the sacred words, and in one lightning-fast motion, violently tore off one of the brute's arms. Bleeding out, Dalkin desperately tried to counterattack with a savage left hook, but the exact microsecond his fist grazed Leo's chest, his remaining arm was instantly obliterated. Coldly declaring Dalkin's absolute defeat, Leo then drove a merciless fatal strike right through the rogue hunter's chest, wiping him out for good. As the massive villain crumpled to the dirt, our hero couldn't help but think how ridiculously flawed the ranking system was. Those dying moments brought Dalkin back to his bitter past, back to the day the guild told him teamwork was mandatory to level up. Even after utterly dominating solo missions and clawing his way up to rank 5,800, their final verdict was that he completely lacked a cooperative spirit. Furious Dalkin slammed his fist through the director's desk, aggressively demanding to be evaluated, purely on his own raw, destructive talent. After all, he knew he could slaughter most of the elite rankers in the double-digit tiers. Unfazed, the evaluator coldly explained that the strict criteria for the official rankings were set in stone, and as a mere employee of the Assessment Bureau, his hands were tied. There was no way to authorize. He did casually mention rare loopholes and special cases for certain tiers like that freakish number 2 kid who specialized in solo raids. But the bureaucrat made it crystal clear that Dalkin Yaris didn't meet a single requirement for those bypasses. If that exact conversation happened today, Dalkin would have mercilessly beaten that smug evaluator to a pulp. He was boiling with unadulterated rage because despite his tough exterior, he had actually been grinding his heart out, like any top-tier ranker. Securing a legendary rank was his ultimate burning ambition. Climbing to the very top was literally the only reason he stayed alive. Left with zero alternatives, the bitter Dalkin eventually crossed paths with Ryu, rank 4,600, and a girl sitting at rank 5,000. Pressed for time, the rookies felt it was an absolute honor to team up with an elite 3-digit ranker. Because of this rush, Dalkin wound up stuck babysitting a squad of absolute nobodies. His notorious lack of teamwork. It stemmed entirely from his overwhelming godlike strength. No matter the squad, his teammates just dragged him down. That was one crucial detail the evaluation board completely missed. One afternoon, a massive griffin ambushed them. While the other two froze in sheer terror, Dalkin obliterated the beast with a single, effortless punch without breaking a sweat. As they wrapped up the quest, a suspicious pattern caught his eye. Ever since he started running with these punks, their run-ins with magic beasts had skyrocketed. Wiping them out was a total breeze, but the sheer volume of attacks felt completely off. Late one night, he caught his 2 sketchy teammates creeping into the dense woods, and the ugly truth finally slapped him in the face. They were shamelessly hoarding stolen luxury goods. The filthy duo had been tracking massive monster spawns and deliberately luring those savage beasts right. They were treating a high-tier ranker like him as nothing but a free meat shield to handle the threat. He listened in disgust as they bragged about hunting for naive rankers to exploit like mindless pawns, just to line their own pockets. Sick to his stomach, Dalkin stepped out and ordered the trash to drop their loot. Panicking, the cowardly rat suddenly slugged his own female partner right in the jaw, staging a desperate frame job to strip Dalkin of his hard-earned rank. The two-faced snake screamed his lungs out, howling about how Dalkin dared to assault his own crew, sneering that this toxic behavior was exactly why his promotions had stalled. He threatened to squeal about everything to the evaluation board. The rat knew perfectly well that no matter how hard Dalkin fought back, their twisted lies would effortlessly overpower the truth. After all, the system already branded Dalkin as a lone wolf with zero team spirit, while painting these scam artists as generous victims. To top off their sickening act, they smirked and offered to sweep everything under the rug if he crawled. The sickening thought of bowing down to human garbage just to climb the ladder ignited an unstoppable inferno of pure rage inside Dalkin. So much so that his vision went red, and he slaughtered them both right there in the dirt. He never lost a single second of sleep over that choice, but the evaluation board wasted zero time unearthing the bloody aftermath. Murdering a fellow adventurer is practically an absolute death sentence. Yet thanks to his legendary track record, Dalkin miraculously dodged prison time. Instead, they mercilessly stripped his rank and slapped him with a crushing 3-year suspension from the guild, liquidating every single thing he owned in a blind fit of madness. By the time his agonizing suspension lifted and he could register again, Dalkin had already surrendered to despair. He scraped the bottom of the barrel, hustling for pennies drifting through life as a hollow broker. That's when a seriously sketchy broker slid out of the shadows with a bizarre proposition. Rosso Cruel practically handed him the ultimate cheat code, buying a fake rank. Consumed by a burning thirst for payback, Dalkin grabbed the deal without blinking. He craved nothing more than shattering the rigged ranking system to pieces and making the blind fools on the evaluation board choke on their own terrible judgment for failing to recognize him. Deep down, he knew that eventually, our hero would slam into that exact same wall. The crushing, suffocating agony of a ranker hitting an unbreakable ceiling. Fast forward through the brutal clash, and our hero stood tall amidst the wreckage. Catching her breath, the girl frantically asked where the hell he thought he was going. Bleeding and running on fumes, he growled that the mission was far from over. They still had to hunt down Rosso Cruel. It was the only way she could finally rip off the mask and expose the shadowy puppet master, pulling the strings of the worst. Fueled by raw adrenaline to help her, he tried to storm off, but the girl lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his battered back, desperately begging him to stand down. With him looking half dead, she tearfully argued that even she could knock him out right now, pleading with him to wait for a better shot. Our stubborn hero tried to argue back, but she softly whispered that finding a guy willing to bleed this much for her was more than enough for today. Completely drained, his eyes rolled back, he mumbled an apology and hit the dirt out cold. The girl jolted awake first, immediately scrambling to report the bloody incident to the evaluation board. Hours later, when our hero finally opened his eyes, he forced his battered body up to help patch the wounded. He figured that as long as his lungs drew breath, burning through his power was totally worth the pain. But while he was knocked out, our boy drifted into a vivid dream, dragging him right back to his parents, back when he was just a helpless little newborn. His dad softly whispered that memories were permanently tattooed into a person's prana and soul, and that when the boy finally woke up in the future, he'd magically remember these quiet, intimate chats. That was exactly why his sweet mother tiptoed around saying anything weird, absolutely terrified that her little boy would lock away. They forged Tony's alter ego, vanishing into the shadows to carve out a quiet life far off the grid. Drifting through a hazy dream, our hero felt the exact same heavy burden his old man once carried. But if those whispered words held the truth, why on earth did his dad train him to wield prana? The puzzle pieces clicked. His mom, his dad, his grandma, the whole family. They all knew deep down that this kid was destined for battle. As that brutal reality sank in, his eyelids fluttered open, pulling him back to the waking world. The first thing he spotted was the rank 11 adventurer leaning over him. Luke chimed in saying she'd been sweating bullets since he'd been knocked out cold for a solid 24 hours. A warm wave of gratitude washed over him, knowing she'd been watching his back. Right on cue, Lode stepped into the frame, mentioning he'd dropped by while the kid was out cold. He flat out admitted that if our boy hadn't blinked awake soon, he was ready to haul him straight to the royal castle. They broke the news the massive shockwave he caused during his chaotic debut was already the talk of the town. Gritting his teeth, our hero finally pushed himself off the bed, shaking off the link. Ibu shot a curious glance at Ed, asking if he'd seriously just sprinted to the evaluation department, only to bounce right back. Ed flashed a grin, declaring he couldn't leave his crew hanging. He figured Lothuli would be thrilled to hear they all made it out in one piece, and that they actually pitched in to save the day. Spotting Dalk and Iris finally shifting their weight, Lode unclasped his restraints, but tossed out a stone-cold warning. Any funny business would be completely pointless. The department enforcers quickly swarmed in, dragging the guy away. Meanwhile, Lode stood there racking his brain, trying to figure out how Dalkin's arms had been completely wiped out. Those limbs weren't sliced off in a bloody mess. They looked like they had been literally. It was a horrifying sight Lode had never witnessed before. To inflict that kind of absolute destruction, even the #1 ranked knight would be left shattered. Lothul was definitely hiding a terrifying trump card up his sleeve. Shifting gears, Luke urged our boy to jump into different ranking boards once he healed up. She pitched it as the ultimate reality check to gauge his true potential. Pointing straight at Dalkin, she broke it down, That massive guy lived for up-close brawls, simply because his raw, bone-crushing strength was unmatched. So throwing his hat into different competitive arenas would basically hand him a perfect map to his own hidden strengths. Luke didn't stop there. She hyped up the evaluation department, built specifically to measure every ounce of a fighter's combat specs. She promised to give him the grand tour once they hit the royal castle. Meanwhile, buried deep in a pitch-black forest, Rosso caught the faint, eerie pulse of a lingering prana wave. A sinister thought crossed his mind. This brat, after vanishing off the map for years, just strolled back onto the stage like it was absolutely nothing. Rosso narrowed his eyes, wondering if the kid was sparking all this chaos on purpose, just to beam a signal straight to the island of the gods. His heavy boots finally halted in front of massive twin doors, carved with coiled serpents. Pushing them open, a room full of shadowy hooded figures stood waiting in dead silence. They immediately bowed to their mastermind, dropping the massive bombshell that they had finally tracked down the elusive bloodline of Babel. With this prize in their grip, they were practically drooling over the massive leap their dark agenda was about to take. A chilling declaration echoed through the hall. The time had come to shatter this broken world and rip away the suffocating chains of the ranking system. The ruthless boss barked his final order, commanding his zealots to unleash absolute hell without a second thought, all in the name of Ouroboros, their terrifying underground syndicate. Now on paper, this bloodthirsty Rosso sat comfortably at rank 76 on the smuggler's board. But beneath that mask, he was actually Adam, the undisputed #1 smuggler, the second deadliest assassin, the #4 thief, and the absolute kingpin of drug manufacturing. If that wasn't insane enough, Adam held the title of #1 Prana Scholar and reigned as the undisputed boss of Ouroboros, the most lethal crime syndicate on the planet. The brutal Rosso and the legendary Adam were one and the exact same monster. Cutting back, the battered squad finally rolled up to the royal castle. Luke wasted no time shoving Ibu and Ed straight toward the infirmary, while she sprinted off to file the official after-action report. She tossed the nightmare of handling Dalkin's paperwork right onto Lode's plate. Our hero watched in awe, amazed at how she barked orders like a seasoned general. She just scoffed, shrugging off that cleaning up after chaotic rankers was basically her day job. Before dashing off, she warned Lode and the trio to clear their schedules in exactly 10 days for the massive ranking updates. Ibu and Ed practically lit up, fully hyped to see their names shoot up the leaderboards. While the boys were busy healing up, Luke pulled our protagonist aside for a dead serious chat about the royal horn. She laid down the law: whenever the evaluation department takes a magical beast under its wing, they gotta assign it a hardcore guardian. And she was heavily banking on. He nodded along but shot back a question: why wasn't she taking the gig herself? Luke sighed, explaining that the guys up in the evaluation department, but there was a catch. The royal horn was destined to grow massive, and their current pens just wouldn't cut it. As an appraiser, Luke couldn't exactly take him for walks, but our hero, he had full clearance to bring the beast outside whenever he wanted. A perfect setup for the wolf. She turned to him, asking him to give the magnificent creature a name. Without missing a beat, our hero dubbed him Ralph. When Luke asked about the inspiration, he smiled. Back in his village, a fearless guy named Ralph had once brawled a red grizzly, barehanded. Then his tone shifted. He earnestly thanked Luke for pulling him out of the fire against Dalcon, and ordered his new companion to fiercely guard her from now on. He gently ruffled the wolf's thick fur, and the majestic beast nuzzled right back, totally melted. Since Ralph was officially crashing at the appraisal department, our protagonist had an open invitation to swing by, 24/7. With that settled, he dragged his battered body over to the infirmary, where Howell, Darkus, and Eddie were already laid up nursing their neck. He could practically feel his rank skyrocketing, and couldn't help but wonder just how high he'd jump. The relentless grind was real, and suddenly, he completely understood the exhausted Rangers. Bang! The door flew open. The head nurse stormed in, demanding absolute silence. She boldly promised to wipe out every single injury in exactly 10 days. But only if they followed her rule. Total compliance was the only ticket to recovery. Dr. Clara Save shot a glaring look and ordered our hero to get his butt in bed. She unleashed a furious lecture. You ranked adventurers are absolute morons for wandering around dripping blood. That spark of tension somehow ignited a macho betting war between the boys, racing to see who would heal the fastest. Clara snapped, completely fed up, and yelled at them to shut their mouths. out of nowhere. The medical wraps snaking around their torsos sprang to life, squeezing them tight. Clara Save's divine healing abilities were absolutely no joke. Boom! In a blinding flash, every single gash and bruise vanished without a trace. While they chilled in recovery, Luke popped in for a quick visit. But she looked insanely drained, clearly drowning in a mountain of paperwork. The appraisal department wasn't just some office. It was legendary for being the most hardcore, ruthlessly impartial institution on the planet. And back at her desk, Luke was burning the midnight oil, grinding away like a machine. Rubbing her temples, she confessed to her secretary that this batch of evaluations was a massive headache, demanding some incredibly tough calls. She urgently ordered her assistant to get Layla the brilliant prana scholar on the line. Why? Because, despite digging through every arc, fast forward 10 days, the crew gathered eagerly in front of Luke to finally get their updated ranks. She broke it down for them. Updating something as insanely complex as the adventurer tier list wasn't a walk in the park. Usually you had to rent out an entire facility just to crunch that absolute mountain of data. Every single detail had to be cross-referenced against global leaderboards. Typically a whole squad of analysts tackled this monster task. But then she dropped a bombshell that left everyone speechless. She casually mentioned she'd slammed through the entire process solo, with just a tiny bit of help from a friend. The guy's jaws hit the floor. The adventurer ranking system was notoriously brutal to calculate. The sheer fact that she single-handedly processed all 3 of their profiles was a massive flex of her appraiser skills. Shrugging it off as just another day at the office, Luke cut straight to the chase and kicked off the reveals. Up first, Howl Darkus, currently sitting at rank 6,830. She highlighted how out in the wild forest patrol, he relentlessly hunted down Dalcon, a dangerous rogue who spit on Ranger Law. His tactical brilliance was off the charts. His ability to craft a winning strategy with a completely improvised squad, paired with his raw leadership, completely turned the tide. His brand new adventurer rank, a staggering 2,867. He skyrocketed up the ladder by over 4,000 spots. Next on the chopping block was Eddie Markman, starting at rank 6,700. Luke showered him with praise for his clutch performance during the Azabane sweep, putting a spotlight on his insane mental fortitude to land deadly pinpoint shots under extreme pressure. His absolute mastery and fine-tuned control over his prana were so top-tier that he could literally teach masterclasses on it. Toss in his razor-sharp survival instincts, and he was practically built for the adventurer life. Weighing all those epic feats, Eddie's new rank vaulted to 1,870, a mind-blowing leap of nearly 5,000 ranks. Finally, the heavy hitter stepped up, Lotuli, who is currently holding down rank 2,768. Luke rattled off his ridiculous list of achievements. He had successfully tracked down 7 entirely undocumented species of magical beasts, pinpointed the exact root cause of the massive monster outbreak, and his insane swordplay went toe-to-toe with Dalcon's overwhelming strength. But wait, she wasn't done. She also highlighted his terrifying potential to instantly absorb complex new fighting styles, along with that mysterious execution technique he used to completely obliterate his enemies. Taking all those jaw-dropping factors into account, he skyrocketed to rank 1,089. This explosive surge brought him. Luke gave him a serious heads-up warning that this kind of breakneck progression was completely unheard of. She broke it down for him, explaining that the exact moment a ranker truly steals the spotlight isn't when they first break into the boards, but when they violently tear through the tiers. It all comes down to momentum. Leo and Eddie's initial jump from rank 6,000 to 2,000 was already mind-blowing. But Leo's standalone launch from 2,000 right to the edge of the triple digits, that was absolute madness. Right then and there, the entire globe had his name etched into their brains. His life as a ranker would flip upside down. For better or worse, this heavy dose of newfound fame was going to change everything. Wrapping up her debriefing, she proudly noted that just as you would expect from the prestigious Knights of Marseilles, these boys had evolved into absolute beasts. Meanwhile, someone pulled up a display screen to scope out the latest boards. Her eyes narrowed as she spotted a certain adventurer who had blasted up the ranks so fiercely he was practically knocking on the door of the top 100. All off a single assessment, and to top it off, he was parading around a stolen sword style. The realization sent the young girl into a blinding rage. She quickly snapped out of it, sheepishly apologizing for the collateral damage, confessing that just the thought of this punk made her blood boil. Back with Leo, he was just discovering that a place like this even existed. Deep inside the evaluation department, they stepped up to a colossal facility. It was the absolute crown jewel of the entire brand, the challenge hall. Beyond the doors, a handful of rankers were buried in deep focus, while others were fiercely pulverizing heavy bags. Luke seized the moment to refresh his memory on her previous advice, urging Leo to plaster his name across multiple leaderboards. She pointed out that right here in the challenge hall, a ranker's raw talent could be instantly quantified, spitting out their exact standing in real time. This top-tier testing ground was an exclusive luxury built only within the flagship branches of the capital cities. It made grinding through the minor tier lists an absolute breeze. It clicked in Leo's head. There were straightforward ladders like the search index he casually bumped up using his ranker device recently. And then there were the hardcore gauntlets, like the main adventurer board, which dragged you physically into the department. Luke hammered home that these secondary leaderboards are viciously competitive bloodbaths, acting as the perfect launching pad to catapult your overall ranking. Leo Toole possessed a terrifyingly sharp intuition, and one breakdown was all it took for him to absorb the strategy. Luke observed that he wasn't just incredibly bright. His brain was constantly calculating the absolute fastest route, straight to the island of the gods. Buzzing with adrenaline, she declared she would be meticulously tracking his performance, from dawn to dusk. She ordered him to leave it all on the floor. Dominating these tests would drastically inflate his main stats. And naturally, wielding prana was perfectly legal. Instantly, a brilliant surge of aura erupted from Leo's frame. Kicking off the trials with the short-distance sprint, he blazed across the track, snatching the 870th spot. Moving on to raw explosive power and vertical leaps, he comfortably secured rank 1000. When it came to crushing grip strength and heavy deadlifts, he locked in at 2000 and 1800, respectively. The onslaught of high scores didn't stop there. His lightning reaction speed snagged him spot 934, while his flawless balance placed him at 809. After wrapping up a brutal lung capacity test at rank 2500, he channeled his prana directly into his nervous system, hyper-tuning his 5 senses. The results were terrifyingly high. He hit 104 for hearing and smashed into the double digits with rank 98 for smell. Finally calling time, Luke declared they had officially maxed out the physical evaluations and would tackle the grueling, time-draining stamina gauntlet next. As Leo strolled through the facility, a crowd of rankers showered him with praise, instantly recognizing him as the legendary rookie who had bypassed thousands of tiers overnight. Feeling the heavy stares, he muttered that he was drawing way too much heat for someone at his current level. But Luke quickly shut him down, telling him to get comfortable under the microscope, especially if he planned on reaching his ultimate endgame. Meanwhile, the white-haired, red-eyed girl glared at him with a piercing, unnerving intensity. Back with the duo, Luke was geeking out over his god-tier sensory stats, prompting Leo to casually explain that he had mastered the art of fusing prana with his perception while training under Eddie. She completely agreed he possessed a raw, undeniable talent for manipulating prana. When it came to honing his senses, tracking distant targets and moving with blinding speed just came naturally to him. She even likened his razor-sharp instincts to a wild beast on the prowl. However, his physical muscle mass didn't leave much room for explosive growth. Taking one look at his top-tier rankings in short-distance sprinting and pure reflexes, Luke made a quick call. He needed to double down on pure agility. "Now that's a tough call," Director Grand chimed in, stepping out of the shadows like a ghost. He offered Luke a warm greeting, genuinely thrilled to cross paths with her after all this time. Luke quickly whispered to Lou that this man was an absolute heavyweight in their world, prompting both of them to drop into a deep, respectful bow. The director just chuckled playfully, waving them off. He joked that playing nice and showing good manners wouldn't actually score them any bonus points on the cutthroat adventurer leaderboards. That specific phrase immediately rang a bell in Lou's head. Suddenly the puzzle pieces snapped into place, and he realized exactly who he was dealing with. Gran wasn't just anybody. He ran the entire Triquista branch of the evaluation department. It was a fiercely independent organization that tossed out traditional hierarchies to maintain absolute fairness, keeping every single position on an equal playing field. Gran, however, broke all the rules. He was an absolute legend, a master talent scout, famed throughout the entire city for personally managing a staggering roster of elite, top-tier rankers. Right then, Lu remembered hearing that exact same line from Lord, finally clicking that Gran was the mastermind who had officially updated his rank. Downplaying his own hype, Gran humbly brushed off the praise, claiming he wasn't some legendary evaluator at all. Instead, he confessed he was the one directly responsible for Dao Qin and Iris. He had tracked them down specifically to offer a deep apology and his sincerest gratitude. He enthusiastically congratulated Lu, the newly crowned 1000th ranker. He praised him as a rising star of the next generation, pulling off absolutely mind-blowing feats, and genuinely thanked the rookie for finally putting an end to Dao Qin's rampage. Gran then dropped some heavy intel, revealing that the official investigation into Dao Qin's downfall was officially closed. The crazy part, his own party members had actively tried to set him up. As it turned out, the treacherous duo had been throwing insanely lavish parties that completely outshined their actual pay grade. This flashy lifestyle had already painted a massive target on their backs, drawing the sharp gaze of the evaluation department. Those two crooks had been closely monitored long before Dao Qin and Iris ever decided to get their hands dirty. That's exactly how the evaluators caught wind of their shady plot. It leaked through a mutual friend of the duo, someone Dao Qin had foolishly trusted with his life. Gran admitted with a heavy sigh that evaluators stake their entire honor on judging rankers fairly. He firmly stated that not a single forged report would ever slip past their radar, openly beating himself up for ever greenlighting Dao Qin and Iris in the first place. But Lu quickly stepped in, cutting off his guilt trip. He made it crystal clear that none of this was Gran's fault. He passionately argued that rankers were fully capable of making their own choices, and the department was simply there to offer backup. They didn't need someone to hold their hands and babysit their every move. At the end of the day, rankers are driven by their own fierce pride, and Dao Qin and Iris simply followed their own twisted egos straight into that disastrous mistake. Nodding thoughtfully, the director mentioned he was heading down to the holding cells to have a face-to-face with Dao Qin. Gran noted that the rogue poacher was absolutely furious when he showed up, but surprisingly, the guy didn't try to dodge the blame. When Gran pressed him, demanding to know why Dao Qin hadn't just cut and run, his answer was simple. It was the unbreakable pride of a true ranker. It's the kind of burning pride that forces you to stand your ground. Out of sheer respect for his opponent, Lu had actually reignited that lost pride within Dao Qin's heart. That was the real reason the director was showering him with thanks. Wrapping up their intense chat, the director gave a polite nod, letting them know he'd be heading out right behind them. Shifting gears, Luke practically buzzed with energy, announcing it was time to tackle the rest of the leaderboards. When Lu curiously asked what was next on the agenda, she shot him a knowing look, saying that, since a sword was his weapon of choice, they might as well test the waters in the swordsmanship rankings just for kicks. Plus, she was dying to measure his raw prana levels. Before they could get too excited, Director Gran cut in, throwing up a massive red flag. He warned them that accurately gauging prana in this specific facility was going to be a nightmare. He broke it down, explaining that, while the nation boasted some seriously high-tech gear, they were desperately lacking in pure prana energy. Gran bluntly stated that with the outdated hardware sitting in this room, they wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance at measuring Lu's monstrous power. He locked eyes with Luke, advising her to brace herself if she seriously planned to stick around as his dedicated exclusive evaluator. With that cryptic mic drop, the director turned on his heel and vanished. He left Lu and Luke staring blankly at each other, totally clueless about the heavy implication behind his words. Shaking off the confusion, they stepped up to a massive prana measuring terminal. Luke mentioned that while prana leaderboards were definitely a big deal, Gran's ominous warning had totally spooked her, pushing her to completely pivot their focus back to pure swordsmanship for the time being. The blade is an insanely popular weapon, boasting countless specialized rankings for traits like sheer striking speed. But right before they fired up the testing sequence, Luke stopped dead in her tracks, begging Lu for one massive life-or-death favor. She looked him dead in the eye and pleaded with him to completely hold back. He absolutely could not use the legendary sword, because this isn't just any technique. It's an exclusive art passed down from a single master to one chosen disciple, a legacy carried by the absolute #1 knight. To every other ranker out there, the sword's countless warriors had bled trying to inherit this very art. That's when it finally clicked for Lo, the sheer terrifying weight of the technique that Adol had hammered into him. Luke broke it down, explaining that Lo Tully's strikes while looking effortlessly smooth, were actually a god-tier maneuver. Only those elite swordsmen sitting at rank 800 or higher could ever dream of pulling off such a stunt, meaning a mere 800 souls out of a staggering 2 billion. She went on to reveal that the founding father of the Sword Saint style was none other than the original #1 knight. Lawrence Wolfraven, a top-tier swordsman and brilliant scholar who forged countless deadly sword arts from scratch. But the Sword Saint style, that was his magnum opus, a flawless technique that let him manipulate the flow of battle with absolute freedom, earning him the legendary title of the Strike Master. Hearing this, Lo swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the massive historical weight and priceless value of the power coursing through his veins. Luke warned him to keep a tight lid on it for the time being. After all, if the high-ranking knights caught wind of this and painted a target on his back right now, his future would be completely doomed. Nodding in agreement, our guy decided to challenge the sword rankings head-on, but without relying on that overpowered style. Even knowing he'd have to hold back his true devastating strength, he figured it was still crucial to get his name officially on the board. He even debated out loud whether skipping the registration entirely was better than ending up with a garbage rank. But Luke wasn't having it. She pushed back, insisting he'd have zero street cred if he didn't secure a spot on multiple ladders, assuring him he didn't need to stress over his exact placement. The opening trial demanded unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire strikes on a bizarre, specialized boulder. The pressure stone, a massive slab, practically immune to physical damage. The mission bashed it into oblivion as many times as humanly possible before the clock ran out. A built-in sensor tracked every impact while the rock instantly healed itself. Lo figured the Lotus technique would completely shred it. Playing it safe, he instantly locked in at 149th place. Without breaking a sweat, he strolled right into the precision trial. A piercing thrust challenge judged entirely by a razor-thin gap, sandwiched between two massive. If his blade grazed the metal enough to move those plates even a single millimeter, it was an instant fail. The tighter the gap, the more brutal the challenge. And dragging the blade slowly, a total 0 on the scoreboard. Some random samurai stepped up, maxing out his skills to barely scrape into 734th place. The guy scoffed, muttering that authentic masters were ridiculously scarce, and any swordsman worth their salt needed to crack into the triple digits. Then our boy stepped up, firing off a blindingly accurate thrust that casually landed him in 87th place. Smirking, he realized that if he could pull off the Lotus here, he seriously needed to start grinding out the third technique. Even without relying on that broken Sword Saint style, he was already rolling with the heavy hitters, feeling pretty good about himself. Luke chimed in asking if Lo Tully was packing his official ranking card, the exact same one he had flashed back in the grim depths of the Azaban forest. Our hero whipped out his registration tag, and she quickly briefed him that he could log up to 10 different rankings on that single piece of plastic. They agreed to lock in his highest scores, and just as she turned to finalize the paperwork, bam! A striking woman with icy white hair and piercing crimson eyes materialized out of nowhere, completely ignoring our hero's impressive stats. Instead, she marched right up to the pressure stone. In a fraction of a second, her blade cleared its sheath, unleashing a savage hurricane of thrusts that instantly cemented her in 29th place. The mysterious woman slowly pivoted toward Lo, deadpanning that she knew damn well he could shatter those records if he actually tried, considering he was parading around using the sacred Sword Saint style. Luke practically choked, completely blindsided that they had been outed so effortlessly. Without missing a beat, the crimson-eyed woman threw down the gauntlet, challenging Lo Tully to a brutal duel. The stakes. If she wiped the floor with him, he'd have to swear off picking up a sword for the rest of his life. She sharply suggested taking this simply because too many nosy knights were lurking around. Our boy trailed her out to a desolate courtyard behind the castle walls, where she bitterly confessed that the Sword Saint style being leaked was an absolute gut-wrenching humiliation for her, and she absolutely refused to watch some random punk like him drag that legacy through the dirt. Finally showing a sliver of basic manners, she proudly introduced herself as Setsu Aurelia, a fierce knight holding rank 305, and demanded he respect her unyielding pride as a true knight. Luke, still spinning from the sudden confrontation, blurted out asking exactly how she had sniffed out Lo's secret weapon. Setsu coldly shot back that he had shamelessly flared the technique in broad daylight during his rookie adventurer exam, adding that anyone with half a brain cell could have spotted the anomaly. As it happened, one of her commanding officers, a hardened, ranked knight himself, had been running the exact same trial, and instantly clocked the forbidden art. The second that report hit her ears, she was dead certain this nobody had stolen their sacred swordplay. Lo threw his hands up desperately trying to explain that he was absolutely no thief, but she completely shut him down. To her stubbornly proud mind, the sheer idea that the legendary Adol himself had personally mentored him was just flat out impossible. The very idea was completely laughable. How could some nameless, unranked nobody possibly have any ties to the legendary Lord Adol? Ketz didn't hold back, fiercely declaring that she was the chosen one. She was destined to inherit the legendary Sword Saint style directly from Lord Adol himself. After all, he had personally promised her that exact honor once upon a time. She pointed the finger straight at Lo, accusing him of merely skimming through some dusty martial arts manual. To her, he was just a cheap copycat parading around with a stolen title. And in the cutthroat world of ranked knights, pulling a stunt like that was an absolute unforgivable crime. Still, she threw him a bone. She offered him one single way out: grovel, apologize, and swear to never use that knockoff style again, and she might just let him live. But our boy wasn't backing down. He fired right back, calmly stating that Lord Adol himself had personally drilled the technique into him. He proudly claimed his rightful place as Adol's true disciple, leaving the elite knight absolutely paralyzed with shock. Her shock instantly morphed into pure, unadulterated rage. Ripping her blade from its sheath, she snarled that a lie that disgusting made holding back impossible. In Setz's eyes, his garbage words had stained her very soul and spat on the profound reverence she held for her master. She practically screamed that Lo Tuli's life ended right here. Just like that, the rank 305 knight locked into a dead-on duel with our protagonist. Wasting zero time, she exploded forward, pumping raw energy into a brutal strike and unleashing a blindingly fast lunge. Sparks flew as Lo barely managed to catch the heavy blow with his own blade. The sheer crushing weight of her aura sent shivers down his spine. He instantly knew that playing defense was a one-way ticket to the grave. Fueled by pure adrenaline, he furiously channeled his prana, coiling his muscles for a massive counter lunge. His energy spiked violently. Catching on, she cranked her own prana to an absolutely psychotic level, gearing up to clash head-on. Storm lunge. Both warriors ripped the exact same move, their weapons colliding in a deafening shockwave. But even though the technique was identical, her execution completely blew our boy's speed right out of the water. As the dust finally settled from the devastating blast, a thin line of blood trickled down his cheek. Realizing he had to crank up the heat to survive, he shifted stances, sparking up the legendary Lotus technique. "Let me show you the real deal," Setz scoffed, flawlessly countering his move with her own lotus flower. The steel blades aggressively grinded together. Our hero roared, pouring every ounce of strength into his grip. Right at the explosive epicenter of their clash, a breathtaking visual erupted. A massive, radiant lotus flower, woven entirely out of their violently swirling prana, bloomed beautifully in midair, vividly painting the fierce battle between two elite practitioners of the Sword Saint style. But something felt incredibly off to Lo. The legendary art was strictly passed down from a master to a single chosen disciple. If he was the one who rightfully inherited it, there was absolutely zero way Setz Aurelia should be busting out these moves. He quickly caught on. Her foundational form was actually pretty sloppy, but she completely masked it with her freakish raw talent. As he desperately parried her relentless flurry, Ketz felt a tiny flicker of doubt. Was this guy telling the truth? Shaking it off, she chose blind faith in Lord Adol. Then the brutal trash talk began. She smugly pointed out that she'd just totally overwhelmed him in both the wind lunge and the lotus flower. "What's next?" she mocked. "Gonna try the furious rupture on me?" Trapped our guy openly confessed that he had absolutely no clue how to use that third technique. She practically choked on her own disgust. A so-called disciple who only knew two basic moves. Meanwhile, Lo was doing the brutal math in his head. At just 17 years old, her status was leagues above his own. Factoring in his low ranking and current power level, crossing swords the normal way was basically suicide. Facing the cold, hard truth, he detonated an absolutely massive reserve of prana, diving right into a completely different arsenal. He started powerfully chanting the ancient verses for his light breeze and scattered clouds incantation. Ketz's jaw nearly hit the floor. How the hell was a bottom-tier rookie busting out high-level magic incantations? In her terrified mind, his terrifying potential to skyrocket through the night rankings was disgustingly unnatural and deeply frustrating. Deciding to put this monster down in a single merciless strike, she flipped the switch. She figured all his fancy magic tricks wouldn't mean squat against her blinding speed. No matter the cost, she was going to fiercely protect the knightly honor, right here on this very dirt. Gritting her teeth, she started weaving her own magical formula, knowing full well that verbal incantations were an elite weapon reserved only for the absolute prodigies. If this nobody could actually pull it off, it meant his raw power was completely off the charts. The very split second our boy snapped his eyes wide open, his aura violently ignited into a raging inferno as the final deadly syllables left his lips. Panicking, she launched a desperate wind lunge to shut him up. The vicious strike tore toward him like a ravenous, destructive tornado, but he just phased right through the strike. He had triggered a physical divine art, ascending straight into the celestial spirit state. The guy didn't have a single scratch on him, leaving the duo absolutely speechless as they tried to figure out if it was some crazy defensive skill. Even though the prana swirling around his body looked like an unbreakable shield, Sets couldn't shake an ominous gut feeling about his next move. Every screaming instinct begged her to stay back. In a flash, our hero lunged right at her. Gripping his blade tightly with both hands, he unleashed a vicious thrust that she barely managed to sidestep. Even though her stance stayed the same, desperately wanting to end this. Before he could pull out another insane trick, she braced herself to unleash her third technique, the Furious Rupture. But before she could even swing, our hero already had his own lethal counterattack loaded and ready to fire. Pure panic washed over her when she realized he wasn't even going to bother blocking her strike, fully aware he could never survive a hit like that. Out of nowhere, he unleashed his terrifying existence-erasing aura and swung right at the petrified girl. She watched in awe as he halted his blade mere inches above her head, shutting off his enchantment and prana as he calmly claimed victory. Right on cue, Luke officially called the match in his favor. The defeated knight dropped to her knees, completely shell-shocked, refusing to accept that she had actually lost. A split second later, our protagonist totally collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of all energy. He mumbled that he was entirely fine, but his paralyzed body told a different story, proving that the crazy enchantment came with a massive physical toll even, if he only used it for 5 seconds. Catching that detail, Ket suddenly wondered if his collapse back during the fight with Dalcan Iris was actually triggered by those heavy enchantments, rather than his actual combat wounds. Tears immediately started streaming down the girl's face as she cried out to Lord Adol, apologizing for her loss, and begging to know why he would ever pass down the legendary Sword Saint style to a guy like this. Luke gently stepped closer, asking if he could just call her Kets. He softly explained that while the knights practically worshipped the Sword Saint style, she might have acted way too impulsively by ambushing a total stranger completely out of nowhere. Dying of curiosity, Luke had to ask why she was so insanely obsessed with the saint's techniques. Wiping her tears, she proudly claimed to be Lord Adol's one and only true disciple. She explained how back when her combat ranking was completely hard stuck, the legend himself suddenly appeared and secretly trained her in swordsmanship for just one single session. From that moment, she was fully convinced Adol planned to hand down the Sword Saint style to her. Luke's jaw practically dropped. Ket's Aurelia continued pointing out that since Adol absolutely never took on students, she naturally assumed she was the chosen exception. She honestly believed he finally acknowledged her raw talent and was eagerly waiting for her to rise up, fueled by that dream. She ground her way to the top, slaughtering monsters while tightly clutching his picture in her locket. Luke instantly realized the poor girl had been completely played, turning into an unbearable brat all over a literal doll. Struggling to his feet despite his painfully heavy body, our hero swore he was telling the total truth about the legendary knight. He wasn't faking anything. He really was Adol's true disciple, and he had personally mastered every single aspect of the Sword Saint style. Defeated, the girl quietly admitted you'd have to be blind to not recognize Adol's signature blade work, confessing his combat style was the real deal, completely unlike her own pathetic imitation that she only picked up by watching from a distance. She honestly thought she had unlocked something special, but it wasn't the true martial art, just a flawless visual copycat technique, born from pure observation alone. which was honestly an insane achievement. Swallowing her pride, Ketz Aurelia offered up her blade as the ultimate wager. She promised that if he ordered her to surrender her sword, she would strip off her knight's crest today and never fight again. Luke quickly stepped in, waving his hands, and insisting she didn't need to take things nearly that far. Taking a breath, Ketz Aurelia agreed that absolutely any other punishment would do, fully surrendering to his right to demand whatever he wanted, swearing on her honor to accept it. Our hero suddenly got super awkward, rubbing the back of his neck as he brainstormed his prize. After racking his brain for a minute, he announced his final choice, but she instantly cut him off, glaring daggers, and warning him not to make any creepy requests about her body. He quickly shot back that he had absolutely zero interest in anything like that, which honestly just bruised her ego a bit. Clearing his throat, he finally dropped his two big requests for the defeated knight. First up, he needed her to help him skyrocket his adventurer rank. And second, he wanted her to formally teach him the Sword Saint's combat techniques. Ketz Aurelia blinked in total confusion, arguing that he should already know the fighting style way better than she ever could. He casually shrugged, admitting he actually only knew how to fire off 2 specific moves, and his overall combat fundamentals were still pretty garbage. Flipping the script, he praised how insanely impressive it was that she managed to copy the legendary martial art to such a high level, just by watching him once. Blushing slightly, the girl argued that even if it was just a sloppy imitation, dragging the revered Adol's techniques through the mud would totally disrespect his legacy. But she firmly declared that even a total loser still has her knightly pride, politely asking to borrow his rank communication device for a quick second. She planned to immediately hunt down some high-tier knight missions to fast-track his rank-up process. Watching her get to work, our hero then turned to the evaluator. He wondered if he could actually take on knight-tier quests. Luke broke it down, explaining that normally, adventurers to specific classes or ranks. But there was a loophole in the system, as long as he had a guardian from that exact class backing him up. Our guy hesitated, figuring that grinding knight quests wasn't exactly the fastest speedrun to rank up as an adventurer. Luke nodded but dropped some hard truth. He needed to seriously polish his skill set and patch up those glaring weaknesses if he ever wanted to hit the big leagues. He pointed out that raw stats weren't enough. Things like street smarts, haggling skills, and solid teamwork were absolute game changers. And if he just tunnel visioned on standard adventurer gigs, he'd completely cap his own potential. So by diving into these knight tier bounties, right now he'd get a massive head start to leave his rivals in the dust, totally flipping this weird setup into a golden ticket for massive growth as a true adventurer. Luke kept going, emphasizing that the knight rankings, just like the merchant guilds, ran heavily on pure reputation. Because of that, brute strength just wouldn't cut it. You had to carry yourself with absolute dignity, a trait that Adol's entire order basically oozed. Our boy had been sensing a disconnect for a while, but this flawless picture Setsu and Luke were painting of Adol, it felt like a completely different guy. To him, Adol was just a slacker, a guy who totally half-assed basically everything. But the second he voiced that thought, Setsu immediately flared up, completely shutting him down. Luke jumped in to back her up, declaring that Adol's character was absolutely bulletproof. He was hands down the single greatest knight alive. Dropping the receipts, Luke revealed that Adol literally sat at number 5 on the Global Trust leaderboards. You don't hit that tier just by swinging a sword. The man commanded massive respect. Luke then brought up a classic interview, where Adol, fresh off saving an entire village, dropped an absolute mic drop of a quote. "Shielding the innocent is a knight's sworn duty. Their peace is the pride and the heavy burden of our blades." Setsu chimed in, saying she actually memorized the exact date and every little detail. It finally hit our hero. He literally knew zero about Adol's actual life. Their paths had completely split the second they walked out of their hometown. Even during those brutal training arcs, Adol kept his mouth shut about himself. It made him wonder, what was his master up to right now? Smash cut to a village absolutely decimated by a monster horde. Amidst the burning, staring down a massive, deadly serpent. Just as it lunged, a knight flashed onto the scene, one-shotting the beast and pulling her to safety. Backup had arrived. A squad of heavily armed warriors swarmed in. They were securing the survivors, when suddenly, boom, a massive tremor ripped through the earth, catching the squad off guard. Bursting from the ground was the tyrant worm, a catastrophic level 11 threat. The squad realized they were completely outmatched. Panic set in as they braced for a desperate retreat. But one knight held his ground. "We do not run," he barked. Gripping his blade, he triggered the rupture art, cleaving the colossal worm cleanly in half, instantly killing it. An elder from the ruins gasped, instantly recognizing the sheer aura of the realm's #1 knight. The warrior pulled off his heavy helm, revealing none other than He looked out at the people and swore that on his watch, not a single soul would die today. Overcome with relief, the entire village erupted into wild cheers for their savior. Meanwhile, back at the royal castle, Adal was slumped over, whining out of pure boredom. His assistant gave him a dry, "good job," before viciously slamming a monstrous mountain of paperwork onto his desk. She sharply reminded him that he had gone completely MIA for an entire year. He ought to be kissing her feet for the sheer effort it took to cover his tracks and feed excuses to the rest of the order. But Adal just scoffed, firing back that when he took the commander gig, he had given them fair warning. He promised to keep the peace and play the flawless hero for the cameras, but he reserved the right to totally ghost them whenever he felt like it. Massaging her temples, his assistant groaned that he literally never answered his message. Then her tone shifted. She pointedly asked who exactly gave him that nasty scar across his chest. She confessed she'd caught a glimpse of it while he was changing out of his battle gear, and wild rumors were already blowing up around headquarters. Whoever pulled this off had to be an absolute monster in combat. Adal nodded in agreement, but quickly set the record straight. This mysterious fighter was only going to get deadlier. Deep down, Lord Adal breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Lu was safe and sound. He had spotted the kid's name climbing the adventurer leaderboards, and felt a surge of pride, seeing him master the sacred sword style. Still, he figured that at his current rank, Lu could probably only pull off 2 techniques. After all, pure blade skills alone couldn't push someone that high up the ladder. Adal couldn't help but wonder if Lu had actually awakened the true arts, because the sheer suffocating pressure of his prana was absolutely horrifying. The second his own energy clashed with Lu's, it was instantly vaporized, and even after cranking his own power to the absolute max, Adal still couldn't hold his ground. He knew for a fact that for someone packing that kind of monstrous awakened energy, Lu's rank was laughably low. It was painfully obvious the kid just hadn't figured out how to leash that raw power yet. That was exactly why Adal was rooting for Lu Tuli to keep pushing his limits, because he knew there was no way Lu belonged in the 1000th rank. It was a complete insult to his insane potential. Meanwhile, Setsu Aurelia managed to snatch up the absolute perfect gig for the squad. A high-stakes escort job, straight down the Transcontinental Railway. Their VIP Thomas Belkin, the 33rd ranked merchant, who desperately needed heavy muscle for his train ride, from the Walter Kingdom all the way to the Aral Republic. The clock was ticking on this one. Word on the street was that lethal hitmen hired by a cutthroat rival company were already breathing down his neck. Some seriously battle-hardened bodyguards. Cut to a completely different location, where the shadowy figures of the Ouroboros Syndicate were holding a pitch-black clandestine meeting. One of the agents finally made his move, flat out declaring that he was going entirely off the grid, keeping the big boss totally in the dark. He knew it was a massive gamble right out of the gate, but he doubled down on how critical this was. He absolutely had to figure out exactly how far Lu Tuli's awakening had progressed. If the cards fell right, he was actually planning to drop the ultimate truth bomb about the Island of the Gods. He had a gut feeling that he and Lu might actually click way better than anyone saw coming. Right then and there, the mysterious agent ripped back his hood. The reveal, a full-blown mechanical android, who casually pointed out that the kid was just another human, desperately hunting for that same legendary island. Back with our crew, they finally rolled up to the Dream Zephyr terminal, the massive transcontinental beast connecting Walter to Aral. The Iron Mammoth was breathtaking. 31 steel cars packing 600 passengers, built to conquer 6,000 kilometers of track. Lu, who hadn't ever been this close to a locomotive, was completely mind-blown watching this colossal metal snake gear up for top speeds. Their drop point was right on the boarding platform. They knew Thomas Belkin would stick out like a sore thumb with his flashy, over-the-top drip. Luce nudged Lu, telling him to flash his rank card immediately, to set a strong first impression, since trust was the name of the game here. But the second Lu locked eyes with Belkin and held up his badge, the rich snob practically swatted his hand away. He spat out that there was no way in hell he was trusting his life to some random kid. That's when Setsu Aurelia stepped in, ice in her veins, demanding to know if the merchant had even bothered doing his homework on them. Thomas scoffed, acknowledging her high rank, but Setsu completely dropped the mic with a hidden bombshell. She wasn't just highly ranked, she was an official candidate for the title of Sword Saint. Hearing those words, Belkin looked like he'd just seen a ghost. His jaw hit the floor. The Sword Saint title was the absolute holy grail, reserved strictly for the #1 knight in the world. And to even be in the running meant you were an elite prodigy with terrifying potential. Sure, having a top-tier rank was the baseline, but raw compatibility was everything, considering the mind-bending unique blade skills you needed to pull it off. Thanks to her freakish talent, Setsu had crushed records to become the youngest Sword Saint candidate in history. Then, without missing a beat, she pointed straight at Lu and boldly claimed that this kid, he was even more ridiculously gifted than she was. Lu confidently introduced himself, completely flipping the script and leaving the snobby merchant absolutely speechless. Right after that, Lu stepped up, flashing her badge as Lu's personal exclusive handler. That was all it took for Belkin to let out a massive breath of relief. He finally cracked, admitting that his nerves were totally fried from a string of recent assassination attempts. Things were so bad, he couldn't even trust his own inner circle anymore. With the deal locked in stone, Thomas signaled the trio to follow him to his private luxury suite to break down the op. Together they stepped into the glittering gold-plated rail car, ready to face the music, when suddenly Aurelia eyed low, asking if this was his absolute first time riding the Dream Zephyr. Stepping in, Rook quickly mapped out the massive train's layout. She needed total certainty he wouldn't botch his mission. Pointing down the aisle, she kicked things off with the bronze-class car, the absolute cheapest section, making it crystal clear their actual target was the ultra-luxurious gold car way up front. On the complete flip side, dead last in the caboose, sat the designated livestock quarters. Sandwiched between them were two massive, a fully stocked library, and 6 gleaming silver cars. That mid-tier section was strictly reserved for folks carrying way more cash than the bronze-level peasants. This rolling fortress even packed its own restrooms, a fully equipped clinic, a lush indoor garden, a swimming pool, and a high-end gourmet restaurant. Finally, they hit the jackpot, reaching the gold car. This ultra-exclusive zone housed a flashy casino and the main conductor's cabin. Rook made it brutally clear that tickets for this VIP sector cost an absolute fortune. Only the obscenely wealthy could even dream of stepping foot inside. Their squad claimed the suite right next door to Thomas Belkin. The second they unpacked, Ketz Aurelia cut straight to the chase, demanding to know exactly who was hunting them. The wealthy merchant spilled the beans, confessing to a vicious turf war over his company's most critical supply line. When Setz casually dropped the name Loudy Company, Thomas completely froze. He instantly realized these mercs had done their homework and already knew the full score. Nodding grimly, Belkin confirmed their true mission. They needed to wipe out any lethal hitmen the Loudy cartel sent his way. But Setz caught him dodging eye contact. Sensing a shady cover-up, she pressed harder, demanding to know exactly when the crosshairs were painted on his back. He swore it was a brand new development. The rival syndicate desperately wanted to sabotage his massive upcoming deals within the Republic. As for the nitty-gritty details of his actual business, he sharply told them he completely refused to elaborate, keeping his lips tightly sealed, even though it technically wasn't classified corporate intel. Shifting gears, he ordered them to stand guard out in the hallway, while he personally swept his room. The second the door clicked shut, Ketz turned her attention to Lo. She pointed out that he was skyrocketing up the official rankings at a totally terrifying pace. It was mind-blowing, sure, but it was also a glaring fatal flaw. Why? Because the kid was completely green. This would be his absolute first time clashing with a cold-blooded killer. Her tone turned deadly serious, warning him that a ranked fighter can never afford to slack off, not even when facing utter garbage-tier thugs. Rubbing the back of his neck, Lo openly admitted he was so clueless about the real world, it actually made his head spin. Offering a warm smile, Rook cut him some much-needed slack. She gently reminded him that he had literally. Suddenly fascinated, Lo pointed out the sliding doors, asking how they opened on their own. Rook smiled, revealing the hidden mechanism ran on pure electricity, a highly specialized form of prana. She went on to explain that their ultimate stop, the highly advanced Republic of Helios, stood at the absolute pinnacle of cutting-edge prana research. Those scientists had actually cracked the code, inventing technology that converts mystical aura straight into hell. This very train, the Dream Zephyr, was a massive product of that exact tech. She threw in a fun fact, noting that the assessment bureau back home rocked the exact same automated doors imported straight from Helios. Soaking all this in, Lo suddenly felt incredibly small in such a massive, complex world. A bittersweet pang hit his chest. His little sister Yuna would have gone absolutely crazy over this place, and he desperately wished she was riding alongside him. Snapping him back to reality, Rook's voice grew serious. Hitting Helios wasn't just a sightseeing tour. They had a massive hidden opportunity waiting for them. It was the perfect place to dig up long-lost secrets regarding the legendary Isle of Gods. She came clean admitting that while digging around for his official rank update, she kept hitting dead ends. The data was hopelessly murky, yielding absolutely nothing. And honestly, the fact that the Omniscient Bureau was completely in the dark was a massive waving red flag. Rook laid out the puzzle pieces. They had two glaring blind spots surrounding Tully, the Isle of Gods itself, and where the hell he actually came from. She didn't buy in coincidences. This was destined. She heavily suspected that his sheer exposure to that mysterious island was the exact trigger for his insanely unique combat arts. Backing up her theory, she jogged his memory. Remember what Gran preached about Helios? They possessed the god-tier tech needed to dissect and analyze prana down to the microscopic level. Just the thought of finally decoding his own mysterious power sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through Lo's veins. He was itching to get there. Rook nodded eagerly, promising that this mind-blowing country would completely shatter everything he knew about magic. But in a split second, the air turned ice cold. Every single one of them felt a sinister killing. "Play it cool," Ketz hissed through her teeth, instantly ordering them to act totally natural. The clock was aggressively ticking down to departure, and they instantly knew the bitter truth. The enemy hitmen were making their move, right now, before the doors even locked. Lo's heart hammered against his ribs, bracing himself for a brutal, all-out, just as the overhead intercom crackled to life. The conductor's booming voice cheerfully welcomed all passengers aboard, announcing the Dream Zephyr was officially taking off. Boom! A violent, unnatural tremor suddenly ripped through the entire cabin. Caught completely off guard by the massive shockwave, Lo instantly lost his footing and stumbled hard. Stumbling backward was the only thing that kept his head attached to his shoulders, as a jagged blade pierced the exact spot his skull had occupied a split second prior. If it weren't for that pure gut reaction, he would have been a dead man. The assassin smoothly twirled his knife, smirking at the kid's dumb luck, but coldly promised that there wouldn't be any. Exploding with a monstrous surge of prana, the killer lunged forward once more, lining up a fatal strike and declaring that Lo was a sitting duck in that position. Not backing down, Lo hurled a heavy hunting dagger right at the charging madman, who effortlessly swatted it aside. But buying that tiny window of distraction was all Lo needed. He feinted hard, slipping completely under the assassin's guard, and slammed a devastating punch straight into the guy's chest before he could even blink. Then snatching his own sword right out of thin air, he locked into a solid defensive stance. Totally unfazed, the killer unleashed a savage, lightning-fast flurry of strikes. But Lo perfectly parried the onslaught with his broad blade. Using the momentum, the enemy vaulted right over him, kicked off the train car's ceiling, and rained down a furious twister of blades from above. Despite the blinding speed, Lo completely dodged the dual strikes, realizing the scumbag was desperately aiming for his solar plexus, over and over. Spotting a glaring blind spot in that desperation, he seized the moment, delivering a bone-crushing blow that instantly put the attacker to sleep. But before he could even catch his breath to speak to Rook, the chilling aura of two more hostiles sent Lo sprinting down the corridor. Bursting into the next car, he found Setz Aurelia standing calmly over the freshly defeated bodies of the remaining assassins. She nonchalantly mentioned how fast the ambush went down, noting that while the killers seemed completely terrified, they fought like aggressive, cornered animals. Given the escalating danger, Ketz strongly advised pumping the brakes and halting the train. Thomas Belkin, however, flat-out rejected the idea, stubbornly declaring that his business empire couldn't wait for anyone. Realizing the stubborn old man wouldn't budge, Setz decided to take out the trash quietly to keep the train on schedule. She casually chucked the unconscious bodies right out the shattered window, figuring that was exactly how they sneaked in anyway. She admitted it was a pretty ruthless tactic, but completely necessary, since tying them up or playing detective just wasn't an option right now. Tossing them out was the only clean fix. Plus, she smirked, Guys operating at this level wouldn't exactly die from a little fall. The squad then gathered around Belkin to hash out a survival plan. When asked to evaluate the hitmen, Rook pegged them somewhere around the top 500 in the underworld rankings, proving they were seasoned veterans. Their raw agility easily rivaled top 300 knights, though Rook noted they absolutely sucked at head-to-head combat. The guy Lowe brawled with, for instance, had terrible footwork. If his stance had been solid, he would have been a genuine nightmare. She urgently warned them to brace for more ambushes, as much heavier hitters were definitely on the way, though she felt confident she could crush them. Rook then shifted the topic to the digital barrier, a legendary concept among high-tier rankers. She broke down how every official leaderboard has an insane, almost insurmountable skill gap right at the milestone cutoffs, like between rank 10 and rank 9, or rank 100 and rank 99. Even though the number only shifts by a single digit, the actual explosion in raw power is astronomical. The leading theory is that elite rankers literally grind themselves to the brink of death to shatter these walls, creating a permanent power gap. To put things in perspective, Low Tully was currently sitting at rank 1089 among adventurers. With the 3-digit threshold staring him down, this bracket is a living hell, swarming with desperate fighters, clawing their way toward the 3-digit ranks. The missions at this stage are absolute meat grinders, making it the ultimate test for Low. Recognizing the sheer stakes, and at Low's earnest request, Set's Aurelia decides to whip him into shape. They climb straight onto the speeding train's roof, where gale force winds threaten to rip them away. Set's purposely chose this brutal arena, having noticed during the scuffle that Low's actual prana control was embarrassingly basic. He was way too obsessed with flashy techniques, while ignoring his core fundamentals, forcing stiff movements, and bleeding out his energy like crazy. Ketz firmly explained that the true Swordmaster's path is far deeper than he ever imagined. To survive what's coming, he desperately needs to master highly advanced prana manipulation. And our boy is finally starting to grasp just how terrifying that power can be. But relying strictly on a blade to level up, she completely calls bull on that. Set zeroes in on a massive flaw dragging him down. During their clash, he let blind rage hijack his focus, turning his strikes into a sloppy mess. To hammer the reality home, she vanishes into thin air, instantly materializing right behind his back with her blade kissing his throat. This, she declares, is the absolute foundation of the Swordmaster's path. It's supposed to be a hurricane of phantom strikes, the very heartbeat of the discipline, but Low is moving like molasses. Yet if he actually listens to her, he might just unlock the third form. It's a wildly volatile, mind-bendingly difficult skill known as the Unchained Rupture. Sets drops a truth bomb. Everything he knows so far is just child's play. The advanced tier. It boasts an impossibly steep learning curve. Gritting her teeth, she confesses she never actually mastered it herself. She only managed to mimic the brutal art through sheer observation, ever even grazing its true flawless peak. Still, she can't deny the kid's terrifying raw talent. Broken and messy as it is, he's already wielding the authentic art. That realization ticks her off, but it also sparks a fire in her gut. Standing on the speeding train's roof, battling roaring gales, they lock into their stances. Boot camp is officially on. Sets warns him that this particular move is a rare beast, even among the legendary Swordmaster arts. She flashes back to Lord Adol, recalling his warning about its super niche uses, but how it was an absolute meat grinder for wiping out whole squads of enemies at once. Dropping his master's name instantly snaps Low to attention. A core memory hits him hard. Adol, surging with terrifying prana, to unleash an absolutely god-tier slash. Watching the man effortlessly cleave an entire mountain 1 year ago had permanently scarred his mind. It haunted his every waking thought, because in that split second, Adol looked like a literal monster. Aurelia's first lesson, however, kicks off with a massive curveball. She whips out a cheap store-bought rope, making Low raise an eyebrow, asking if she's planning some kind of weird bondage trick. She flatly shoots that down. Instead, she puts on a clinic, effortlessly whipping the flimsy cord deep into the violent draft with a mere flick of her wrist. Pull that off, she challenges, and class is officially dismissed. Smirking with absolute confidence, our cocky hero mirrors her stance and hurls the rope forward, throwing his entire body weight into the pitch. Smack. The rope ricochets right back into his face, utterly rejected by the howling winds, relentlessly battering the runaway train. Aurelia coldly explains that this exact failure is why he desperately needs explosive speed and pinpoint control. The rope is basically weightless. Cutting through a gale requires freakish precision. Diving deeper into the mechanics of prana, she breaks down how the aura actually multiplies in power as it cycles, building momentum like a raging, unstoppable waterfall. The endgame. Lo must funnel that explosive energy exactly where he needs it, be it fists, boots, or even his vision. And he's got to do it while staying rock solid, even when redlining his core. Stubborn as ever, our hot-blooded hero gears up for round 2. This time, he forcefully rams his prana straight into his throwing arm and whips the line out. Pathetically, it barely clears the ledge. Aurelia instantly rips into his garbage technique. She snaps that true prana originates right from the center of the chest, meaning he's got to master the exact travel time it takes for that raw power to surge outward into his limbs. Grunting Lo winds up again, cranking his aura to the absolute max and hyper-focusing. But Aurelia immediately screams at him to cut it out. She tears into him, spitting out that he's doing the exact opposite of her instructions, by relying completely on brainless brute strength. Keep flexing like a meathead, she warns, and he'll never unlock the real art. Leaking his prana like a broken faucet is just going to rip his body apart. Breaking down the bottleneck, she meticulously charts out the precise energy current he needs to tame. By now, Lo has already burned through a sickening amount of power. Aurelia crunches the numbers in her head. If a perfect throw cost exactly 1 drop of energy, this maniac was guzzling 10. Even with his freakish stamina pool, it's completely unsustainable. Keep this up, and he'll be running on empty before the real fight even starts. The core truth of this first trial isn't about nuking the area with sheer force. It's about ruthless efficiency and dead-on aura control. Lo, however, scoffs at the warning. He boasts that his gas tank is nowhere near empty, bragging he could crank out 10 times that pressure without even breaking a sweat. Fed up with his thick skull, Aurelia completely pivots her game plan. If he's so hell-bent on flexing his bottomless reserves, she dares him to detonate every single drop of his prana at once. Without a millisecond of hesitation, our boy unseals his core. Instantly, a monstrous tsunami of pure energy erupts from his flesh, literally warping the hurricane-force winds, violently tearing across the train. Against her better judgment, Aurelia is left utterly speechless. If they were bracing for something massive, the sheer scale of it blowing through Thomas Belkin and Luke actually feel the shockwave of that raw energy release right before a deafening blast rocks the roof above them. Luke instantly zeroes in on that familiar aura, realizing with a jolt that the sheer volume of prana is way more massive than before. She realizes, totally caught off guard, that Alter has somehow powered up even more. Meanwhile, lurking deep in the crowd of passengers, one of the assassins catches wind of that suffocating presence and immediately goes on high alert. It hits him hard. There is an absolute someone packing a ridiculous amount of prana, easily rivaling a single. The killer grinds his teeth, knowing they only have 12 days left before the next phase of the operation kicks off, and having a powerhouse like this on board could seriously derail their entire plan. Up on the roof of the speeding train, Alter's surging prana absolutely suffocates the entire area. Setsu honestly can't fathom how a guy holding that much raw power is even keeping his human form together, but still counts her lucky stars, knowing that kind of terrifying flex would easily scare off any attackers. She has to hand it to him. He's easily top tier on a globe when it comes to raw prana. She finally admits it to herself. Lord Adel's apprentice really is a freak of nature. Sometime later, Setsu catches up with Luke, letting out a huge sigh of relief that phase 1 of their hellish training is finally over. She breaks down the 3-part lesson plan, warning him that starting tomorrow, part 2 is going to be incredibly brutal. Glancing over and noticing Thomas Belkin is still holed up in his room, she seamlessly channels her own prana, pointing out that very few people can actually wield it properly. The conversation naturally shifts back to Luke, and Setsu sharply points out that for any decent swordsman, controlling the flow of prana should be basic day 1 stuff. Yet he's leaking energy everywhere, likely not even tapping into a tenth of his actual potential. Once they're alone, it is straight down to business. Setsu pulls up a highly detailed dossier on their VIP. Luke is genuinely blown away by the deep dive, detailing Thomas Belkin's quirks and habits, realizing that hiring top-tier knights for a bodyguard gig is definitely no joke. Setsu Aurelia casually brushes it off, explaining that a solid third of that intel is just standard-issue knowledge pounded into every single rank of the Mars Knights. Skimming the file, Luke learns that their VIP, Thomas Belkin, sits comfortably at number 33 on the elite merchant rankings. He's a 46-year-old big shot, serving as the corporation dominates the retail space, running the ultra-popular Belly department stores. The whole empire actually kicked off as Belkin Pharmaceuticals, starting out as just a tiny mom-and-pop drug company, before completely exploding. Thomas kept that aggressive momentum going, expanding their reach to 8 massive retail branches, crowning him the top boss of the biggest conglomerate in the entire country, taking it all in. Luke mentions that the guy actually sounds like a stand-up citizen and an incredible human being, but Setsu Aurelia instantly shoots that down, warning that he's incredibly paranoid and packs a seriously nasty temper. She firmly believes that's exactly why he was so quick to doubt their skills from the jump. Setsu goes on to predict that even though he's playing it safe in his room right now, sooner or later, cabin fever will hit and he'll want out. Jumping on the opening, Luke drops the intel he gathered on the hit squad that ambushed them, pulling up hard data straight from the assessment department. He starts brainstorming, wondering if those hostiles, back when they clashed with Dalcan Iris, might have tapped into Ryan's cell recovery tech once again. Luke breaks it down, explaining that out in the deadly forest zones, there is a total blackout on transmitters, purposely cutting off comms to keep things locked down and secure. That is exactly why they have to rely on a heavily... Your everyday comm devices can handle a million different things, but their range is absolute garbage, forcing long-distance rigs to fall back on basic radio signals. Setsu chimes in, pointing out how flawlessly those 3 assassins synced their movements. The timing of their ambush was way too perfect to just be some random fluke, especially since these mercenaries are usually contracted as solo acts. Moving like a well-oiled machine proved they were definitely hired as a full-package deal. She smirks, noting that while tracking a lone wolf killer is a nightmare, hunting down an entire squad leaves a massive trail. You can easily pin them down based on their turf, the specific skill tiers of their crew, and even the black market brands stamped on their gear. Based on those exact red flags, she is dead set that these goons belong to Despada, an infamous hit squad ranked number 49. Ruthless crime syndicates. Setsu didn't sugarcoat it, exposing Despada as the 6th deadliest syndicate in the underworld. Despada's top brass isn't just a bunch of thugs. They're stone-cold killers, elite rankers deployed straight from Desdora's dark heart. She warned the crew to stay razor-sharp, because those lethal elites might already be stalking the train cars, turning a bad situation into a living nightmare. Meanwhile, a few cabins down, a shady operative scanned a coded message, confirming the deadly trap was finally set. Lounging by the glass, he noticed his lackeys shaking from the overwhelming prana in the air. He'd honestly hoped to coast into a clean retirement without shedding another drop of blood, but reality came crashing down. He had no other choice. Peeling off a leather glove, he geared up for the slaughter. This was Jomin Teppel, the 108th deadliest assassin on the charts. The next morning, Thomas Belkin waddled out of his suite and shoved food into his face like a starving beast, bragging that this absurdly expensive breakfast was worth every single penny. He whined that having someone taste test for poison was a massive headache. Glancing over at Luke, he told her to dig in and gorge herself. After all, she was the official evaluator. Luke shot back that a true evaluator has to walk a mile in a ranker's shoes. To grade them fairly, smug and stuffed, Thomas ordered them to keep a tight security detail on him while he went out to stretch his legs. He strutted over to a glittering jewelry display, drooling over the gems, but immediately threw a tantrum about the pathetic selection of ceramics, being way too small. Out of nowhere, his eyes locked onto a fresh piece of homeware, completely mesmerized by its flawless craftsmanship. Luke whispered to Setsu, asking if babysitting a shopaholic was really part of the job. Setsu muttered that cutting him off would spark a total meltdown. If he got overly stressed, it was better to just let him blow off some steam. That way the spoiled brat might actually listen to their orders when the bullets started flying. The fierce knight stressed the need to stay frosty, and practically glue themselves to Thomas. Pivoting the conversation, Luke turned her focus. Curious about Luo's intense training regimen, especially with a hardcore instructor like Setsu Aurelia calling the shots. Luo shrugged it off, claiming he wasn't even breaking a sweat, since he was finally mastering the art of channeling his prana without wasting a drop. Intrigued, Luke pressed him, asking if he'd ever drained his core completely bare without triggering his special arts. It didn't make sense because standard aura training literally demands pushing your energy past the breaking point, over and over again, just to build up a tolerance. But Luo fired back with a grin, arguing that nobody sprints just to gasp for air. He hinted that maybe, just maybe, his internal prana reserves were monstrously massive. Luke nodded, fully aware of his terrifying aura, but pointed out how it vaporized in a single heartbeat. The second he unleashed his powers, honestly, she used to think Luo's killer move was simply obliterating anything he laid hands on. But if that were the whole truth, the entire floor would have vanished into thin air during their last brawl. Sure, there are brutal skills that disintegrate matter on impact, but his eats up such a godlike amount of energy, there has to be a mind-blowing payoff to justify that massive drain. Earning a quick nod from Luo, she dropped her ultimate theory. His terrifying art literally deletes any obstacle standing in his path. Lu chuckled, brushing it off as a wild fantasy, but Luke doubled down. That exact description fit the bloody aftermath like a glove. Besides having a god-tier power, doesn't make him immortal, especially with those crippling side effects. It's the most brutal energy drain she had ever witnessed, leaving him dead to the world the second he unleashes it. A terrifying one-shot move that paralyzed him completely for ages. Gambling everything on that one fatal strike was practically a death sentence compared to the actual payoff. Right on cue, Setsu Aurelia marched back, irritated that the shadowy hitmen were still playing hide-and-seek. She gritted her teeth, realizing they had zero options left, except waiting for the hammer to fall. Then, without a single warning snap, the train's power grid completely died, drowning the entire cabin in pitch-black terror. Heart-pounding from the sudden blackout, Luo instantly knew the enemy was using the dark to trigger mass panic and paralyze their defenses in the blinding chaos. Right on cue, Thomas Belkin shrieked like a terrified child. Setsu hissed at him to shut his mouth, but the damage was done. A phantom assassin lunged from the shadows. Sparks flew as she barely deflected the vicious blade, with her combat dagger sick to her stomach, as she realized they used Thomas's pathetic wailing as a homing beacon. She desperately tried to track the killer's violent aura, but the stampeding, screaming passengers made it completely impossible to pinpoint the threat. Watching her struggle, blind Luo shouted over the panic, asking if she could butcher these guys if he just gave her some light. Ignoring her response, he bolted like lightning, ordering her to keep that screaming VIP alive, no matter what. He slams his blade straight into the train's ceiling, drawing in raw prana from the outside air. Instantly, an intense neon green glow erupts from his body, flooding the entire carriage with blinding light. Oblivious to the danger, the dazzled passengers mistake the breathtaking display for some kind of high-tech magic show. But Leo knows the stakes. He has to hold the line. Lighting up the room paints a massive bullseye on his back, though. A lethal assassin steps from the shadows, rank 108 himself. Clocking the kid as the power source, the killer lunges, throwing a devastating haymaker that sends Leo skidding across the floor. Yet against all odds, the boy, gripping his hilt tight, he levels his blade at the attacker who sneers. Time to hunt some monsters. Meanwhile, Setsu Aurelia suddenly realizes she's been cut off from the group. A cloaked figure ambushes her, dagger drawn. One glance at the pitch-black blade tells her this was a carefully orchestrated trap. It hits her they've deployed their top-tier hitters to wipe Leo out before he even knows what hit him. Insulted that they'd underestimate her, Setsu's aura flares and unleashes a bone-crushing counterstrike, instantly vaporizing her first attacker. The surviving hitman freezes in absolute terror. He realizes she just used a high-level technique to detonate raw energy, literally blowing his partner to pieces. In the blink of an eye, Setsu swings her sword 3 consecutive times, carving a halo of razor-sharp rifts around her that shimmer like glowing snow. This technique masks its true power, hiding her aura entirely. The assassin hesitates, weighing his options to stall for time, but his gut screams trap. He has to finish her before the cabin lights flicker back. Then, the horrifying realization dawns on him. He's facing the legendary Sword Saint style, a flawless sequence of overlapping hyper-lethal strikes, perfectly balanced to form a deadly perimeter. Setsu has essentially rigged the air itself, planting invisible slash bombs that detonate the second an enemy steps too close. Those glowing snowflakes suddenly converge, erupting into a violent shockwave of energy that instantly obliterates the killer. In Setsu's hands, this blade work isn't just a martial art, it's absolute invincibility, and she alone can push it to its absolute limits. Flashback to an earlier training session, where our boy is desperately trying to master the flow. Setsu beams with pride, urging him to burn that exact sensation into his muscle memory. This rhythm, she explains, is known as the flow. It's a mechanic usually locked behind the elite ranks, practically unheard of for rookies. But she sees greatness in him, convinced that once he fully unlocks this rhythm, his raw power will become an unstoppable force. Snapping back to the brutal reality of the train, Leo floods the corridor with his aura, staring down the axe-wielding maniac. The veteran killer raises his heavy blade coldly, reading the kid's rhythm before they both launch, straight at each other in a deafening clash of steel. Instantly, Leo realizes he's outmatched. The hitman clocks the boy's crude use of flow. As Leo desperately blocks a brutal overhead swing, his weapon begins to fracture, shattering under a crushing blow that sends him reeling backward. The sheer shockwave finally wakes the terrified passengers up to the bloodbath unfolding in their car. Rank 108 smirks, mocking the kid's massive potential, and pretending to be heartbroken that he has to snuff it out so soon. Breathing heavy, Leo knows he's severely outclassed. This guy isn't just strong, his command over the flow is leagues ahead of a rookie's. Could this psycho be one of those Espada elites Luke warned him about? Refusing to back down, the boy tightens his grip, channeling his erratic flow to explode forward at breakneck speed. But the assassin just scoffs. The kid's energy control is painfully sloppy. It's an absolute tragedy, because a mana pool that massive is a 1 in a million gift. Anyone else born with that kind of juice would have been drilled relentlessly to master it. He figures the boy must have been cast aside as a defective trainee, capping his true potential. Now, he's determined to crush him before that dormant monster ever wakes up. If this kid actually knew how to focus his flow, it'd be game over, the killer silently admits. Surging with his own sinister energy, he brings his heavy axe crashing down with world-shattering momentum. The pieces finally click in Leo's head. His energy control is completely out of sync. He's forcing his unstable flow into the rigid framework of the Sword Saint's style, and they're rejecting. The friction is undeniable, especially when he tries to trigger that suicidal prana detonation technique. He can't wield both simultaneously, but he doesn't hold back, unleashing a barrage of top-tier aura slashes straight at his enemy. The assassin effortlessly weaves through the strikes. He smirks, noting how the reckless assault is just draining the kid. What a tragic waste of raw talent. Without missing a beat, the killer hurls his battle axe. Our hero narrowly ducks, letting the massive blade slam deep into the train car's metal wall, yanking the heavy weapon free. The killer uses the violent momentum to kick a shower of razor-sharp shrapnel at our hero. He manages to shield himself, but the heavy impact leaves him dizzy and reeling. The Ouroboros assassin immediately exploits the split-second opening. He charges like a raging bull, bringing the axe down with crushing force. Our boy barely raises his guard, but the awkward angle of the vicious strike pushes his sword right to its breaking point. Lo's eyes widen. He realizes this assassin is evolving with every single clash. The guy isn't just relying on brute strength, he's calculating, reading every micro-movement. If Lo wants to survive against monsters like this, he can't let his own combat style become stiff or predictable. Remembering that the true essence of the Sword Saint's technique is constant evolution, Lo aggressively shifts his stance and ignites a massive surge of aura. He seamlessly merges two deadly forms, the Lotus Flower and the Tempest Slash, firing off what looks like the exact same volley of strikes. But as the barrage descends on the assassin and he raises his guard to deflect, the killer instantly realizes these aren't the same clumsy swings. The blindingly fast strikes overlap like thousands of piercing arrows raining down, making the deadly web almost impossible to escape. Yet the assassin scoffs. The hits feel dangerously light, and he effortlessly swats them all away in one sweeping motion. Lo catches that arrogant smirk. He knows his strikes lack heavy impact because he rapidly shifts his speed, but those light taps are designed to detonate, packing enough explosive force to completely paralyze his target. To pull off this ultimate finish, he channels every last ounce of his blazing aura into a single, devastating thrust. The assassin's eyes bulge in sheer terror as the overwhelming blast obliterates his defenses, slamming right in. Riding that adrenaline high, Lo follows up with a brutal strike, knocking the elite killer out cold. He exhales deeply, relieved to have survived. But suddenly an agonizing, crushing weight drops onto his shoulders, forcing him to his knees. the half-conscious assassin. His battle axe was dripping with a highly lethal toxin. Just one tiny scratch is an absolute death sentence. Panic sets in. Our hero remembers the burning graze he took when the heavy blade smashed into the wall. Gasping for air, he demands the antidote. The twisted killer slowly pulls a small vial from his pocket and deliberately crushes it into pieces right in front of him. Lo watches in horror as the villain maliciously sneers like him deserves to rot. Just then, his three friends burst into the wrecked cabin. They spot his ghostly pale skin and instantly realize the toxic venom is spreading fast. Setsu Aurelia spots the shattered glass on the floor. She grimly states that the train's standard medical kit won't do a damn thing against this tier of poison. Struggling to stand, Lo warns his squad to step back. He needs to test something crazy. He taps into his tribe's ancient magic, activating a highly specialized cleansing art to purge his veins. He triggers the Torii tribe's ultimate secret technique, the descent of the celestial spirit. Forcing his radiant aura deep into his bloodstream, he literally burns the lethal toxin away. He survives, leaving his crew absolutely speechless. Moments later, the train's intercom crackles to life, smoothly informing the panicked passengers that the surprise live-action performance has concluded, politely reminding them to grab their personal belongings. It strictly states that anyone heading to the Ario Republic must remain on board. Setsu Aurelia immediately catches on. She realizes the crew faked the broadcast, exactly as they had secretly requested. Thomas Belkin smirks, bragging that of course they did. He's dumped a massive fortune into this railway. He brilliantly covered up the brutal death match in the library car, while Setsu Aurelia smoothly convinced the terrified onlookers that it was just an elite, impromptu stunt show. Honestly, half the passengers probably didn't, but throwing enough hush money and VIP compensation at them keeps the authorities away. Later, Rook steps up to Lo's sickbed. He looks dead serious. He explains that he finally figured out the true nature of the boy's bizarre power. The absolute core of the celestial spirit's descent isn't combat. It's pure, desperate survival. The magic acts like an extreme auto-defense system, ruthlessly wiping out any active threat to the user's life, whether it's a homing attack or a lethal infection. But an ultimate shield comes with a devastating price tag. While it's active, Lo is completely paralyzed. The real trick is timing it perfectly. Rook sharply points out that the invincibility window lasts for exactly 10 seconds. No more, no less. For those 10 seconds, Lo transforms into an untouchable god on the battlefield, capable of crushing literally anyone. If he can drag a fight into that exact window, his victory is 100% guaranteed. Lo nods heavily. From here on out, high IQ battle strategy is going to be his lifeline. Intrigued by the breakdown, Setsu Aurelia leans in and asks exactly how he outsmarted a vastly superior veteran assassin, using just pure tactics. He grins. He reveals how he manipulated the lotus flower technique, spinning his simple lunges into a blinding hurricane, purposely targeting his enemy's weapon. Tempest and lotus flower might just be the absolute basics of the Sword Saint's manual, but the real terrifying advantage of these foundational moves is their wild, unpredictable flexibility. The lotus flower especially can be morphed into dozens of deceptive variations. And right there, he proved he could weaponize it as a long-range blast to absolutely wreck, pinning it to a target and actually triggering a blast. Setsu points out how completely this clashes with the ever-shifting flow of the galaxy style. She promises to break down her sword techniques later. In her eyes, he has finally proven himself worthy of the Sword Saint's legacy. Gearing up for round 2, he thanks Setsu Aurelia for the sparring session, casually dropping that her training beats Adol's classes. That comparison sets her off. She absolutely snaps, barking that such a claim is pure garbage, that Lord Adol's teachings are the absolute best in the world. Seething with rage, she shoves her blade right in his face, totally convinced he was just flexing about being mentored by someone so legendary. Yet, our hero was genuinely trying to give her a massive compliment. She completely missed the memo. The chat quickly pivots back to their attackers. Setsu figures the enemy might actually back off now, since Luke just crushed a highly skilled Espada operative. Luke, however, shuts that down fast. He warns her that the hitman was just a low-level grunt, and nowhere near the upper ranks. He lays out a chilling reality. If a true elite squad had ambushed them, he would have been a dead man the second the lights cut out. Luke grimly declares that this bloodbath is far from over, and they have just been riding on pure dumb luck. Meanwhile, back at the main transit hub, a little girl stares wide-eyed at a creepy clown, casually juggling razor-sharp throwing knives. The painted freak mentally calculates his next move. If the kid botches the job, he will have to board that train and handle the mess himself. He figures their previous guy got slaughtered because he went completely rusty, rotting away behind a corporate desk. Since this massive failure is tearing up their schedule, the clown realizes he is left with zero choice but to infiltrate the train. Suddenly, a solid gold coin clatters against the pavement. Before a random passerby can snatch it, the clown violently blocks them, snarling at the stranger to back the hell off. He frantically scoops up the gold, muttering that his pathetic street rat instincts are kicking back in, since he spent his past clawing his way through life, begging for scraps. Just then, a heavily cloaked guy bumps into his shoulder, muttering a quick apology. The clown locks onto the stranger's foreign features and asks if he hails from the Republic. The mysterious traveler, hiding behind a cold metallic mask, nods, revealing he is finally heading back to his turf, after ages away to reunite with a VIP. Cut back to the speeding train. Our hero regroups with the squad, and Setsu checks if he managed to catch any sleep. He casually nods, joking that he was even mumbling in his dreams, noticing they survived the night without bleeding out. They question how many miles are left until they hit the Ario Republic. Luke pulls up the ETA, noting they rolled out of the central station yesterday evening and are already at the halfway mark. Thomas Belkin, sweating bullets and jumping at shadows ever since the ambush, stammers that it is lunchtime and he is locking himself in his cabin to eat. Sensing the perfect opening, Setsu steps up, demanding a serious chat about the hitman Luke just flatlined. She points out a grim fact, sure the assassin packed a serious punch, but there is an absolute guarantee that a much deadlier killer is tracking them right now. With that threat hanging over them, she corners Thomas Belkin, brutally interrogating him on what dark secrets he is hiding. The terrified client starts sweating buckets and nervously stutters, asking why she is acting so paranoid. Setsu coldly breaks it down. Nobody blows a massive budget on a top-tier hitman just to settle some petty corporate squabble, like his original bullshit story claimed. She knows in her gut there is a much darker motive driving this hunt, so she drops a brutal ultimatum. If he keeps his mouth shut, they are instantly pulling the plug on this entire... Setsu reminds him of the golden rule. When a contractor lies by omission, the bodyguards possess full authority to walk away and dodge unnecessary suicide missions. She delivers the final blow, reminding him that with Luke backing their play, the corporate review board will absolutely rubber stamp their walkout. Cornered and desperate, Thomas Belkin breaks, promising to spill every dirty secret and massively increase their payout if they just keep shielding him. He confesses he is knee-deep in shady negotiations to secure exclusive mining rights for a rare mineral called insect steel, the core ingredient for butterfly. Thomas nervously explains that butterfly is an insanely notorious street narcotic, violently synthesized from a highly refined powder derived directly from this steel. The cooking process is a breeze if you hold the raw goods, making it a nightmare to actually monopolize. However, the skyrocketing addiction rates guarantee an absolute gold mine, acting as the ultimate slush fund, bankrolling massive underworld cartels. Underworld syndicates have been weaponizing butterfly since it first hit the streets. With this bombshell dropped, Thomas's inner turmoil finally makes sense. This isn't just some petty corporate rivalry. We're talking about bloodthirsty crime rings. Our hero corners him, demanding to know why exactly he needs the insect steel, and Thomas completely snaps, desperately swearing he isn't brewing butterfly. The raw desperation in his voice is enough. The crew buys it, choosing to push forward with the escort. It suddenly clicks for Sets, just like back in the cursed Azabin forest. The danger level is skyrocketing, which means the mission rank shoots up with it. She decides to ride this unexpected wave of luck, since surviving a brutal, high-stakes gig like this is the ultimate shortcut to leveling up and cashing in massive payouts. Ketz is on a deeply personal grind, skyrocketing her own rank to inherit the legendary Holy Swordsman style, ultimately gunning for Lord Adol's throne as the absolute #1 knight. She firmly believes that if she can just claw her way to the top, Lord Adol will finally see her worth. Refocusing on her squad, she drags Lo right back into his brutal training, their enemy's raw power, has already blown way past anything they prepared for. They need to forge Lo's flow into a deadly weapon, and fast, the second he sparks his energy. She points out that he must have felt how flow completely flips the battlefield dynamics. The entire focus of lesson number 2 boils down to raw stamina and ironclad control. She orders Lo to sprint straight down the exterior of the speeding train. The sheer velocity blows his mind. But completely cloaked in the shadows, a tiny metallic bug is spying on their every word. A heavily augmented cyborg locks onto Lo and his 3 teammates, quietly tracking their escort run. Despite surviving an absolute bloodbath in the Azaban forest, they are still climbing the ranks, hell-bent on reaching the Isle of Gods. Meanwhile, miles away, a twisted guy wearing clown makeup is ruthlessly beating 3 men to a pulp, the exact same assassins who botched the hit. He viciously chews them out for dragging the spotlight onto themselves. The Death Pata Syndicate has a terrifying reputation to uphold. Spitting blood, the assassins plead their case, their targets were guarded by a top-tier ranker knight and a swordswoman packing monstrous prana. The killer clown decides to hunt down this knight himself. That specific stinging flavor of his prana is way too distinct to hide. Catching his battered thugs trying to scramble out the window, he slaughters them without a second thought. Poking his head out into the rushing wind, the clown grips his throwing knives, leans out the carriage, and wildly hurls 2 blades straight at our heroes on the parallel train. In a split-second flash, the cyborg sniper fires from his own window, violently deflecting the clown's daggers before they can even scratch their target. The clown completely freezes, staring in baffled shock. The cyborg calculates that stepping out of the shadows right now would ruin everything, but pushing Lo to fully awaken his hidden powers is exactly what his syndicate needs. Seeing the clown practically begging for a fight, the cyborg decides to turn him into a twisted little lab rat. He deploys a mechanical scarab that silently lands on the clown's shoulder and sinks its fangs deep into his neck. The maniac convulses as a heavy, agonizing surge of pain courses through his veins. Flooding the target's system with weaponized nanomachines, the cyborg coldly counts down 7 minutes, until total terminalization banking on this juiced-up psycho to push Lo to his absolute breaking point. Back outside, Lo is sprinting across the roaring train, burning his lungs out, trying to match the brute until his legs give out, and he completely collapses. Ketz instantly whips a heavy rope toward him, which he barely catches. Channeling her flow, she forcefully hauls his exhausted body back into the carriage. She warns him that, unlike his massive prana, his physical stamina has a hard limit, and pushing himself to death will only jeopardize the entire operation. Catching his breath, he flashes a confident grin, swearing he's got this locked down, now that he finally cracked the secret of the second lesson. Just sprinting on pure muscle was never going to cut it. The second his boots hit the metal roof, he ignites his prana, supercharging his speed by locking into an endless pulsing flow. He actually shatters the train's top speed, but a single, tiny tremor in his energy output sends him violently tumbling across the roof. Groaning through the bruises, it hits him hard. He needs serious grinding to perfectly sync his frail body with the explosive power of his flow. Watching him suffer, Ketz genuinely praises his terrifying learning curve. Dusting himself off, Lo asks where Rook disappeared to. Turns out she's currently grilling Thomas, running a hardcore background check just to be safe. Even though the guy swears on his life he's not touching the narcotic trade, the crew suspects he might be plotting some other shady hustle. If that drops as truth, they'll pull the plug on the mission immediately. But Set seriously doubts Thomas is a villain. She clearly remembers the pure, unfiltered joy on his face when he cashed out his own shop and started renting a rival's turf. Lo nods in agreement, instinctively sensing that he's nothing more than a humble merchant. Setsu backs up this theory. A guy completely consumed by greed would never give such a genuinely heartfelt compliment. Plus, Thomas has poured massive fortunes into rehab centers. She decides to hold out for Luke's investigation, absolutely certain it will clear their client's name. Setsu breaks down the third and final lesson, blending his inner flow with the legendary Sword Saint style. You can't just read about this, you have to bleed for it. She orders Luo to keep his energy surging around the clock, and it instantly clicks for him. Suddenly, the clown drops from the ceiling in a brutal ambush, smashing into the floor and smirking that his timing couldn't be better. Setsu Aurelia gets a sinking feeling that this freak heard their entire conversation. That robotic metal beetle had been lurking there, broadcasting every single word. Luke suddenly bursts into the room, but Luo screams at him to fall back. As the dust settles, our hero scans his enemy. The clown stands nearly 6 feet tall, weighing 176 pounds of solid. Those freaky overdeveloped forearms are a dead giveaway he's a hitter for the Despota Syndicate. Even empty-handed Luo can sense his terrifying S-rank aura. His raw power is completely off the charts. Then it hits him. This is Nils Shooter, the 21st ranked assassin in the world. Setsu Aurelia highlights the fatal threat, warning the crew that this psycho can turn absolutely anything he gets his hands on into a lethal weapon. Nils wastes 0 time showing off hurling random junk at Luo, who ducks and weaves. Then the madman literally chunks an entire sofa. Luo barely sidesteps the heavy furniture, realizing that without Setsu's training, that massive strike would have crushed him. He had never tangled with a throwing master before. Locking eyes with the killer, he notices something deeply wrong. The clown's dead stare screams of technological mind control. That's why he strikes with such terrifying, emotionless brute force. But Setsu catches something way worse. He's charging every single projectile with his own dark flow, turning normal garbage into blazing cannonballs. Grasping the sheer stakes, Luo yells at Setsu to grab Luke and Thomas and get the hell out of there. He realizes the clown is entirely locked onto him. Setsu is totally lost, completely bewildered as to why Thomas, the supposed VIP target, is being completely ignored. Since the third lesson is all about live combat, Luo grins. This is the absolute perfect chance to master his raging energy in a do-or-die situation. Setsu agrees, swearing she will rush right back the second she gets the others to safety. She instantly bolts with the guys. Left all alone, Luo drops into a deadly fighting stance. Like a twisted machine, the clown unleashes a chaotic storm of blindingly fast strikes. Luo swings his blade, deflecting the supercharged shrapnel. But the assassin starts hurling objects in deadly pairs, making Luo freeze for a split second, scrambling to react. Refusing to be pushed back, he rapped straight into his fists and feet, shifting gears to total offense with a blur of razor-sharp footwork and lightning-fast arm strikes. He weaves through the brutal barrage, slashing fiercely with his sword, ricocheting the deadly debris right back. To Luo, this killer clown is nothing more than a bloody stepping stone on his path to the Island of Gods. You see, Nils Shooter's past was incredibly dark. As a desperate orphan, a traveling circus took him in, not to perform, but to be sold off like cattle. Desperate to escape that nightmare, Nils secretly copied the dazzling techniques of the seasoned performers. His stolen skills actually let him replace a washed-up juggler. He ground away day and night, bleeding for his craft, knowing damn well that a single mistake would get him tossed out on the streets. Even after the circus went completely bankrupt, he kept obsessively juggling. It was the only survival skill he knew until a shadow assassin found the boy and took him under his wing. That encounter changed absolutely everything. His freakish natural talent for dropping targets completely exploded. Fusing assassination arts with his juggling throws, forged a truly terrifying weapon. Nils slaughtered countless underworld scumbags, climbing the ranks to become the 20th deadliest assassin on the planet. But thanks to a twisted mad scientist, he was reduced to a mindless puppet, stripped of his free will, furiously trying to rip Luo apart. Our hero gracefully dodged every fatal strike until the manic clown shattered a massive chandelier to create a blinding distraction. Seizing that split second, opening Nils lunged right at Luo's throat, unleashing a storm of slicing slashes and flying shrapnel. The craziest part, every piece of destruction he caused just restocked his endless ammo. It was a flawless defense, completely blocking Luo from moving in close. Staring down this relentless barrage, our hero narrowed his eyes, waiting patiently for the absolute perfect opening. He let the deadly barrage whiz right past him, immediately unleashing a devastating storm-tier skill. Lu's Tempest absolutely obliterated the incoming volley. Before that twisted jester could even think about reloading, our hero closing the gap in a heartbeat to blitz the assassin. But shockingly, Niles shattered the very ground beneath them, weaponizing the flying rubble to instantly reload and unleash another brutal hailstorm. By this point, the train car had been completely ripped to shreds. Yet defying all odds, the swordsman slipped through the carnage and materialized right behind the maniac. Spotting a massive gash blown into the ceiling, he seized the perfect ambush opportunity, vaulting straight through the jagged metal. The deadly dance spilled out onto the speeding locomotive's roof. Amidst the raging chaos, a core memory flared up the realization that a true master's technique is the ultimate blueprint. He had been blessed with legendary mentors, the fierce knight he once sparred with, and Lord Adol, the undisputed peak of humanity, even if only for a single year. A prodigy sword saint and a miraculous phantom assassin had paved his bloody path forward. With a sharp exhale, he shifted his entire battle stance. It hit him hard. Pushing his energy flow like this was frying his nervous system. He could barely string together a basic sprint. Mimicking the pristine sword saint style was entirely off the table right now. That perfect form was simply a fleeting illusion anyway. To truly conquer this overflowing power, Liu had to tear his foundations down to zero, fusing the sword saint's flawless mechanics with his own violently surging prana. Only then could he grasp Lord Adol's genuine martial legacy. Gripping his blade, he unleashed the island's signature strike against the psychotic jester, carving out a massive gale-force shockwave. Niles parried the roaring slash, looking completely unfazed, until a geyser of crimson erupted from his torso, exposing deep, flesh-rending. A triumphant smirk crossed the swordsman's face. Merging his raw aura with the legendary technique had actually worked. He was finally internalizing the divine sword saint art, the absolute pinnacle of lore. It was time to crank the dial up to the next devastating form, the third fury, destined to bring forth absolute cataclysm. Suddenly Liu caught a sinister glint. The clown's pupils were whirring with high-tech mechanical lenses. It became crystal clear. While the saint's swordplay was mesmerizing, that wasn't the data this artificial watcher was after. The hidden entity craved one specific thing. It wanted Liu Tool to expose his clan's forbidden martial arts. Without warning, the jester detonated his own prana, flooding the battlefield with a suffocating, bone-crushing pressure. Two completely distinct aura colors spiraled off the maniac, but Liu locked in his focus. His piercing gaze immediately spotted a concealed weapon. Exposed the second Niles ripped his tattered shirt away. The horrifying truth sank in. This psycho was insanely overpowered, now dual-wielding vicious daggers, coated in that sickly twin. The madman hurled the glowing blades right at his throat. Liu barely batted them away, summoning razor-sharp wind currents from his steel. Pushing the momentum, he tried to rush the freak, but his muscles suddenly locked up tight. His limbs felt like lead, a brutal backlash from pushing the saint's lethal style far beyond his limits. Combining it with his chaotic flow had pushed his prana into violent overdrive. The physical toll was agonizing, leaving him violently shivering where he stood. Blinking through the pain, he realized the jester had completely vanished. Suddenly, an entire massive tree came hurtling out of nowhere, forcing the exhausted warrior into a desperate, rolling dive. The lunatic was pacing the speeding locomotive from the dense tree line, literally uprooting massive. This sheer, monstrous display gave him instant flashbacks to his blood-soaked duel with Dakin. Knowing these flying logs would obliterate the passengers and ruin the mission, he launched himself straight into the sky to intercept condensing every last drop of blazing aura into his leg. He kicked off with an explosive sonic boom, refusing to back down from a brutal clash of pure, unadulterated power. As Liu sparked up the island's ultimate technique, the mechanical stalker coldly calculated that the trap was set. Niles ricocheted toward him like a loaded spring, moving at a truly blinding speed. Liu braced himself, knowing he was about to eat the devastating impact head-on. But at the final microsecond, the twisted trickster snagged him right by the ankle, intending to smash him violently back down to earth. Getting slammed by this freak of nature would mean instant death. Backed into a terrifying corner, Liu pulled his absolute last trump card. He began fiercely chanting the ancient forbidden incantation of the Tool clan. Bingo. That was exactly the bait the machine had been waiting for. Liu caught a glimpse of the metallic figure, his mind racing. Was this thing back up? But it didn't matter. With his lethal bloodline art fully ignited, there was absolutely no hit. In a chilling robotic voice, the android declared it was initiating a full scan of the Tool battle arts. Then, out of nowhere, a swarm of razor-sharp mechanical claws lunged. The metal shrieked with an ear-piercing screech as it cut the air. Liu's overwhelmingly pure aura was supercharging every single shot. The android quickly registered an insane spike in atmospheric interference, but tragically for it, the wireless upload to Babel crashed completely. The raw energy output was simply too catastrophic for its system. Our hero finally hit the dirt, completely drained. Looming over him, the cyborg mocked his pathetic limit and dropped his name, James Contrado, a core member of the infamous Ouroboros. Louis drew a blank. He knew absolutely nothing about the criminal underworld rankings, let alone this dark syndicate. James casually dropped a bombshell. He was hunting for the island of the gods, too. Deciding the clown had outlived his usefulness, the cyborg mercilessly blasted him away, leaving Louis frozen in pure shock. Seconds later, a mechanical scarab ripped its way out of the jester's corpse and crawled right back onto the villain's shoulder. James proudly showed off his twisted invention, a prison scarab, a deadly prana-fueled terminal he engineered himself. It was designed to hack communications, while pumping targets full of microscopic nanobots, ripping away their free will, and turning them into mindless flesh drives. By flooding them with his own energy, he could puppet literally anyone. Right on cue, Setsu Aurelia burst onto the scene. Catching sight of Louis sprawled on the floor, she immediately called out, checking if he was still breathing, quickly piecing together that he'd burned through all his stamina. Before she could blink, a lethal blast of gemstone prana tore straight toward her, but Setsu miraculously managed to dodge the fatal strike. He warned her to back off, claiming wiping her out would barely be a warm-up. Despite running on fumes, Louis forced his aura to flare up, desperately trying to drag himself to his feet. The cyborg watched the boy's energy spike. He instantly pegged him as a crisis-type fighter, someone who turns sheer panic into raw power, wondering what kind of deep-rooted trauma triggered it. Smirking, James promised a quick end and snapped his metal fingers. Instantly, the locomotive's engines screamed as it accelerated to a breakneck speed. He had totally hijacked the system. He taunted the exhausted boy, demanding he unleash everything he had, because if he failed to hit the brakes now, tons of innocent passengers were going to be slaughtered. Driven by desperation, our hero forced himself upright, roaring with absolute fury. Suddenly materializing right behind the machine, Setsu Aurelia lunged, delivering a crushing strike straight to the back of his neck. But her attack wildly ricocheted off a sudden invisible barrier. His defensive shield was freakishly tough. In that exact moment of chaos, Luke swooped in, grabbing the boy and dragging him to safety. The cyborg didn't even bother giving chase. Without his tribal arts, Louis was officially useless garbage to him. James casually remarked that the kid definitely didn't fit the profile of an Espada operative, prompting Setsu to rack her brain over this psycho's real faction and end goal. Pushing her buttons, James sneered, asking if slaughtering her right here might finally motivate the boy. Completely fed up with his arrogant trash talk, the fierce warrior kicked off the showdown. In the left corner, Setsu Aurelia Knight, number 305. In the right, James Contrado Prana Scholar, number 2. An absolutely explosive duel erupted. With Louis safely evacuated by Luke, Setsu figured out that this runaway bullet train was entirely the cyborg's doing, picking up on his tricky rear-guard manipulation tactics in the middle of their chaotic clash. The appraiser dragged Louis all the way to the medical ward. Luke stashed the battered teen inside a VIP room in the silver carriage, then urgently demanded to know who the hell that maniac was. When Louis dropped the Ouroboros name, Luke's blood ran cold. She knew their entire bloody track record. Ouroboros was the ultimate evil syndicate, ruthlessly ruling the absolute top of the criminal food chain. Their operatives were the stuff of nightmares, and now they were haunting this very train, gunning for Thomas. That's when the horrifying truth hit her. Their real target wasn't Thomas Belkin at all. It was Thule, sweating bullets. She shelved the Thule mystery for a later deep dive, tucking the exhausted kid into a hospital bed to clear her head. Luke knew deep down she couldn't take on Ouroboros solo. She just didn't have the combat chops. But if she didn't slam the brakes on this steel beast, this was no longer a basic VIP escort, and the severe lack of backup was seriously tearing at her nerves. Right then, Thomas Belkin barged in, demanding to check on Louis, refusing to sit idle in a locked room while the world burned outside. He immediately spotted Louis' dangerously low aura levels and opted for an aggressive, high-risk treatment. After triple-checking that his meds and surgical gear were fully stocked, he confidently laid out his tools, casually mentioning that growing up as a pharmacist's kid was finally paying. Luke handed the reins over, begging Thomas to keep the kid breathing while she went to stop this suicide express. With zero hesitation, she bolted toward the conductor's cabin. Over the blaring intercom, the captain was screaming for all passengers to brace for impact and abandon the forward cars. Absolute pandemonium erupted as people stampeded toward the back. But Luke's sharp eyes caught something a high-level mechanic ranker hiding in the mob. She instantly roped him in to help kill the engines, having spotted the grease-stained calluses all over his hands. She barked an order for him to sprint to the engineering bay, and without missing a beat, the guy rushed off to get it done. Luke broke it down. Evaluators aren't just watchers. They're lone wolves who fix messes single-handedly. With razor-sharp instincts, they pinpoint exactly which rankers a mission demands, and the exact head count. Hearing this, she pressed him, asking if they could secure a level 40 mechanic, or higher, paired with a level 120 prana scholar. Cut to Thomas, who was carefully administering the experimental serum to Lewis. He fully expected the kid to brace himself, assuming this whole gig was a trap set up by some shady villain to funnel illicit boosters through the insect cult. But shocking him to his core, Louis didn't flinch. As a fellow ranker, he knew the legend of number 33 all too well, and he understood the grueling, blood, sweat, and tears grind Belkin had poured into his. He put his absolute faith in the mustached man's hard work. Moved by this raw display of trust, Thomas swore on his life he'd pull him through this. He gave it to him straight. The serum would slice years off his lifespan, a brutal, last resort remedy, but it absolutely beat pushing up daisies. He then shot a glance at the adventurer ranker, begging him to run interference, knowing damn well Louis wouldn't just sit idly by. Suddenly, Thomas's traumatic past flashed before his eyes. The suffocating, grinding poverty of his childhood clawed its way back. His old man, a saint with a heart of gold, was absolutely clueless when it came to making a buck. Once his mother packed up and walked out, Thomas and his dad became the town's punching bag, branded as nothing more than pathetic losers. That burning hunger for cash ate away at him, ultimately pushing him over the edge. He got his hands on a chemical compound, a double-edged sword that could easily twist into a highly volatile substance if misused. Holding his father's struggling face in his mind, he hustled and built a shadowy enterprise from the dirt up. He started cutting illicit deals, slipping contraband underneath the table, to anyone buying his standard remedies. This drew in a gritty mix of street thugs and clueless innocent buyers. Oblivious to the shadows, his dad served every single soul with a warm smile. Their rundown apothecary shed its miserable vibe, transforming into a bustling, cheerful hub. Word of mouth about their stellar service caught fire, and the customer base exploded overnight, all thanks to the old man's genuine hustle. But Thomas was flying blind to the point of no return. The ghosts of his dirty deeds refused to stay buried. Riddled with guilt, knowing he had deeply betrayed his father's he vowed to scrub the blood off his ledger. Flash forward years later, now sitting on the throne of the Belkin trading empire. He secured a spot as a merchant ranker through an evaluator's direct backing. He felt entirely unworthy of the badge, yet the evaluator called his bluff, point blank, asking if he was dodging the title because of his dark history running an underground syndicate. She didn't flinch, revealing she had done her homework. She knew all about the massive fortunes he'd secretly funneled into recovery clinics to clean up the streets. In her eyes, Thomas Belkin had washed his hands clean ages ago and absolutely earned his redemption. Staring him down, she challenged him to step up, own his past, and accept the heavy mantle of a true leader. It hit him like a freight train. His dad really was a spectacular human being, someone who kept their hands clean no matter what. Right then and there, Thomas struck a heavy bargain. He'd take up the ranker mantle, on one brutal condition: the second he wiped his karmic slate clean, he'd turn himself over to the evaluator sealed the deal, stamping his name as Merchant Number 33. Snapping back to the present, he levels with our hero, confessing that this very compound could work miracles if handled right. He absolutely had to make this new clean enterprise blow up, no matter the personal cost. By flooding the streets with legitimate, life-saving remedies, he could completely choke out the black market cartels. If he pulled off this massive gamble, maybe, just maybe, he could finally forgive himself. Listening to this raw confession, our boy, deeply moved, flashed a grin, and promised to swing by Mr. Thomas's shop when the dust settled. Belkin fired back with a fierce smirk, telling him it's a date, assuming they both made it out of this hellhole alive. Meanwhile, on another explosive battlefield, Setsu Aurelia was clashing steel with an Ouroboros fanatic. Realizing her lethal strikes were just bouncing off his skin, she knew she had to shatter his absolute ironclad defense, a nasty, hardened prana barrier straight out of the Republic's military playbook. The smug bastard, noticing her struggle, mockingly told her to relax and take notes. Setsu snapped right back, spitting out that this wasn't some damn training simulation, and she'd tear him apart her own way. In a blur of motion, she flanked him for a lethal blind, but he read her like an open book, blasting a shot that narrowly singed her cheek. He taunted her, declaring that her pathetic prana flow was a dead giveaway, and boasting that his signature style, fluidity, was practically tailor-made to wipe the floor with her. He called her energy flat-out boring, but Setsu's razor-sharp mind was already ticking. She pegged him instantly, a hyper-specialized glass cannon, dripping with tactical knowledge and packing state-of-the-art gear, but hiding underneath a pathetically frail physical body. Knowing this, she completely flipped the script, opting to just nuke him with overwhelming raw firepower, to melt that iron armor down to slag. Channeling a terrifying surge of violent prana straight into her blade, she dropped low, locking into the deadly stance of her third technique, Sword Saint style. Destructive Fury. This wasn't a mere slash, it was a blade of pure, unadulterated ruin. The golden rule of this weapon-shattering technique: you strike with the blunt edge of the blade. Drenched in surging prana, the steel doesn't slice. It absolutely obliterates everything in its path. It's the sole blunt force strike in the entire Sword Saint arsenal. With her stance locked in the night triggered her fury skill, bringing the catastrophic blow crashing down onto Gem. A massive shockwave of prana detonated on impact, kicking up a choking cloud of debris. But suddenly, a lethal projectile ripped right through the smokescreen, grazing Ket's Aurelia's shoulder. Gem stepped out of the haze, his shattered metallic chassis exposing sparking circuits. He smirked, admitting she landed a solid hit, but it wasn't nearly enough to scrap him. Staring in horror at the mechanical wiring spilling from his chest, Sets gasped, demanding to know what the hell he actually was. Gem coldly replied that she'd make a fascinating lab rat. He broke down how the Sword Saint arts mutated, depending on who wielded them, noting that her flawed, unorthodox mastery made her the absolute perfect test subject. Biting her lip, Ketz bitterly confessed she was nothing but a failure. But right at that moment, the true heir stepped onto the battlefield. Lo Tule was back, radiating a terrifying aura of surging prana. The android's glowing eyes locked onto him, openly marveling that the kid had somehow crawled back from the dead. The adventurer, still rocking his rank of 1089, swore he was ending this right here, right now. In response, Gem Contrado, the number 2 prana, whipped out his hand cannon, aiming it dead at Lo's chest. Without taking his eyes off the threat, Lo ordered Sets to fall back and let him. In her battered state, she'd only be dead weight. Placing her ultimate faith in Lo's authentic Sword Saint techniques, she retreated, giving him the space to lock horns with the Twisted Scholar. Even though Lo was back on his feet, his prana reserves were running dangerously low. He knew he couldn't drag this out against a cyborg. He had to finish this in one lightning-fast strike. He exploded forward, blitzing his enemy, but the android instantly threw up a ridiculously fast energy shield to absorb the blow. Weaving together his fluid footwork and advanced strikes, Lo gritted his teeth. Gem wasn't just reacting. He was calculating and predicting his every single move, with superhuman cybernetic reflexes. Pushed to the absolute edge, Lo unleashed a raging hurricane of slashes battering against the cyborg's reinforced energy barriers. A parasitic cellular beetle flared up, projecting a heavy force field. However, that brutal barrage of sword strikes was rapidly draining the shield's battery. Feeling his defenses starting to crack the machine, leveled his firearm and blasted a massive, scorching beam of concentrated prana. As the shot rang out, Gem casually taunted that Lo was insanely lethal in a fight, exactly like a true descendant of Babel. That ancient name stopped the hero dead in his tracks. The cyborg smirked, revealing it tied directly to the island of the gods, teasing that he'd happily spill all the dark secrets if the kid was willing to listen. But there was a massive catch. To get those answers, Lo had to pledge his Gem confidently declared that while Lo's raw power was still lacking, his hidden potential was off the charts. Because of that raw talent, he had finally earned the right to hear the ugly truth. To prove he wasn't just spouting garbage, Gem offered a massive piece of the puzzle, revealing the bloody connection, tying Lo to the island of the gods. He dropped a bombshell. The name Tule was literally just a village name. A Tule clan never actually existed in the first place. Centuries ago, a legendary clan known as Babel refused to turn a blind eye to the horrific atrocities of the island, sparking a massive rebellion. But the Babel warriors were brutally crushed. To avoid total extinction, the survivors fractured into 9 hidden tribes. The Tule tribe was one of those desperate splinters, making Lo a direct bloodline heir of Babel. Jem added that the ancient bloody war had inflicted devastating casualties on the island's forces. That deep-rooted trauma is exactly why the elites up there are absolutely terrified of Babel's bloodline to this very day. They ruthlessly hunt down and slaughter every last one of them, which is the exact reason Lo's peaceful village was wiped off the map. His ancestors fought a losing war, scattered into the shadows. And one of those shattered remnants eventually settled down as the village of Tule. That insane revelation perfectly aligned with a bedtime story Lo's father used to whisper to him as a kid. Still clutching his sword with heavy suspicion, Lo growled that he wasn't about to blindly trust a damn cyborg. But if that twisted history lesson was actually real, he demanded to know. What kind of sick atrocities were actually happening up on that island? The android coldly shook his head, insisting he couldn't leak that intel until Lo shook his hand as an ally. But he did confirm one terrifying fact: those nightmares were still happening right now. Jem crossed his arms, concluding that it was glaringly obvious, just looking at the lower tier rankings, that Lo was desperately clawing his way toward the island. By now, the kid should have realized that no matter how many times he miraculously cheated death, it just wouldn't be enough. Staring him down, Jem mockingly asked how much longer he was going to throw his life away in these totally pointless battles. Lo already knew these monsters were entirely out of his league, so getting slaughtered over and over was just part of the job. Taking a deep breath, he had to admit that Jem Contrado, calling his battles pointless, wasn't exactly wrong. Still, Lo demanded to know why the machine derailed the train with such reckless abandon, and Jem brushed it off. He just wanted to test the boy's strength. Hearing this cold excuse, Lo fired back, declaring that Jem's twisted games were no different from the blood-soaked horrors of the Island of Gods. To him, throwing away innocent lives was the ultimate evil. He made it crystal clear they would never stand on the same side. Scoffing, Jem argued that bleeding for the greater good is a necessary sacrifice, a concept too grand for Lo to grasp. Dismissing the boy as a fool, the robot unleashed a blinding blast, shifting its metallic barriers forward. It taunted Lo, eager to teach him a brutal lesson. But Lo flashed back to the sharp-cut sets. Aurelia had left on his shoulder a crystal-clear message. Raw, unyielding power was catching on. He instantly ignited the fury of ruin. His blazing strike collided violently with the robot's blast, erupting in a massive shockwave before Lo carved upward with his glowing blades. The fury of ruin packed devastating destructive power, but the heavy-hitting move was practically useless if the machine kept backing away. Realizing the Sword Saint's style ran far deeper than he ever imagined, Lo unleashed another earth-shattering fury of ruin. Watching the massive shockwave tear toward him, absolute panic gripped Jem as he scrambled to throw up multiple energy shields, only to watch them shatter into jagged pieces, one by one. There was no way he could block it all. In that split second, the knight's old warning echoed in his mind. He finally understood the true master of the Sword Saint style, operating on an impossible level, was standing right in front of him. A heartbeat later, the blast consumed the robot, obliterating it into a shower of sparks and twisted metal. With the enemy crushed, Lo slid his blade back into its scabbard, letting out a heavy breath. Rook and Set's Aurelia sprinted onto the scene right after, thrilled to see him standing tall. But throwing everyone off guard, the severed robotic head kept talking. Ket's Aurelia stumbled back, totally freaked out by the creepy, chattering skull. Jem pointed out that the evaluator probably had a good grasp on this bizarre situation, and Rook quickly stepped in, explaining that this eerie phenomenon was all fueled by prana. The shattered robot was nothing but a hollow puppet, remotely piloted through prana. It was just one of countless drone terminals wired back to a master core running on cutting-edge tech from the Irio Republic, gear that was literally centuries ahead of its time. The mechanical head mocked Lo with slow claps, telling him to pat himself on the back for smashing a mere terminal. It was a tough fight, sure. Lo's mind was swimming with burning questions, but he had bigger fish to fry. He ordered Jem to halt the runaway train, throwing the robot's own loser quits promise back in its face. But the metalhead just chuckled, playing dumb and claiming it had zero memory of any deal. It coldly added that stopping the train was totally pointless now, since the massive metal beast was already hurtling toward a violent derailment, and shrugged it off, claiming a top-tier mechanic was on board to bail them out anyway. Rook chimed in, revealing the train was rocketing toward the Aereo Republic, a superpower where prana tech ruled supreme. That was exactly why. The passenger cars were packed with elite, heavy-hitting rangers. Jem smirked, declaring this little encounter had been quite the eye-opener, and his signal was about to get pulled. Jumping on his last window, Lo hammered the machine with rapid-fire questions about the dark truths buried on the Island of Gods, the horrific massacres, and the bloody history of the Babel clan. His voice cracked as he demanded to know if his sister Yuna was still alive, and if the souls wiped out by the island still existed in some twisted form. The robotic voice turned chillingly serious, stating that those answers were deeply locked away within Ouroboros' master plan, and as long as Lo stubbornly refused to join their ranks, his lips were permanently sealed. But before fading out, he dropped a dark warning if Lo ever actually uncovered those truths. The crushing despair would completely break him. With a final mocking farewell, Jem promised that if the boy kept hunting the Island of Gods, their paths would definitely cross again down the line. Miles away in a hidden bunker, the robot's true master body snapped awake, highly satisfied with the massive gold mine of combat data he just ripped from Lo. He noted the kid's techniques were still rough around the edges exactly as predicted, but figured that right now, the fiery swordsman was finally strong enough to sync up with Babel. Sticking to the boss's grand prophecy, he decided to keep playing the Shadow Watcher, planning to dive deep into his dark research before his next explosive showdown with our hero. A female swordmaster cleanly hacks his head right off his shoulders. He dryly muses that today is just one of those days to lose your head. Multiple times, in fact. A pink-haired woman scolds him, snapping that he lacks any survival instinct whatsoever, and demands to know if he's grown too comfortable crashing inside that pranic puppet. The cyborg questions her identity, but the mysterious woman just throws a question right back, scanning his internal prana flow. He initially tags her as Babel Clan, but the data shifts, and he quickly pinpoints her true origin, the Thule tribe. Caught off guard, she demands to know his source. Instantly, a blindingly intense green prana erupts from her body, a perfect match to Lo's signature aura. The sheer volume of this energy is so overwhelming, it literally shakes the ground beneath their feet. She steps up to him glaring fiercely and demands to know if he dared to lay a single finger on the altar. The prana puppet calculates the truth. As a Babel descendant, this warrior is miles closer to unlocking her ultimate potential than Van Thule ever was. A dark memory clicks into place. There are only two twisted purposes for humans snatched away to the Island of the Gods. The woman presses him about his main body's location, though she already knows the answer. By tracking a regressive prana trail, it hits her. He entirely dissolved his physical form into pure energy, scattering his consciousness across the entire globe. He ditched his mortal flesh to ascend as a being of pure energy. Catching his mechanical flinch, she smirks, asking why he looks so stunned by her dead-on accuracy. After all, he knows damn well that this level of tracking is child's play with the Babel. She coldly drops the hammer she was dispatched here specifically to wipe out the prana scholar. She then starts weaving a lethal Thule tribe incantation. John Contador instantly realizes his massive blunder in using this terminal as his staging ground, because this specific human wields the terrifying power to physically erase chunks of his very existence. In a desperate final move, he forces his cellular visor into autonomous mode, frantically transmitting a warning back to the boss. His message is clear: the Island of the Gods just secured a terrifyingly dangerous pawn. This woman. Right as the message sends, she locks the spell in place. She coldly declares that death is the only reward for defying the gods, completely obliterating the cyborg from existence. Meanwhile, cutting over to the bustling central station in the Aereo Republic, our hero and his squad successfully deliver Thomas Belkin in one piece. Lo Thule picks up on a shift. The guy is being waved. It is a pretty shocking pivot for a merchant ranker, a guy who usually swims in a world of backroom. Thomas practically bows in gratitude, bluntly admitting that without their protection, he would be a corpse on the side of the tracks. He promises a massive payout to make it worth their while. Knowing Lo cares way more about climbing the ladder than stacking cash, Thomas swears to hook him up with the perfect gear the second they hit his shop. Lo and Set's Aurelia share a look. The guy is a total wild card, but maybe he isn't such a dirtbag after all. Stepping out into the Aereo Republic, the crew takes in the sights. This place completely lives up to its hype as a cutting-edge prana powerhouse. Luke casually mentions he has bounced through here a few times, since his agency's tech is heavily backed by the Republic's grid. Sets also reveals she has dropped by for some elite training in next-gen tech. Our boy looks around completely blown away. It is night and day compared to the rugged Volter kingdom. First order of business, hitting the certification bureau to get those sweet ranking updates. Luke witnessed firsthand the absolute carnage Set's Aurelia unleashed, so she is definitely getting a massive bump too. To fast-track the red tape, she already sorted all the paperwork back on the train. Luke pulls up Lowe's stats first. His rank skyrockets from 1089 all the way to 924, finally shattering the 3-digit ceiling. Honestly, the kid thought it would jump even higher, but Luke quickly shuts that down, explaining that cracking the 3-digit, most grinders take anywhere from 1 to 10 brutal years to pull that off. This massive promotion proves Lowe's sheer talent is the real deal. Right after Set's Aurelia's rank shoots up to 188, making her absolutely squeal with joy. With their parting drawing near, Set's reveals her next massive move. She is heading straight to the sacred training ground of the first sword master, the very cradle of her fighting style, completely unfazed by the treacherous, jagged mountains blocking her path.